Facts had proven that even if the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades was made of 2 blades, it counted as a single piece of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. Using the flying saber technique while having your feet on 2 separate blades was a technical task, and it was difficult to do without certain skills. Song Shuhang could only be regarded as a rookie when it came to flying on sabers, and he was just a novice who had obtained the license to do so slightly over a month ago. Even if he was now at the 5th stage, he couldn't just go and alter the amount of time he'd been learning how to fly on the saber. After stepping on a single treasured saber with both feet, the direction of flight was easy to control, but the distance between these twin blades was difficult to control. A perfect example of this was what was taking place at this moment. Song Shuhang had his arms crossed, and was originally preparing to fly in a handsome manner. In his imagination, he was going to step on the 2 blades with the demeanor of a master. However, when he was flying, his posture had changed, because the distance between the twin blades had begun to widen. As the distance between the 2 blades increased, Song Shuhang could only split his legs further apart as much as he could. He was fortunate that his current body was very well trained. This strong body had given him a pair of legs that could even fight the laws of physics. And this led to the current situation, where he was forced to display a certain divine skill. Its name was Epic Grade Split. Song Shuhang's legs split wider and wider, and eventually, they were aligned horizontally. The tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades moved very fast while Song Shuhang had his arms crossed and a serious face. His legs were completely and perfectly split. The sea urchin warrior captain, who was within the guardrails of the treasured saber-broken tyrant, was speechless. He had no words to describe what it was currently feeling. Dumbfounded? Defeated? Devastated? His Highness the Sea King actually came to terms with such a joker? Lead the way. Song Shuhang crossed his arms, and said in a deep voice, "If you guide me onto the wrong path, you're dead." The sea urchin warrior captain was, once again, rendered speechless. The valiant sea urchin warriors shall never succumb to power. However, since profound sage tyrannical Song is a friend of His Highness the Sea King, I shall reluctantly lead the way for him. The sea urchin warrior captain replied, "We have to go straight until we reach a coral reef, and then head westward. After doing so, we can leave the chaotic sea. Then, we can use our phones to navigate and arrive at a small island called Western Orchid Island. That small island is very close to Heavenly Field Island." Song Shuhang said, "Coral Reef? Is that the one you're talking about? I can see it, let's move onward at full speed." The treasured saber-broken tyrant and the twin blades suddenly sped up. Song Shuhang thought to himself, calculating the time, today is Monday, meaning that the National Day holiday has passed and classes have resumed. Senior White already got the monster Willow Qingwu to attend university in Song Shuhang's place. Originally, Song Shuhang wanted to send his clone to take his classes for him. His clone was different from Senior White's. It had no independent personality, and was completely governed by the main body. If he were to send his clone to go to class for him, he would have no need to worry about it making any mistakes. However, the problem was that it was still uncertain whether the 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 3.0 was perfect. If his main body were to suddenly explode one day, his clone would disappear as well. There was even a certain chance that the clone would suddenly explode, and blood would go flying all over the place. If his clone were to suddenly explode during class and cause blood to splash on his friends nearby, how traumatic would that be for his school teachers and classmates? And so, after thinking it over, he finally decided on letting Qingwu replace him for school for now. "I hope that nothing will happen," Song Shuhang said in his mind. In Jiangnan University town, the monster Willow Qingwu was, once again, the first to get up again. She was already at the 5th stage, so she didn't need to sleep at all. At night, she would simply lie in bed with her eyes closed and meditate. After getting up, she would first check if the illusion technique on her body was still there and make sure that her appearance was that of Song Shuhang. Then, she would go downstairs to buy breakfast for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's 3 roommates. Since Senior White had given her enough funds for daily activities, Qing Wu never hesitated when it came to purchasing things. She would even buy a rich breakfast for all her roommates. Sometimes, she would even leave the university campus and go to a street market to bring breakfast for her roommates. After bringing breakfast to her roommates, she would sit down by the window and enjoy the morning sun. The sun brightly shining down on her was the most enjoyable thing for her. Gao Mumu woke up in a daze. Shuhang, you woke up so early again. The monster Willow Qing Wu showed a charming smile, and said, "It's because I haven't been able to sleep that much lately, so I got up very early. In addition, the morning sun today is great. I have to spend more time in the sun so that photosynthesis will work better." Gao Mumu. Photosynthesis? Shuhang, you are a human, not a plant. How can you do something like photosynthesis? Don't tell me that you can even make oxygen like trees. I have already bought breakfast for everyone, but it's still early. I'll wait for a while before calling Tubo and Yangda to eat. The monster Willow Qing Wu changed her position again and continued to enjoy the sun. She was now a little grateful that Sage White had taken her as a pet after all. How could she enjoy such great sunlight in the netherworld realm? Gao Mumu scratched his head, and said, "Thanks, you've been getting us breakfast every day recently." The monster Willow Qing Wu smiled, and said, "We're all brothers, why are you being so polite?" Gao Mumu laughed. "Recently, I always feel that Shuhang has become a lot more caring. Especially when it comes to the small details of life, he sometimes feels like a woman. Why was there such a big change in him? Could it be love?" Gao Mumu scratched his head and went to wash up first. Soon after, Yangda and Tubo also woke up. In the bathroom, the 3 huddled together. Tubo said, "Hey, I keep on getting the feeling that Shuhang's smile recently has become especially weird." Yangda nodded, and said, "So you feel that way too?" "Whenever Shuhang smiles, I keep on getting the illusion that Shuhang is not a man but a woman." Gao Mumu nodded, and said, "Me too." The 3 fell silent. Yangda said, "Should we all make an appointment to see a psychiatrist?" Gao Mumu said, "You 2 can go, I've got Yai." Yangda said, "Tubo, I can no longer bear this. What's with this mentality of feeding other people dog food early in the morning?" Tubo smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, I might leave the group of single dogs rather soon as well." He. Yangda. So they're actually going to make me eat dog food all by myself so early in the morning? By the window, the monster Willow Qing Wu pinched her chin. Then, she took out a mirror and smiled. Qing Wu doubtfully said, "Weird, this smile seems alright. It's exactly the same as Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's gentle smile." She had tried her best to imitate Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, yet her roommates were still finding it strange. Unexpectedly, a smile contained so much information. Some time ago, she had finally been able to change her feminine walking style, but she unexpectedly still had to work on her smile. She decided to continue working hard. After this mission was completed, Sage White said that he would reward her and take her to the multicolored pool so that she could be completely reborn. At that time, she would be able to take on a human form. "I've got this. Before the end of the mission, I must not let myself be found out." The monster Willow Qing Wu pouted in the mirror. "You've got this, you are the best." The 3 roommates, who just came out after washing up, saw this scene. Maybe it is Shuhang who should go and see a psychologist, not us. This thought came to the minds of the 3 guys at the same time. Meanwhile, under the lead of the sea urchin warrior captain, Song Shuhang finally managed to leave the chaotic sea. When he got out of the chaotic sea, he felt a lightness all over his body. There's quite possibly some treasure within that chaotic sea. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the sea behind him. The only places that could delay his connection with the inner world were special places such as the heavenly Tribulation world or the Wielder's small black room. Perhaps it's some immortal-level treasure? Song Shuhang thought to himself. After leaving the chaotic sea, his connection with the inner world had returned to normal. Shuhang, were you calling for me? Senior Turtle's voice came from the inner world. Song Shuhang said, there was a problem a while back, but it's fine now. Senior Turtle. Song Shuhang said, I was separated from Senior White when I was at the bottom of the sea. I wanted to ask Senior Turtle for help, but I didn't expect my connection with the inner world to be blocked while in the chaotic sea. Senior Turtle doubtfully said, a chaotic sea that can block your connection with the inner world? I've been around for many years, yet I've never heard of such a chaotic sea. Song Shuhang responded, perhaps it is the area where you exited your deep sleep. There was no signal in that area, and Senior White was nowhere to be found. Anyway, I plan to directly head to Heavenly Field Island to wait for Senior White. Senior Turtle said, all right, call me if anything comes up. As long as it's in the sea, I should be able to assist you. No matter what, I am still a sea turtle. Song Shuhang nodded. Under the guidance of the sea urchin warrior captain, Song Shuhang arrived at Western Orchid Island around noon. It was a prosperous island with beautiful scenery which could be regarded as a tourist attraction. Western Orchid Island was very close to Heavenly Field Island. The people living on this island were ordinary people. I heard that the reason Western Orchid Island is so prosperous is that Heavenly Field Island is supporting it, the sea urchin warrior captain said. Head southwest of Western Orchid Island, and you should be able to reach Heavenly Field Island. However, there's a large formation protecting it, and outsiders won't be able to enter. Okay, with you having brought me here, your task is complete. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and said, would you like a reward? No, there's no need, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. The sea urchin warrior captain held its belly and shook its head quickly. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. After saying that, the sea urchin warrior captain quickly ran away. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's reward was definitely that, right? Song Shuhang put away Broken Tyrant and the Tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades. After that, he took out his phone from his spatial bracelet, opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and sent a message. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, at Island Master Tian Kong, Senior Tian Kong, I have arrived at Western Orchid Island. The first person to reply to him was not Island Master Tian Kong, but Senior Northern River. Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang, didn't you go to the chaotic Orchid Island already? Immortal Master Copper Trigram ridiculed, stupid Northern River, have you forgotten about Senior White's spatial talent? After the adventure ended, they could have directly teleported to Western Orchid Island. Northern River's loose cultivator, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, cough, it's not what Senior Copper Trigram thinks. In fact, Senior White and I got separated. Fairy Lychee, separated? Lychee looked dumbfounded. What exactly happened that caused 2 cultivators to separate? Did Senior White suddenly run away with his spatial talent while they were on their journey? During the live broadcast, if you could recall, Senior White wanted to take me into the chaotic sea to find an exotic fruit. When we entered the chaotic sea, we chanced upon a whirlpool. The whirlpool sent us underwater, causing us to separate. Song Shuhang felt tired. Island Master Tian Kong, who tagged me? I am here. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, my stupid elder brother, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song has come, and he is waiting on Western Orchid Island. At Tyrannical Saber Song 1, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, just have some fun on Western Orchid Island for now. I'm currently busy with something here. In a while, I will send someone to arrange for a place for you to stay at and rest. It might take some time, though. Island Master Tian Kong, little friend Shuhang, Senior White and you were separated? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Advice Island Master Tian Wei, alright, then I will go shopping first. You can simply contact me when it's time. At Island Master Tian Kong, yes, we were separated. Senior White should still be picking the exotic fruit in the chaotic sea. After he finds the fruit, he will come as well. Northern River's loose cultivator, nothing bad is going to happen, right? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, with Senior White's luck and strength, how could something bad happen? Northern River's loose cultivator, oh, when I was asking that, I wasn't referring to Senior White, but to little friend Shuhang. It isn't certain whether little friend Shuhang's 33 Divine Beasts technique, revised version 3.0 will not cause him to suddenly explode. If Senior White is not around, his safety is not guaranteed. Anyway, with Senior White's luck, if he wanted to find a rare fruit, he should be able to find it easily, right? In theory, picking such fruits should not take much time. Putting that into consideration, with half a day having passed, why hadn't Senior White emerged from the chaotic sea yet? If they were to consider the worst-case scenario, could it be that his calamity avoidance ability was activated again? Of course, this was only Northern River speculation. It wasn't that every time Senior White suddenly left, he was avoiding some great calamity. There were times when he had just found something more interesting and forgot about the time. It might also be because Senior White had a sudden flash of inspiration and went to close up. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I just sent Senior White a private message, but there was no reply. It seems there was no signal when I called him, so he should still be in that chaotic sea. Fellow Daoist Tian Wei, fellow Daoist Tian Kong, if you two have some spare time, can you stay with Shuhang before Senior White returns? Island Master Tian Kong. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire replied, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song's cultivation technique is incomplete. If something happens, it would be best for there to be someone by his side to take care of him. Senior Yellow Mountain was really reliable. Island Master Tian Kong said, I'm not free right now. Tian Wei, how about you? Vice Island Master Tian Wei said, I'm not, either. Otherwise, I would have definitely picked up fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song myself. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, don't worry about me, I've still got Senior Turtle with me. If something does happen, Senior Turtle can help me. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, that's good. Then, before Senior White comes back, you can enjoy your stay on Western Orchid Island. Or wait for Tian Kong and the others to pick you up. Song Shuhang, then I'll be going around the island first. The scenery here is very nice. True Monarch Eternal Fire went online, and asked, at Tyrannical Saber Song 1, little friend Shuhang, someone just reported to me that a loose cultivator appeared near your home and came in contact with your family. Do you know them? Song Shuhang asked, a loose cultivator? I don't know any loose cultivators. What do they look like? True Monarch Eternal Fire said, that person left after coming into contact with your family. I'll send someone to pay attention to this matter. Song Shuhang, thank you, Senior Eternal Fire. Now that he was at the 5th stage realm, he could place family matters further up on his to-do list. I should look for an opportunity to tell my parents about me being a cultivator. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, you're welcome. After you come back, little friend Shuhang, come to our world of the Golden Lotus if you are free. The scholarly faction was learning from Song Shuhang and tried moving a fragment of the ancient heavenly city into the world of the Golden Lotus, but their operation had not gone smoothly. As such, they wanted to invite Song Shuhang to be a guest to see if he could help them with their problem. Song Shuhang replied, sure. Whenever the scholarly faction came up, he would remember the scholarly sage's eye that he had with him. That was also an object of the scholarly faction. After chatting for a while in the group, Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and opened the phone address book. After organizing his thoughts, he called Mama La Song. Sometimes, it was better to seize the opportunity. Since he already got the impulse in his heart, then why not just tell Mama Song about the world of cultivation? The call quickly connected. Mama Song asked, "Hey, Shuhang, what's the matter? Have you eaten?" "I have." "How are things at the house recently?" Song Shuhang asked. In fact, because of the senior medicine master's pills, Song Shuhang's belly was full, and he couldn't eat anything at all. Mama Song laughed, and said, "Everything's fine over here. You don't have to worry." Song Shuhang asked roundaboutly about whether there were any guests at home recently. However, he didn't directly inquire about the loose cultivator. Perhaps that loose cultivator was merely a passerby for Mama Song. On the other side of the phone, Mama Song's expression became slightly serious. Although her son used to call often, asking if everyone at home was safe, he had never been like today, nagging about so many small things. Sure enough, could our son have been affected by that matter about the second child? No matter how firm he shows himself to be, he was still affected in the end. Mama Song felt like she had guessed her son's thinking. There's nobody that knows a child better than their mother. Song Shuhang asked, "Right, Mom? Do you believe in the existence of supernatural abilities?" Mama Song nodded secretly. Sure enough, he's been affected by the second child's appearance. At this time, as a mother, she had to comfort her son, and she could not let him develop any trauma. Mama Song softly said, "Shuhang, Mom loves you. You don't need to think too much." Song Shuhang. Mama Song continued to comfort him. "It's alright, no matter whether it's a younger brother or a younger sister, your mother's love for you will never change." Song Shuhang felt like crying. "My mother's imagination is running wild, and she's jumping to conclusions too quickly. Also, in what way are supernatural abilities related to a second child?" "No, Mom. I'm not overthinking or anything. It was just that I was recently thinking about _ Song Shuhang suddenly didn't know what to say next. Should he continue talking to Mama Song about supernatural abilities? He was afraid that Mama Song would think that he was thinking too much because of the second child. As a result, he decided on discussing things again the next time he went home. There were some things that could not be clarified no matter how much one talked on the phone. Instead of clarifying things, the situation could just get messier the more one talked. Song Shuhang said, "Cough, Mom, something happened over here. I'll be hanging up first." Mama Song gently said, "Take a good care of yourself. Don't watch movies all night, and make sure to maintain a good schedule." Song Shuhang responded, "Yeah, I know." After hanging up, Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. On the other hand, Mama Song thought for some time, and then began searching on the internet for some comforting lines related to a second child. She was planning on modifying some of these lines and sending them to Song Shuhang to improve his emotional state. "I couldn't get any details pertaining to that loose cultivator. I don't even know if the other party came into contact with my family by accident or deliberately." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand. The middle of practicing, was transported out of the inner world. Little Kai waved her wing as she reporting to teacher, "I have finished swinging the saber 10,000 times today. My progress in practicing the 33 divine beasts technique has also been quite good. The effects of having eaten at the immortal feast are truly wonderful. You've done well." Song Shuhang patted little Kai lightly, and said, "As your teacher, I will now give you your next task." Teacher is finally going to give me a task. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since becoming teacher's disciple and starting to live in the inner world for the sake of practice, I've been waiting to be of use to you." Little Kai waved her wings, which then turned into black iron as a cold glow shone on the tips of her wings. Song Shuhang said, "Your task is to fly back to Wenzhou City and reach my home. After you arrive there, you have to be attentive and see if a loose cultivator approaches my home. If there is one, don't disturb him, just note down his appearance." Little Kai saluted, and said, "No problem, teacher." Song Shuhang asked, "Go. By the way, do you know the way?" Little Kai nodded, and replied, "Don't worry, teacher. I have a specially configured global navigation system. I bought it using the spirit stones I saved up over a long time." Song Shuhang. "I'm leaving, teacher." Little Kai spread her wings, turned into a colorful light that flew straight into the sky. "I haven't even finished speaking yet." Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also going to tell Little Kai about the reward for completing the mission. Having been in the 9 provinces #1 group, he felt that there should always be rewards for doing things. Little Kai to complete her task before giving her the reward. "For now, I'll just stroll around this island. However, going around this island by myself feels rather lonely." He glanced at his inner world again. There was Senior Turtle, Lady Onion, Pavilion Master Chu who had only her head left, Chu Chu, who was in seclusion, and Li'in Zhu, who was sleeping soundly. It didn't seem fitting for him to ask any of them to come with him. While he was in thought, he suddenly found a suitable candidate. The Puppet Maiden. At this time, she was done repairing her body. The Puppet Maiden was pretty much in a perfect state at this time, and there were only a few minor details that had to be taken care of. However, it would be necessary to find a professional puppet master to take care of that. Aside from that, she could repair herself, and the entire maintenance process did not need others' involvement. Song Shuhang had only needed to provide her with the materials that he got from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. In addition to that, he had allowed her to choose from the leftover materials he had left after forging the combined magical treasure, as well as from the materials that Senior White had dug up in the Wielder's small black room. The Puppet Maiden was brought out from the spatial bracelet. At this time, in terms of appearance, she looked no different from an ordinary human. It was just that her face was stiff and expressionless. After appearing, the Puppet Maiden's orange eyes stared at Song Shuhang and shone. Song Shuhang said, "Will you accompany me on a walk?" The Puppet Maiden's orange pupils flickered, as if sending a message. "What are you trying to say?" Song Shuhang looked puzzled. The Puppet Maiden shook her head, and then nodded. After that, she turned and strode forward. It was probably due not to having been completely restored yet, but when the Puppet Maiden walked, she did so rather awkwardly by moving her arms and legs at the same time. Song Shuhang asked, "Is your restoration not complete yet? Do you need any more materials?" The Puppet Maiden shook her head, and continued to move forward. Western Orchid Island was very prosperous, and the things that were being sold on the streets came from all over the world. Song Shuhang was considering whether to bring home some special products. As they walked, the Puppet Maiden suddenly stopped. Afterward, she bent down and picked up a ball of wire from the ground. It wasn't a treasure, just a very ordinary entangled iron wire. After picking up the wire, she stretched out her hand and patted off the dust on it before continuing to walk with Song Shuhang. Along the way, Song Shuhang casually bought some clothes. Recently, due to his body suddenly exploding a few times, he had ended up using up a lot of his clothes. As such, he decided to purchase a few more sets and store them in the inner world, just in case. Song Shuhang casually asked, "Do you want to buy something?" The Puppet Maiden shook her head while her hands kept fiddling with the ball of wire. Song Shuhang carried the clothes and strolled with her. Up until now, the Puppet Maiden hadn't said a word. The atmosphere as they strolled around remained rather awkward. I remember that she should have the ability to speak. At this time, the Puppet Maiden stopped again. She bent down and picked up a glass bead from the ground. Then, her hands quickly went back to fiddling with the wire. After a while, she stretched out her hand and handed something to Song Shuhang. It was a small tower made of delicate iron wire. It was simple and beautiful. At the uppermost layer of the tower was the glass bead, reflecting sunlight. Song Shuhang exclaimed, "Awesome." The puppet maiden nodded in satisfaction. After that, she pointed at the iron tower, slightly opened her mouth, and quickly chanted a spell. Song Shuhang looked at the puppet maiden in puzzlement. What is she doing? After chanting, the puppet maiden relaxed her finger. In the next moment, the iron tower woven from ordinary iron wire exuded a faint light that only practitioners could see. It was actually emitting light. After the puppet maiden consecrated the iron tower, the pedestrians who were coming and going were involuntarily attracted to the woven iron tower. The pedestrians were just ordinary people who had not cultivated before, and could not see the light exuding from the iron tower. However, the tower seemed to possess a special charm that made others unable to move their eyes away from it. Their instincts told them that this iron tower was a treasure. In fact, the puppet maiden was in existence at the 8th stage. This iron tower she had consecrated could indeed be considered as a treasure. The pedestrians stared at the tower intently, desire burning in their eyes. Song Shuhang. Eventually, someone took the initiative to ask about it. "Little girl, are you selling this tower?" one person asked the puppet maiden in English with a strong local accent. The puppet maiden shook her head. After being rejected, the pedestrian left in disappointment. However, more pedestrians approached the puppet maiden after he failed. Some of them directly quoted a price, while some others tried to exchange for the iron tower with precious items. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He suddenly discovered something: it was really easy for practitioners to make money. The puppet maiden had just casually read a spell. As a result, the value of the ordinary handmade iron tower had increased by 100 times. The pedestrians were rejected one after the other, but they didn't give up. They began using various tricks and means to try and acquire the iron tower from the puppet maiden. Then, a towering young man succeeded. A ring on his finger had attracted the puppet maiden's curiosity, which allowed him to use that silver-white skull ring to exchange for the iron tower. The silver-white skull ring was just a very ordinary ornament. It was made of silver, and was not worth more than a few dollars. After the puppet maiden got the ring, she continued to stroll along with Shuhang while playing with it. After a while, she reached out and took the skull off the ring, throwing it aside. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Is it a treasure?" The puppet maiden shook her head, and finally communicated with Song Shuhang. Using the secret sound transmission technique, she said, "No, it's a very ordinary silver ring. However, its owner's luck has been very good recently. He has worn this silver ring for a long time, and so some of his luck has affected it. With it, you will have good luck." Song Shuhang said, "Is that so? I knew I should have gotten some of Senior White's hair." The puppet maiden replied, "Your luck is good, but it's quite weird." After that, she reached out again to point at the ring, and then began to consecrate the ring. After the ring was blessed, it became something that attracted the pedestrians' attention. Then, the puppet maiden managed to exchange the ring for a silver flask. And then, the silver flask was exchanged with a slender smoking pipe. Then, the pipe was exchanged with a crystal bottle with perfume. Song Shuhang had originally planned to go shopping. However, they had spent most of their time bartering. 2 hours later, Song Shuhang's shopping definitely came to an end. At this time, his arms were crossed as he sat at the cash register of a small restaurant. He was still very puzzled at this time, and that was because he had become the owner of this small restaurant. The original owner had traded off this small restaurant to the puppet maiden and ran away happily. Store ownership transfer procedure on Western Orchid Island was extremely convenient and simple. Both parties only needed to sign a contract and then apply for registration online. Soon after, the management of Western Orchid Island would come over to conduct an audit and collect fees. 15 minutes later, the property rights and certificates of the store were transferred under Song Shuhang's name. The whole process was simple. Song Shuhang received the certificate in bewilderment. "Mom, although you're far away in Wenzhou City, your son has somehow become the owner of a small restaurant in Western Orchid Island overseas. As such, you won't have to worry about me not finding a job after I graduate from college." The small restaurant was not big, and it only had 6 tables. The original boss was a part-time cook, while the boss's wife had been responsible for the cash register. Now that the owner and his wife were gone, the small restaurant didn't even have a cook. Song Shuhang had his arms crossed and was in a daze. The puppet maiden sat beside him in the same posture. Song Shuhang asked, "Fairy maiden, can you cook?" The puppet maiden shook her head. Song Shuhang turned his attention to the inner world again. Senior Turtle? There was not even a need to consider this. It was definitely not able to cook, it could be an ingredient at most. Lady Onion? She could at most offer some onion sprouts. Pavilion Master Chu? She currently only had her head. Li Yingzhu's cuteness was no good here. Selling her cuteness in the store would definitely attract customers, but she was no good when it came to cooking. Moreover, she would freeze the food with her breath. In the end, only Chu Chu was left. Among all the creatures in the inner world, it was Chu Chu who looked the most reliable. Chu Chu had just finished practicing. Recently, she had been changing her cultivation technique, and she had switched to the 33 divine beasts technique. Therefore, she was often in a state of meditation. Chu Chu. Song Shuhang contacted her. Chu Chu raised her head. "Teacher, you called for me?" Song Shuhang asked, "Can you cook?" Chu Chu. Song Shuhang said, "I somehow became the owner of a restaurant, and now I'm lacking a chef." Chu Chu. Song Shuhang asked again, "Can you?" Chu Chu sincerely replied, "I can only cook some very ordinary dishes." Song Shuhang said, "Then you'll be the one. The first task that your teacher gives you is to become the chef of your teacher's restaurant." The corners of Chu Chu's mouth twitched. Disciple obeys. While there were no guests in the small restaurant, Song Shuhang quietly moved Chu Chu out of the inner world. Song Shuhang asked, "Say, do cultivators have any special methods, such as adding something like pill liquid to a dish, to immediately make a dish delicious?" Chu Chu said, "We do, teacher." Song Shuhang was surprised. "Are there really such magical means?" "I was just asking for the sake of it." Chu Chu said, "Immortal chefs have such means. They will make some special pill liquids and use them as ingredients." Song Shuhang said, "We definitely don't have anything of the sort, but we do have onion sprouts. Should we try adding some?" Lady Onion, who was in the inner world, suddenly felt cold and shivered. Chu Chu smiled bitterly, and said, "Teacher, I am not an immortal chef. I can't deal with Lady Onion's monster chi. If the monster chi isn't removed, ordinary people will die if they eat the food." Song Shuhang immediately remembered what he went through when he had accidentally eaten Lady Onion's body. Song Shuhang said, "That's a pity. What dishes can you make? Let's change the menu in the restaurant. We also have to set the prices for the new dishes." "Okay, teacher," said Chu Chu. She took out a piece of paper and a pen from the cash register, and quickly wrote the dishes she could cook. At the same time, she asked, "Teacher, is it because you are preparing to live the life of a mortal that you opened a restaurant?" Song Shuhang said, "Cough, that's right. I want to live the life of a mortal for some time." The truth was that since the puppet maiden had exchanged for this restaurant, he planned on running the place while waiting for Senior White or Island Master Tian Tian Kong. After all, he didn't have anything better to do. However, how embarrassing would it be to say that to his disciple? Chu Chu was a good girl, and she was very capable. When she wrote the new menu, she did so in multiple languages and reprinted it. She was able to quickly take care of everything. Song Shuhang's task was to keep his hands crossed along with the puppet maiden and continue to sit at the cashier in a daze. The bored Song Shuhang then drew a newspaper from the cash register. This newspaper was called Huanjia Weekly. It was a Chinese newspaper. Song Shuhang flipped through it randomly, and saw the latest news. Shocking, on a mysterious island isolated from the world, Chinese culture had actually spread. According to reports, on October 3, 2019, Mr. Thor and his fleet accidentally landed on a mysterious island shrouded in mist all year round. This small island was a place that had never been discovered before. There had never been any records of this small island. The residents of the island still led a primitive life. They used stone spears, bone arrows, and wore animal skins. Their lives were so primitive that it made people wonder whether they had traveled through time itself. However, everyone in that group of primitive humans could speak a few words of Chinese. Moreover, many of the islanders even recited the three-character classic, and some fragments of the Analects of Confucius. At present, China had sent a fleet to this isolated island. Song Shuhang. He silently took out his mobile phone, and sent a photo of the newspaper to the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, at Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Senior 7 Lives Talisman, I have some news for you. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I had buried some electrical wires at the small island. Still, how stupid to say that they had traveled through time itself. Northern River's loose cultivator, little friend Shuhang, that newspaper is already a few days old. I have the latest information. It is said that the residents of that island would recite the three-character classic, and the Analects of Confucius. They also know a set of extremely powerful Chinese martial arts named, Times Are Calling. The residents of that island would neatly arrange themselves in groups and practice it every day. Song Shuhang. This was definitely Joseph Guy de Maupassant's fault. At that time, Joseph had summoned the residents of the island to unite and practice a technique to defeat Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. He had secretly taught them the Times Are Calling. In the end, the natives on the island were all great disciples of Song Shuhang since Joseph was his nominal disciple. Fairy Lychee asked, speaking of which, Shuhang, has Senior White come back already? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, he's not back yet. I've tried calling him a few times, but there was no signal. Senior White is probably still in the chaotic sea. Maybe he found something interesting there. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, I'm still very busy here, so I can't leave the island for the time being. How about I send someone to arrange for you to stay and rest in a hotel on Western Orchid Island? Song Shuhang, Senior Tian Wei, it's fine. I've already gotten a place to stay. I became the owner of a restaurant in Western Orchid Island by accident. Now, I'm getting ready to open for business. After saying that, Song Shuhang raised his phone again, took a photo of his small restaurant, and sent it to the group. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman saw the puppet maiden next to Song Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, the puppet maiden is finished repairing her body? He was able to overcome the heavenly tribulation and condense 8 dragon patterns, all thanks to the puppet maiden. Although he'd had to crouch down and hold his head in order to transcend the tribulation, which was slightly embarrassing, he was eventually able to come out of it alive. Song Shuhang said, she's pretty much done. There are only some minor issues left, but they won't affect her actions. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Seeing the puppet maiden, I suddenly remembered a piece of news. I don't know if fellow Taoists have heard of it, but I recently heard of a country that's researching human body mechanization technology in order to make a robot warrior. Things in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group had always been this way, the topic would change very quickly. Fairy Lychee said, human body mechanization? I remember that the path to immortality of that genius from the Jet Black sect was similar to this. They had puppetized their entire body and stepped onto their own path. One is cultivation-style puppetization, while the other is technology-style mechanization. True monarch White Crane, I know right. When I saw the puppet maiden, I suddenly thought about this topic. Now then, I wonder how strong this robot warrior is going to be. True monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said, to be honest, I find mechanizing one's body totally unacceptable. Without a body of flesh, you lose the chance to do a lot of fun things. No matter how beautiful, a mechanical girl would not be able to get pregnant. Without being able to give birth to a football team, what fun would there be in life? Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, if they're successful, the combat prowess of such robot warriors might be exceptional. As long as they can reach the level of those robot warriors in movies, their combat abilities should be as high as second or third stage practitioners. True monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said, by the way, the Valkyrie of True Marshall Island seemed to use some of the Jet Black sect's puppet technology along with modern technological supplements. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, he, I am more curious about the robot warriors themselves rather than their combat power. Do they eat food or drink gasoline? Moreover, do they charge up or eat batteries? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless way of thinking is out of the ordinary as always. Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather appeared, and said, will they have the ability to transform? When talking about mechanically modified people, one would also immediately think of Transformers. Soft Feather had returned to Spirit Butterfly Island. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, the ability to transform? Suddenly, my brain has transmitted me some bad pictures. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, what kind of pictures? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, hopefully, no R18 pictures. Be careful and don't make trouble for Senior Yellow Mountain. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, well, if there are female fighters among those robot warriors, just imagine a beautiful female fighter suddenly transforming mid-battle, her body changing into a tank or something. Just visualizing it in my mind makes me feel despair. Sioux Clan 7 said, then just imagine those female fighters as male fighters instead. After doing that, the style would return to normal. Senior Yellow Mountain suddenly asked, by the way, Shuhang, can you control your Sage Seal now? Does it still affect ordinary people? Song Shuhang replied, it might be because of the Resurrection Gold Coin and the Time City, but as long as I don't bring out the Sage Seal, the nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me effect won't activate, and even ordinary people are unaffected. If the time he had spent in the Time City was counted, it had taken him over 10 years to resurrect. Senior Yellow Mountain replied, that's great. The small restaurant's business was rather bleak. However, it might be because dining time had yet to arrive. That could be why there were no visitors. Song Shuhang, the puppet maiden, and Choo Choo sat side by side, either in a daze or meditating. Song Shuhang said, I should have stayed in the chaotic sea for a while longer. Maybe I could have gotten something by exploring the place. After all, that place was probably an immortal level forbidden area. Should I make use of the time I now have to talk to Immortal Fairy Bishwa and see if I can learn how to deal with the monster chi in those green onion sprouts? Song Shuhang unlocked his phone. In the 9 Provinces number 1 group, the topic had already changed. Song Shuhang searched through his friend list for quite some time before finding Immortal Fairy Bishwa's name. Just as he was about to send her a message, his restaurant finally got a customer. A small blonde girl with messy clothes, who looked as if she had just tripped, entered the small restaurant. The little girl asked in English, hello, is this place open? Her voice was pleasant and clear, just as if the noise had been cancelled through some electronic equipment. Her appearance was delicate, just like that of a doll. Song Shuhang raised his head, and replied, we are. We're open 24 hours a day. What would you like to eat? Chu Chu got up and handed over the new menu to the little girl. The little girl randomly chose a place to sit down. After taking the menu, she lowered her head and looked at it carefully. Song Shuhang's eyes narrowed slightly. He lowered his head and returned to the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Senior Thrice Reckless, remember those questions of yours? I might be able to give you an answer soon. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? Song Shuhang replied, I might have just gotten a mechanically modified person as a customer in my small restaurant. However, I'm not too sure yet. The life aura of this customer is very strange. Northern River's loose cultivator, could there be such a coincidence? Song Shuhang said, perhaps it's not a coincidence. He looked at the puppet maiden beside him. At this time, the puppet maiden still had her arms crossed. Could she be the reason that girl came here? At this time, the life aura of the puppet maiden had completely receded. Even the orange light in her pupils had faded away. She had become exactly like a large doll. The little blonde girl raised her head, and then pointed at several places on the menu. This, and this. There are 10 dishes in total, and I want them all. Also, can you serve the dishes soon? I'm a little hungry. No problem. Chu Chu took the menu and went to the kitchen. Chu Chu didn't seem to notice the strangeness of this little blonde girl. Song Shuhang lowered his head and quickly typed in the 9 provinces number 1 group. The other party ordered a lot of dishes. It seems they eat like normal people. Fairy Lychee said, perhaps this customer of yours wasn't completely modified, and only part of their body was mechanized. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, did your robot customer start eating? He was still wondering how robot people would eat. Song Shuhang replied, Chu Chu is still cooking. Our dishes can't come out instantly. I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog said, You actually made Chu Chu cook. You are simply wasting natural resources here. Song Shuhang. Is it really okay to use the term natural resources when talking about Chu Chu? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, which Chu Chu is this Chu Chu? He had been in contact with several Chu Chus recently. Song Shuhang replied, it's Chu Chu from the Chu family, a family of cultivators. This is the Chu Chu who was on the grievance settling platform. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, as a cultivator, it's shameful for you to be unable to instantly make a dish. Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, you should just quit cultivating. Song Shuhang. Dharma King Creation suggested, little friend Shuhang, you could have fellow Daoist Chu Chu use the speed of a cultivator and multitask so that she could make 10 dishes at the same time. Song Shuhang said, regardless of Chu Chu having such an ability or not, the kitchen of the small restaurant is only so big, having 3 to 4 dishes cooking at the same time is already its limit. He looked back into the kitchen. Chu Chu was cooking vegetables very quickly, and her movements were also nimble. 10 dishes were served one after another rather swiftly. With this speed of serving, even if the restaurant were to get a bit crowded, there should be no problem. The dishes ordered by the blonde girl came up one by one. However, the girl did not start eating. She had said that she was quite hungry before, but after the dishes were served, she simply sat upright and remained motionless. Song Shuhang glanced at her. Then, he quickly sent a message to the 9 provinces number 1 group. She hasn't started eating. 8 dishes have already been served to her table, but she still shows no intention of eating. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, it looks like I guessed right. Shuhang, how about you give her some gasoline and see if that suits her taste? Song Shuhang said, wait, she is moving now. When Chu Chu served the 10th dish, the little blonde girl grabbed the tableware and began to eat quickly. She gobbled up all of the food just like how a strong wind would sweep away fallen leaves. Song Shuhang said, she began eating, and she was very quick. It seems that she really was hungry. Maybe this little girl has OCD, and she can't eat if she doesn't have 10 dishes. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. If she can eat, does it mean that this robot girl can also give birth to children? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. Senior Tyrant Flood Dragon is also interested in robot girls. Ace v True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. I'm just doing some tests to see which race would have the best pregnancy rate when put together with a flood dragon. This is scientific research, don't think of it as something dirty. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, awesome usage of the word scientific research. At this time, the blonde girl had finished eating all the dishes. Choo Choo was about to step forward to collect the plates. However, the blonde girl put the plates away before Choo Choo could, stacked them up, and moved the plates to the cashier counter, placing them in front of Song Shuhang. The girl appeared to have considerable arm strength. After all, 10 plates on top of each other wouldn't be light. Done. The blonde girl stood on the tip of her toes, trying to keep her eyes level with Song Shuhang's. Done? What's done? Song Shuhang was very confused, but he remained calm on the surface. He clasped his hands and looked at the blonde girl. The blonde girl seriously said, I finished the 10 dishes in one go, and then handed them over to you. Doesn't this match the secret code? Song Shuhang responded, The blonde girl said, can we leave already? Song Shuhang replied, match the secret code? Leave? Oh, is finishing 10 dishes in one go a secret code? The blonde girl's eyes stared intently at him while feeling that something was wrong. Although the girl's right pupil looked exactly like a human eye, it should actually be a mechanical eye. Song Shuhang asked, what should I do after the secret code is matched? Huh? The blonde girl replied, after the secret code is given, aren't you, the store owner, supposed to arrange an escape route for the customer? Why was the store owner asking her about such things? So it turns out that the owner of this restaurant still had this kind of part-time job, Song Shuhang said in surprise. After hearing Song Shuhang's reply, the blonde girl became more anxious. Song Shuhang calmly said, unfortunately, little miss, I bought this restaurant not too long ago. Therefore, our shop does not have this service. Maybe we will reinitiate this service after some time. The little blonde girl became anxious. You just bought it? What happened to the original store manager? Song Shuhang replied, the original restaurant owner ran away with his wife. The blonde girl murmured, his wife? I heard that the wife of the restaurant owner had passed away a long time ago. Now it was Song Shuhang's turn to be puzzled. Huh? Passed away? Wasn't the woman at the cashier the owner's wife? That shouldn't have been his wife. The woman at the cash register should have been his sister-in-law, the blonde girl said at a loss. Song Shuhang said, oh, then the original restaurant owner has run away with his sister-in-law. Unfortunately, even if the secret code is correct, we can't help you. How could this be? Not good, I've wasted a lot of time. The blonde girl almost cried, but only her left eye was a normal human eye. So even if she did cry, only her left eye could shed tears. Alright then. Shop owner, I'll take my leave. The blonde girl went down from her tiptoeing position, turned around, and got ready to leave the small restaurant. Little miss, you forgot something. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed her. The blonde girl. Song Shuhang said, you forgot to pay. But since you're my first customer, I can give you a discount. However, you can't leave without paying. The blonde girl said, sorry, I was too flustered. How much is the food? Song Shuhang turned his head, and asked, Choo Choo, how much does it cost? Choo Choo replied, $2.60. Since all of the dishes are only home cooking, they aren't that expensive. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and said, the price doesn't matter that much, and it's fine as long as we don't lose money. I'll give you a discount, so 200 it is. Cash or credit card? The blonde girl took out her purse, grabbed 2 banknotes of a currency that Song Shuhang didn't recognize, and stuffed them into his hand. Here's your 200. See you again in the future. After the payment was completed, the blonde girl quickly ran outside the restaurant. She looked like she really was in a hurry. Song Shuhang said, "Which country's currency is this? It better not be something like Vietnamese dong. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of money." While he was talking, the blonde girl, who had just left the restaurant, quickly came back. The girl anxiously asked, "Boss, do you have a place where I can hide?" Song Shuhang looked at his restaurant. The restaurant was really small, and it looked like there wasn't anywhere to hide. The only place to hide was... Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked under the cash register. The space here was very small, but because the blonde girl was also rather small, she should be able to hide there. The blonde girl's mechanical right eye keenly caught Song Shuhang's head moving. Soon after, she ran to Song Shuhang's side of the counter, curling up into a ball and hide under the cash register. Song Shuhang. "Wait, I didn't agree to let her hide here, right?" Song Shuhang asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The blonde girl placed her index finger on her lips. "Shoo," Song Shuhang sighed. He turned his head and looked at Chu Chu. "Chu Chu, does your teacher look like a very good person?" Chu Chu replied, "Yes, you do, teacher. Moreover, teacher looks like someone who could easily be bullied because of his kind face." While they were talking, the door to the restaurant was opened again. A group of 6 large men in black suits and sunglasses came in. The climate on Western Orchid Island was warm. Weren't they hot in such thick clothing? 4 of them stood by the door of Song Shuhang's restaurant. The remaining 2 strode in, and found a place to sit down. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "Are they looking for the blonde girl?" At this time, the burly man on the left said, "Shop owner, please give us the menu." Chu Chu held the new menu, and handed it to the 2 large men. After the 2 large guys took the new menu, they looked at each other, ordering 5 dishes each. The 2 large guys said, "We want a total of 10 dishes. We're quite hungry, so please hurry." Chu Chu. She turned her head to look at Song Shuhang. It was 10 dishes again, and they were also in a hurry. Could it be that they came for that business as well? Song Shuhang calmly said, "Serve them first." Chu Chu nodded, entered the kitchen, and quickly started to cook. Similar to the blonde girl from before, the 2 big men in suits sat motionlessly after they ordered. Chu Chu's dishes were served one after another, but the 2 men did not move their tableware. Once all 10 dishes were served, the 2 big men in black suits ate them very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 10 dishes were finished. After that, one of them got up, stacked up the 10 plates, and brought them to Song Shuhang. Due to his tall height, the burly man needed to slightly squat down after placing the dishes in order to meet Song Shuhang's gaze. When the blonde girl stood on tiptoe and glanced at Song Shuhang, she looked very cute. But as this burly man crouched down and glanced at Song Shuhang, he also looked strangely cute. Song Shuhang calmly said, "The customer is paying the bill." "Chu Chu, how much is it?" Chu Chu replied, "310. Song Shuhang said, "Customers, you're really lucky. You are the second batch to come after the restaurant's opening. As such, I will give you a discount and only ask you to pay 300 renminbi. You just opened, and we're the second batch of customers?" The burly man was taken aback. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Yes, I just took over this restaurant from the original owner." The original owner left with his sister-in-law. The corners of the big man's mouth twitched. Such a thing happened? Then, new owner, can you also arrange safe and quick departures? The big man looked expectantly at Song Shuhang. Unfortunately, this shop has just opened, and we don't offer such a service yet. Song Shuhang shrugged. The burly man let out a long sigh, took out his wallet, and paid $300. The burly man said, "Shop owner, although you have just taken over this restaurant and I'm not really qualified to say anything about its layout, it would be better for you to change the sign of the store. Otherwise, there will be more problems in the future that will arise because of it." This burly man was rather easygoing, and he was rather kind-hearted. Song Shuhang said, "Thanks for your suggestion. I've just bought this restaurant and haven't gotten the chance to redecorate it yet. I'll change the restaurant sign in a while." The burly man nodded and said, "See you around, shop owner." Then, he gritted his teeth, took the other burly man and the other four outside, and quickly left the restaurant. Song Shuhang thought to himself, it seems that these big guys weren't looking for the blonde girl. Not long after they had left the restaurant, the burly man suddenly ran back, looking somewhat embarrassed. However, none of his subordinates were with him this time. The burly man hurriedly asked, "Shop owner, I'm in a bit of hurry. Do you have a place where I can hide?" Song Shuhang, even their lines were nearly the same. He involuntarily looked down at his cash register. The only place where people could hide was already being occupied by a little girl. And with that big man's physique, he wouldn't have been able to hide there, right? The burly man misunderstood Song Shuhang's actions. He thought that Song Shuhang was hinting him to hide below the cash register. So, he quickly ran to the cash register. Wait a minute. You can't hide here, it's too small. And it's already," Song Shuhang hurriedly waved. However, the burly man had already rushed to the counter. Then, he saw a little girl curled up under the cash register. The girl blinked at him, looking very cute. The burly man gave a wry smile. "I didn't expect you to have this hobby, boss." Song Shuhang. What is he saying? Wait a minute, big brother. It's not what you think it is. Don't think so poorly of me. The large man looked at this small restaurant again. The layout of the restaurant was simple, and this included the kitchen and the storage rooms. There wasn't anywhere to hide. Damn it. The large man gritted his teeth and prepared to exit the restaurant. He felt that the other party wouldn't arrive so quickly, so he should still have some time to escape. However, just as he got to the door of the restaurant, he was blown backward. "Ah!" the big man cried out, fell back inside the dining room, and broke a table along the way. At the door, a muscular man with weird patterns all over his body slowly stepped into the restaurant. Beside him, there was a black smoke that only cultivators could see. The black smoke entered into the man's body from time to time, and it would course through the patterns on his body, becoming increasingly dense. The man with the weird patterns on his body grinned, and said, "He, you thought you could escape? In order to catch you a little earlier, I gave up on the boat and swam all the way to Western Orchid Island." After entering the restaurant, he casually took the door panel with him. Smoke erupted from his body, completely sealing all the doors and windows in the restaurant. "Give me that treasure." "It's not something you should possess," the patterned man said. "That ancient demon core is something that only I deserve to have." He wasn't sure why, but when Song Shuhang heard the words "that ancient demon core is something that only I deserve to have," he found it very funny. This sentence accidentally made him let out a smile. Tyrannical Song wanted to smile, but in order to maintain his image as a shop owner, he did his best to put on a calm face. He kept his hands clasped and watched silently. Chu Chu came quietly behind Song Shuhang. The puppet maiden continued to pretend to be an inanimate object and remained motionless. Slightly exasperated, Chu Chu sent a secret sound transmission. Is it another dispute over a treasure? The world of cultivation is as cruel as ever. She said this as her Chu family's powerful sword art had once aroused the greed of the illusory sword school. After that, In order to ensure the victory at the grievance-settling platform, the Illusory Sword School had sent killers to get rid of her. Thanks to the Illusory Sword School, her chest still hadn't returned to its peak. Perhaps it wouldn't return to its glory for the rest of her life. It was good that the Illusory Sword School had fallen. Where there are people, there will be competition. This is unavoidable. Song Shuhang had experienced Chu Chu's life in a fast-forward manner, so he could empathize with her. Using secret sound transmission, Chu Chu asked, "Teacher, should we make a move? This guy seems to be around the second stage realm, I should be able to stop him." Song Shuhang replied, "You're mistaken. This is a practitioner at the fourth stage realm, and he's hiding a strange power in his body. You are not his opponent." Under the cashier counter, the little blonde girl raised her head to look at Song Shuhang, the puppet maiden, and Chu Chu. Then, she cautiously moved to the gap by the counter to observe what was going on in the restaurant. The patterned man came to the burly man, and asked in a deep voice, "Speak, where is the treasure?" The burly man weakly replied, "I don't have it with me." The patterned man said, "I know, which is why I asked you where it is." The burly man smiled bitterly, and said, "I can give you the treasure. After all, for people like me, being alive is most important. When one dies, nothing is left." He was the kind of person who would adapt to the circumstance. Sun V. The patterned man was obviously also very satisfied with the burly man's answer. "Very well, I am very, die, all those who are unfaithful will die, all those who are unfilial will die. At this time, the Seven Death Song suddenly rang out. When he heard this familiar and terrifying melody, Song Shuhang's heart skipped half a beat. Heavens, why is my ringtone the Seven Death Song? Fortunately, it wasn't Dharma King Creation's voice, and was a woman's crisp and sweet voice instead. The sudden outburst of the Seven Death Song destroyed the atmosphere between the patterned man and the burly man. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Sorry, I have to take this call." He looked down and found that the caller was Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. "Wait, when did my ringtone become the female cover of the Seven Deaths Song? I don't remember setting it as my ringtone." Song Shuhang was puzzled. Who changed his phone's ringtone? Recently, he had been in a coma, and had later exploded before getting resurrected. Perhaps someone had pranked him and changed the ringtone of his phone during this time. Was it Daodu? Senior Thrice Reckless? Senior Copper Trigram? Later, he would have to reprimand the fellow Taoists of 9 provinces #1 group that came up with this nasty prank. Then, he calmly answered the call. The burly man and the patterned man looked directly at Song Shuhang. It was especially so for the patterned man. The black fog on his body was surging, and his killing intent was ready to erupt. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's voice came from the phone. "Hey, little friend Shuhang, are you on Western Orchid Island?" Song Shuhang replied, "Yes, I also bought a restaurant here. Senior, would you like to come here as a customer?" SC at the side, the puppet maiden's fingers that were right below her chin slightly moved. She had cast a soundproofing magical technique on Song Shuhang, isolating his call with Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman from the rest of the restaurant. There were ordinary people present, and there was that blonde girl under the cash register. The conversation between Song Shuhang and Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was not suitable for them to hear. On the other end of the phone, Senior Seven Lives Talisman smiled, and said, "I will go to Heavenly Field Island in a few days. If your restaurant is still open by then, I can come by." Song Shuhang said, "I will give you a discount if you come." "Right, Senior, why did you call me?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman quickly said, "I received a message that an evil cultivator that I had noted down on my black notebook arrived on Western Orchid Island today. If you see him, can you help me subdue him? You can wait for me to get to Heavenly Field Island in a few days, and hand him over to me at that time. The other party's strength should only be at the 3rd stage, and relying on some evil technique, he can attain combat power at the 4th stage. However, you have your light of virtue, so you should be able to restrain him and deal with him rather easily. Song Shuhang asked, "What does he look like?" "If I meet him, I'll subdue him for you, senior." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman replied, "It's really great that little friend Shuhang is willing to help. I will send you the information and photos in a while. Anyway, this is another vow from my younger days. Back then, I vowed to capture this evil cultivator and take him to Canine Tooth Mountain to pay tribute to the innocent mountain people he had tortured and killed, but it was only recently that he was found." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had made a lot of vows when he was younger. As a result, his thick notebook was now filled to the brim. These vows were both big and small, and it wasn't known whether Senior 7 Lives Talisman would be able to fulfill them during this life. Now, Senior 7 Lives Talisman's biggest wish was to find a temporal channel and travel to the past, find his younger self, and give him a big slap in the face so that he would stop making bothersome vows. Song Shuhang ended the conversation with Senior 7 Lives Talisman. The burly man looked at Song Shuhang in confusion. The patterned man frowned. He kept on getting the feeling that Song Shuhang looked somewhat familiar. However, his memory was a bit foggy, and he couldn't remember anything about Song Shuhang. Ding, dong dash, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sent Song Shuhang some information related to the evil cultivator. In the message, it was stated that the evil cultivator was a muscular man with weird patterns all over his body. The man was also covered with strange piercings and rings. There was another piece of information about the evil cultivator below this. It was intel about his cultivation technique, its special features, weaknesses, and so on. Holy Light, the scholarly faction's righteous chi, light of virtue, and Buddhist magical techniques were super effective against this evil cultivator. After reading the information, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the patterned man who had broken into his restaurant and sealed the doors and windows. Aside from the lack of those piercings, this guy was exactly the same as the evil cultivator that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had described. The world seemed very big at times, but it was actually rather small. Coincidence? Fate? Accident? No. There were no accidents in this world, some things were simply inevitable. In this world, no need to have only one lover. Wait, wrong idiom. Song Shuhang shook his head, and then continued, one searches with great effort, yet it yields no result. However, as they rest and take a break, they somehow stumble upon what they were searching for. There is a path to heaven, yet you don't choose to go. There is no path to hell, yet you find it without fail. However, due to the soundproofing magical technique cast by the puppet maiden, no one in the room could hear his voice. Chu Chu curiously said, "Teacher, what are you talking about?" She saw Song Shuhang talking to the strange man, but there was no sound. Song Shuhang. At the side, the puppet maiden secretly waved her finger, releasing the soundproofing magical technique she had cast on Song Shuhang. Thank you, fairy. Song Shuhang turned his head, crossed his arms, and looked at the patterned man with a serious gaze. Song Shuhang suggested, Chu Chu, do you want to sit beside me? If the three of us were to sit together, he would look more imposing. Chu Chu immediately refused. No, what, you aren't going to cooperate? As your teacher, I feel that your dedication is lacking. Then, Song Shuhang raised his head, looked at the patterned man, and said, one searches with great effort, yet it yields no result. The virtuous Lamia suddenly emerged from behind Song Shuhang, and said using Song Shuhang's voice, one searches with great effort, yet it yields no result. However, as they rest and take a break, they somehow stumble upon what they were searching for. There is a path to heaven, yet you don't choose to go. There is no path to hell, yet you find it without fail. She had recorded Song Shuhang's voice and snatched his lines along with his own voice. After stealing the lines, Fairy at #%X was satisfied. It was so refreshing to steal other people's lines. Choo choo. The Puppet Maiden. Song Shuhang. Who are you? The patterned man looked at Song Shuhang warily. Light of virtue was super effective against him, and that body of materialized light of virtue, which was standing motionless behind Song Shuhang, made him feel great pressure. Song Shuhang asked, "You don't recognize me?" "Right. Due to the Time City, the 'nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me' effect seems to have been weakened. Sometimes, even the 'nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me' effect was quite useful." Since this was the case, Song Shuhang decided to recite 3 lines. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? He then released his sage seal. Tyrannical song. The patterned man finally matched the kind man in front of him with the image in his memory. It was him, the most terrifying profound sage in the past 1,000 years, an existence that had shown his divinity to the universe twice. He was someone with 2 sage names. When it came to practitioners, there was nobody who did not know of the prestige of profound sage tyrannical song. He was so caught up with the treasure just now that he didn't even notice that the one in front of him was profound sage tyrannical song. Behind Song Shuhang. The virtuous Lamia silently recorded his 3 lines. The next time that Song Shuhang got ready to say those lines, she would cut in and steal the show. At this time, Song Shuhang's gaze became solemn. "Are you going to surrender on your own, or do you want me to make a move?" The patterned man asked, "Senior tyrannical song, have I offended you in the past? This should be the first time I've ever come in contact with him." Song Shuhang stood up, and calmly said, "Do you remember the mountain people you killed on Canine Tooth Mountain?" A terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the patterned man. Chapter 1487 You're Busy T233, Hurry Over. The patterned man had long forgotten about Canine Tooth Mountain. As an evil cultivator, he often required living sacrifices to improve. The people that had died by his hands were too many to count, so how was he supposed to remember what or where Canine Tooth Mountain was? However, this was not the point. The point was that profound sage tyrannical song, who was in front of him, knew of Canine Tooth Mountain. He also knew that he had killed the people on Canine Tooth Mountain. He was now faced with a rather severe problem. The heavy pressure made it difficult for the patterned man to breathe. He was faced with the first sage in 1,000 years, who had held 2 divinity shows in 2 months. Just the sage names, Tyrannical Song and Tyrannical Scholar, were enough to place him under tremendous psychological pressure. But now, the 2 sage seals were also looming behind Song Shuhang, causing the patterned man to feel even greater pressure. The patterned man felt his body incredibly heavy, and he could barely move a finger. What do I do? It was definitely impossible for him to fight. After all, the other party was a profound sage. Escaping was also impossible. When had there ever been a practitioner that had just entered the 4th stage who was able to escape from the hands of a profound sage? The only exceptions were those that had a big shot behind them, or were pure cheats. F***ck, I only broke into a restaurant in order to steal an ancient demon core. Why did I end up meeting a big shot like profound sage tyrannical song? Why did tyrannical song even open a restaurant here? After thinking about it, there seemed to only be one ending for him. And that was death. As an evil cultivator, he would never have a sense of security without power that could defy the heavens. Therefore, he had long arranged for a way to be reborn. The cost was great, but as long as one could save their life, any price was worth it. In addition, to properly die in front of a profound sage needed a lot of skill. What if the other party discovered that he had made preparations for rebirth, and followed the clues to cut off his path to resurrection? The patterned man's mind was filled with thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the next moment, he viciously pounced toward the burly man beside him, his two hands becoming claws. It seemed that he wanted to take this burly man as a hostage. The little blonde girl, who was hiding under the table and peeking into the restaurant, called out, "Careful." Her mechanical eye had captured the movements of the patterned man. As soon as she said that, she discovered that a figure had suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. The figure stretched out his hand to block the sharp claws of the patterned man. Ding dash, the patterned man's claws were as sharp as a knife, with his attack being as fast as lightning. Yet, the claws were firmly blocked. Is that the shop owner? The blonde girl's eyes widened. He looked like an ordinary shopkeeper, but with a speed that she couldn't see clearly with her mechanical right eye, he had instantly moved in front of the burly man, keeping off the attack of the patterned man. The speed he needed to do such a thing definitely exceeded the speed of sound. However, if it was a supersonic movement, why was there no sonic boom? Moreover, the shopkeeper only used a single finger when he blocked the patterned man's attack. At this time, Song Shuhang's right index finger was pressed right against the center of the patterned man's palm. He did not use any cultivation techniques, but relied on the defiant whale warrior's glove on his right hand, which was a super magical treasure. After all, it was a magical treasure that Song Shuhang had made using his life. It came with curse damage, poison damage, fire damage, and holy light damage, as well as illusion effects and inner demon triggering effects. In other words, even if Song Shuhang used a normal attack, it would still come with various additional attribute damages. Ah, the patterned man screamed, and was sent flying back. His palm was hurt by the holy light and the flames, causing it to be charred. It was just that the effects of the holy light and the flames could not be seen by ordinary people. While he was in midair, the patterned man accidentally smashed another table in the restaurant. 2 tables, the puppet maiden suddenly said. One should not forget that although the restaurant was under Song Shuhang's name, she'd exchanged for the restaurant, and everything in it belonged to her. It was just that she didn't have an identity document and other things, so she had to put it under Song Shuhang's name. Anyway, she was being serious. The restaurant belonged to her, and everything in it also belonged to her, including the 2 tables that were just smashed. The blonde girl, who was under the counter, was surprised. This beautiful big sister can talk. She always thought she was a large-scale doll because under the observation of her mechanical eyes, this seemingly beautiful woman was just a large puppet. The blonde girl thought that it was a personal hobby of the shop owner having a realistic doll to attract customers. Unexpectedly, the doll suddenly made a sound. What kind of technological means were needed to achieve such a thing? Was it an electronic recording? Or was it artificial intelligence? The blonde girl's heart was greatly moved, she wanted to study the structure of the puppet maiden. Dark Art Supreme Spell, Gate of Evil Energy, Path of Extreme Evil, Destruction, the patterned man quickly chanted as he threw a rune out with his other hand. This was the evil technique that he cultivated. It was quite rare in the cultivation world as it was a spell fueled by the evil energy of the netherworld. Runes burned in the air, guiding the rich evil energy of the netherworld to blast toward Song Shuhang's position. Even an 8th stage profound sage had to be vigilant when faced with the evil energy of the netherworld, as it would be very troublesome if one were accidentally infected by it. The patterned man didn't bother looking at the result. He was using the Dark Art Supreme spell to buy some time to cast his next spell. His next spell had a terrifying background. It was said that it could draw the power of the pet of a big shot in the netherworld realm. One should not underestimate the power of such creatures. After all, the watchdogs of those big shots could be at the 8th stage or even at the 9th stage realm. If he could successfully cast this spell, then even if his opponent was profound sage tyrannical Song, he would have to struggle quite a bit. The cost of casting such a spell was extremely high, and it went as far as consuming a lot of the user's vitality. However, nothing mattered anymore to the patterned man, who was at a dead end. The energy of the dark art's supreme spell turned into a dense mass of evil energy of the netherworld. This time, even the ordinary people like the burly man and the blonde girl could see it. This powerful, oil-like mass of energy gave off a feeling of destruction, death, and corruption. Just seeing it would make one's scalp go numb and their body go soft. What is this? A spell? The burly man's eyes widened. He seemed to know some things about the patterned man. For example, he was aware that the other party was very dangerous. As such, after learning that the patterned man was looking for him, he immediately chose to avoid him. According to the information he got, the patterned man was a superb killer, one who was good at using poison and killing people without leaving traces. There were countless people that had died in his hands. Moreover, he seemed to possess some supernatural abilities, like the ability to cast curses and the likes. However, as for what those curses and other abilities looked like, the large man had no idea. Now that he was witnessing this power firsthand, he felt terrified. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die this time. The burly man shouted, "Shop owner, don't worry about me. Run." After all, this was not a power that humans could resist. Song Shuhang. This big brother looks really fierce, but he's actually quite kind. Before, he had also reminded Song Shuhang to change the restaurant sign to avoid unnecessary trouble. The blonde girl also hurriedly shouted, "Shop owner, there is a lot of energy in this oily thing. Quickly get away from it." Song Shuhang softly said, "Don't be afraid." On his chest, a transparent lotus flower emerged. This lotus was as exquisite as a work of art. In the next moment, the roots of the lotus flower stretched out and plunged into the evil energy of the netherworld, wiping it clean all at once. The terrifying, oil-like energy disappeared. The shop owner is so powerful? The burly man's mouth was agape. The blonde girl under the cash register felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted. Whether it was the runes and evil energy released by the patterned man, or the lotus on the chest of the shopkeeper, they were beyond her cognition. This kind of unscientific power was completely different from the power that she had studied and mastered. Was it some kind of superpower? This kind of ability which, despite having many people researching it, has never been proven to be real actually exists. Meanwhile, the patterned man had bitten his tongue resolutely, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His spell was complete. The patterned man shouted, evil energy passage opened, guiding the flow, filling it to the top. Life spell, You're Busy T233, I command you to hurry over. The energy on his body gathered madly into the blood that he had spewed out from his mouth. At the same time, his vitality was quickly consumed. Song Shuhang's brows raised slightly. If he had heard correctly, the patterned man had just shouted the name, You're Busy T233. This weird name couldn't refer to the same existence that he knew, right? Sure enough, a familiar consciousness descended along with the energy from the spell. It was the consciousness of You're Busy T233. This spell had been specially developed and spread by Senior White 2 a long time ago in order to collect energy for T233. After all, You're Busy T233's size was simply too big, and it took a long time to recharge every time. When people used this spell, they would be using their lives to recharge T233. And if T233 was in a good mood, it would come over, separate a strand of its consciousness, and respond to the call of the user. Today, You're Busy T233 seemed to have some free time. Song Shuhang said, "Yo. You're Busy T233 sensed Song Shuhang and immediately understood. Had this person called it over to deal with tyrannical Song? Hello, no. Tyrannical Song. Goodbye, no. Tyrannical Song, little son said before disappearing. Its time was precious. Recently, it was cooperating with its master to integrate itself with the core of the big-eyed planet. As long as that core was installed in its body, it would no longer have to worry about energy consumption. Of course, since it had come, it sent a message to the person who cast the spell before returning. As such, before leaving, it had politely left a message to the patterned man who cast the spell. Hello, no. T233 suddenly found out that there was an important matter to take care of at home, so I'm heading back. You're Busy T233 is now offline. Patterned man, confused face. What was going on? He had successfully summoned over the consciousness of the pet of a netherworld realm big shot, so why did it suddenly turn back? Something urgent came up back at home? If there was something urgent back at its home, how did it have the time to stroll around and come here? Do you think that I'm some 3-year-old kid who can be fooled so easily? Moreover, he'd vaguely felt that the consciousness of the pet he'd summoned had said hello to profound sage tyrannical Song. Was it just him hearing things? Song Shuhang clapped his hands lightly. Do you want to continue? Since you can't summon T233, then how about replacing it with something else? Perhaps you could try summoning something like the 3 pure ones? The patterned man was speechless. Due to the spell he'd just cast, his skin had dried up, wrinkles had emerged on his face, and there were now a lot of strands of white hair on his head. The spell had consumed more life force than expected. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Ah! Lion claw. The patterned man rushed forward, frantically waving his claws. His 5 fingers were like knives, and each of them slashed out with force. Taking his momentum into consideration, the patterned man's attack seemed quite strong. Under the cashier counter, the blonde girl's mechanical eyes locked onto the patterned man, and the electronic chip in her brain quickly analyzed his movements, trying to figure out how she could dodge the attack if she were to fight him. The blonde girl anxiously said, "No, he's too fast. Moreover, his hand carries something akin to saber chi. It's extremely sharp, and it should be able to cut through metal easily. Could the shop owner defend against such an attack?" Under her mechanical eyes, the shop owner made his move. Bam! The shop owner waved his hand seemingly at random. Immediately afterward, all of the sharp saber chi dissipated. The shop owner's palm didn't lose any of its strength, and continued on to slap the patterned man's face. "Aya!" The patterned man screamed, and his body was sent flying while spinning. He hit the wall, spinning 2.5 times while plastered onto the wall before he slowly slid down. The impact had caused a few cracks to appear on the wall. So terrifying. The blonde girl stared blankly. The shop owner didn't even seem human. He was as strong as a monster. Although he didn't have large muscles, he did give people a feeling that he was extremely powerful. The puppet maiden calmly said, 2 tables and a cracked wall. Song Shuhang. Will I end up having to shoulder this debt? The patterned man struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at the profound sage tyrannical Song. He discovered an unfavorable fact: profound sage tyrannical Song had no intention of killing him. From the beginning to the end, profound sage tyrannical Song had only used ordinary attacks, and the intensity of the attacks was clearly controlled. He certainly didn't think that profound sage tyrannical Song had a good impression of him, and wanted to train him to become his successor. There was probably only one reason why the other party had been showing mercy, and that was that he wanted to capture him alive. Could it be that he wants to torture me and dig out my secrets? Or could it be that profound sage tyrannical Song plans on using me as a guinea pig? His plan was to die, and then resurrect afterward. He never thought that, when faced against profound sage tyrannical Song, it would be pretty much impossible for him to die. The patterned man moved his eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and blasted his fist towards the wall behind him. Song Shuhang softly said, "Hey, we only got this small restaurant a short while ago, don't break it." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and gently tapped the patterned man. In the next moment, the patterned man felt that the scenery in front of him had changed. The restaurant was gone, replaced with a red plaza. And is this an illusory reality? The patterned man immediately thought of the legendary ability that only those at the 7th stage realm or above could grasp. In the middle of the plaza, he and profound sage tyrannical Song were facing one another. The puppet maiden, Chu Chu, and the mysterious blonde girl appeared by the edge of the plaza, watching the goings-on. The burly man had disappeared, while the blonde girl looked around in surprise. Her worldviews took another hit. How did they suddenly get here from the small restaurant? Did they move to another space, or was it a visual illusion? These methods were completely unscientific. The knowledge that she had learned and mastered all this time proved useless here. At first, Song Shuhang wanted to send the patterned man directly into the Palace of Winter and imprison him. However, there were still a few days before the arrival of Senior 7 Lives Talisman, and it would be too wasteful to keep the patterned man in custody the whole time. He should make the most out of him. Chu Chu and Inju lacked an opponent for practice, and the weakened patterned man was the right person to fill this position. Therefore, Song Shuhang moved him to the plaza of the Palace of Summer. The kidnapping was complete. Of course, in order to prevent this guy from wandering around the inner world and disturbing the other people living there, Song Shuhang also needed to limit the range of his activities. Walls of the Four Kings. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground. Rumble. The Golden Lion King's Wall, White Tiger King's Wall, Ice Shark King's Wall, and Lightning Falcon King's Wall appeared and erected themselves around the plaza, surrounding the patterned men. Subsequently, the immortal fairy monster Cat's Divine Gate appeared directly above the walls. With this last piece, the plaza became a sealed room, and there was no need to worry about the patterned man escaping. Even walls can appear out of nowhere. The blonde girl took a few steps back, reaching out and tapping on the walls. It isn't an illusion, it's real. This wall is so sturdy. Its degree of hardness is completely unscientific. What material is it made of? How was it made, and how did the shop owner make them appear? Moreover, where are they usually hidden? Her mechanical eyes could not identify the materials that the walls were made of. The blonde girl couldn't restrain her curiosity. She really wanted to study the structure of these four walls and to know the principles behind them. Curiosity was the driving force of human progress. Exploring the unknown was a way to discover new knowledge. The face of the patterned man was ashen. Profound sage tyrannical Song really wanted to capture him alive. Moreover, he was now in his illusory reality. If he died and his means of resurrection activated, it would definitely be sensed by profound sage tyrannical Song. At that time, his resurrection process would be cut off before it could even begin. The patterned man thought to himself, I can't die. At the very least, I can't die until profound sage tyrannical Song cancels the illusory reality. At this moment, Song Shuhang turned around and called out, Chu Chu. Chu Chu said, yes, teacher. Song Shuhang said, come here. I'll grant you a layer of armor and let you practice with him. It just so happens that we're lacking an actual combat target, so you can use him to practice. However, do be careful. The other party has strength at the 4th stage realm, so he's much stronger than you. Chu Chu asked, will that really be fine? She had only recently switched to the 33 Divine Beasts technique, and was still at the 2nd stage realm. The patterned man said, a warrior would choose death rather than be humiliated. Profound sage tyrannical Song actually wanted him to be his disciple's training partner? This was simply bullying. Song Shuhang smiled, and pointed at Chu Chu before saying, my disciple is at the 2nd stage realm. I'll give you a chance, as long as you defeat her within half an hour, I will let you go. Really? The patterned man's eyes lit up. Although it was said that warriors would rather die than be humiliated, things that could be discussed if they were given a way to survive. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. I'm giving you this chance, but it all depends on you whether you can grasp it or not. The patterned man gritted his teeth, and said, "All right. Teacher, will I be fine?" Chu Chu said with some worry. No matter how weakened the opponent was, he was still at the 4th stage realm, while she was only at the 2nd stage, an entire 2 great realms behind the other party. Moreover, she had only recently switched to the 33 divine beasts technique, and had not mastered the cultivation technique yet. Don't worry, believe in yourself. And even if you lose, it won't be a problem. He'll simply get another chance at life, and if there is an opportunity in the future, it won't be too late to catch him again. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and lightly patted Chu Chu. His saber intent secretly covered Chu Chu's body. Chu Chu's heart thumped, and she immediately came to a realization. This was Song Shuhang's saber intent armor. If this saber intent armor was activated, she would be pretty much invincible in battle. Song Shuhang said, "Go, experience a head-on battle with a 4th stage cultivator." Chu Chu nodded. After that, she reached out and pulled out the short sword tied to her leg, and stood opposite the patterned man. "Hiya!" The patterned man gritted his teeth, and thin black mist emerged from his body again. The mist materialized and attached to his arms. He stretched out his hands and punched, resulting in 2 masses of black mist speeding toward Chu Chu. Chu Chu lifted her sword and fully displayed her sword technique. The short sword moved unceasingly, creating a sword net that smashed the black mist. However, the smashed black mist passed through the sword net, and descended on Chu Chu like rain. This was the difference in power between a 4th stage and a 2nd stage practitioner. At this time, saber intent emerged from Chu Chu's body. The saber intent circulated, transforming into a suit of tight-fitting armor that wrapped Chu Chu. The black mist rained down on the saber intent armor. The saber intent armor shone slightly, completely blocking the incoming attack. "Armor intent?" the patterned man asked in surprise. After realizing that she didn't need to worry about defending, Chu Chu released waves upon waves of sword chi, focusing only on attacking. The sword chi enveloped the patterned man and forced him back again and again. "Not bad. Chu Chu, I'll see you in half an hour." Song Shuhang waved. The blonde girl only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, she returned to the small restaurant. Her figure was still under the cash register. "We're back?" The blonde girl turned her head and looked around in confusion. In front of the cashier counter in the restaurant, the large man's eyes were wide open in disbelief. He had just watched the shop owner and the others suddenly disappear. Then, after a flash of light, they were back. It was too science fiction-esque. Sometimes, reality was even more bizarre than movies. "Oh, you're still there. I thought that you would have taken the opportunity to leave." Song Shuhang clasped his hands as he looked at the big man. The other party was just an ordinary person, so he did not bring him into the inner world. The puppet maiden calmly said, "It's for the better that he hasn't left. Now, we can erase his memories of what just happened." The large man asked in disbelief, "Erase my memories? What was this? Men in black?" Feeling a little flustered, the sturdy man stammered, Is it really necessary for you to erase my memories? Will there be any after effects? Will the process be painful? When you say erase my memories, do you mean that you'll erase my existence as well?" The blonde girl at the cashier also panicked. Will my memories also have to be erased? It's because if we don't do so, things can get very troublesome, the puppet maiden said. We're very busy. If other people start bothering us because of you, how are we supposed to practice? Refining pills, equipment, practicing, or even opening a restaurant requires a lot of energy and effort. Therefore, we've got no time to waste. The meaning of her words was, just keep on doing what you were doing and don't bother us. Once ordinary human beings knew of supernatural abilities, they would look for ways to contact and pursue them. Almost everyone had a dream of becoming a master or superhuman being in their hearts. Therefore, if one did not have any intention of accepting the other party as a disciple, erasing the other party's memories, despite it being rather crude and simple, was the best way to deal with them. Song Shuhang said, "So that's the case. I always thought there were some unspoken rules in the world of cultivation. So just like in the movies, once they're seen by ordinary people, they have to find a way to erase the other party's memories." The puppet maiden said, "Don't worry, the process of erasing memories will not hurt you at all. Tyrannical Song, use your sun finger." Song Shuhang doubtfully stretched out his virtuous finger, and asked, "Wait, my sun finger doesn't have the function of erasing memories, does it?" The puppet maiden said, "Stop talking. Just stretch out your finger and use it." Song Shuhang then cooperated with the puppet maiden and used sun finger. The dazzling light of virtue was like a small sun. "It's so dazzling, I'm going to go blind." The burly man felt brightness blind his sight. And just when he rubbed his eyes vigorously and focused on the idea of going blind, the puppet maiden cast a small spell to erase his memories. The memory erasing technique would become more effective the less prepared the other party was. When the burly man wiped his eyes, his face became confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" The burly man scratched his head with a dazed expression. The blonde girl's eyes widened. Was the flash pen from the movie, Men in Black, changed into a flash finger? The puppet maiden seriously said to Song Shuhang, "These small techniques can often come in handy. Don't go opening restaurants just because you're free. You should spend more time studying these practical techniques." Song Shuhang burst into tears. Was it he who wanted to open a restaurant? Wasn't it she who had traded for the restaurant? He had simply taken over the restaurant and ran it for fun. Song at a loss. Shuhang. However, the puppet maiden was right, he needed to take some time to learn some of these small techniques. An illusion technique to conceal his body, a soundproofing technique, a memory erasing technique. After all, he eventually wanted to be a reliable senior. One couldn't reach a very high realm while only knowing the battery charging technique and the lightning palm, right? I've decided. From today onwards, I will study hard. As soon as Song Shuhang decided that he had to find time to learn some small techniques, he thought of a problem. He had no learning materials. Currently, he only had a few magical technique books on hand. The first few were of the Seal series, such as the Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques, and the Encyclopedia of the Basic Sealing Techniques of the Five Elements. These were the rewards that Senior White had given him after he had co-starred in the Apocalypse War. Back then, Senior White had prepared suitable remunerations for all of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. What had been prepared for Song Shuhang was the Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques and the Encyclopedia of the Basic Sealing Techniques of the 5 Elements. After all, for a cultivator to be unable to even use the simplest seal techniques was simply too shameful. But after learning it, Song Shuhang had only mastered the most fundamental aspects of sealing techniques. The other 2 that he had were the Heavenly Master's Techniques, Lightning Chapter, and the detailed explanation on how to set up an illusion formation. It was Senior Turtle who had snatched them from Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant before handing them over to Song Shuhang. Among these 4 magical technique books, there was not a single practical magical technique like the soundproofing technique and the memory erasing technique. "Fairy, would you be interested in teaching me some small techniques like the memory erasing technique?" Song Shuhang looked expectantly at the puppet maiden. "I'm busy." The puppet maiden clasped her hands, and then solemnly said, "I'm busy running a shop, so how can I have the time to teach you?" Song Shuhang. At this time, the burly man scratched his head, and couldn't remember why he was in this small shop. As such, he left with a dazed expression. Not long after he left the shop, he saw several of his subordinates lying unconscious outside the restaurant. A group of bystanders who didn't know the situation looked curiously. What happened? Why am I so flustered? He hurriedly ran to his subordinates. He patted his subordinate's face vigorously. Wake up, wake up. What happened? However, his subordinates were in a very deep sleep. Even when he slapped them really hard, they wouldn't wake up. There's no use slapping them. We've already tried all kinds of methods, but not a single one woke them up. A kind-hearted bystander said, "Don't worry, we've already called an ambulance, and the ambulance will arrive soon." The sturdy man rubbed his brows vigorously. Who had made his brothers lose consciousness? Why did he appear in that strange restaurant? What happened in the restaurant? Why couldn't he remember anything at all? He thought hard, hoping to dig a clue out of his mind. As he was in thought, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a treasure not too long ago. He didn't know what this treasure was. He just felt that when he carried it, there would be evil and seductive sounds that came from this treasure. This treasure is a hot potato, the burly man thought to himself. I must look for a way to get rid of it. As he was thinking of a way to get rid of it, he immediately thought of the auctions on Western Orchid Island. Western Orchid Island was apparently a place backed by powerful forces, and the auctions here had considerable influence. However, he didn't even know what exactly the treasure that he had was. If he were to put it up for auction, wouldn't he end up on the losing end? Should he look for someone to appraise it first? While he was in thought, an ambulance had arrived. The burly man accompanied his brothers to the hospital while thinking of ways to deal with that weird treasure. Inside the restaurant, the puppet maiden lowered her head, and said in fluent English, "Now, it's your turn, little girl." To be honest, Song Shuhang had no idea when she had mastered this foreign language. The blonde girl stammered, "And my memory will also be erased?" The puppet maiden said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt. You saw what happened just now, didn't you?" Song Shuhang bent down, stretched out his virtuous fingers, and stood in front of the blonde girl. "Come, your memories will be erased when the flash shines." Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was pushed open again. "I've found her. She's right here. The coordinates that we have confirms that she's indeed here. Be careful. Surround this restaurant, and don't let her escape again. Attention, catch her alive, don't destroy her. She has a precious experimental body. Lock onto her position, keep quiet, and don't alert her." Several low-frequency sounds came from the door. The frequency of these sounds was far lower than the sound frequency that normal humans could hear. In this way, this communication method achieved a similar effect to that of the secret sound transmission technique. In short, it was the scientific version of group secret sound transmission. However, Song Shuhang, who was at the fifth stage realm, was no longer within the scope of ordinary people. He heard the exchange clearly. In addition, the figures of the guys standing at the door were in a state of invisibility. In Song Shuhang's eyes, these guys also looked like they were made of transparent glass. If they were leaning against a pile of debris, they would be ignored by passers-by. However, practitioners were able to see more things with their naked eyes. Under Song Shuhang's spiritual sense, the group of guys at the door stood out like black ants on white paper. "I found her. Using the X-ray function, I've discovered that she's hiding under the cash register." "Wait, this posture, who is this store manager, and what is he doing to her?" "Don't worry, this shop owner is just an ordinary person. He might have been horny, and when you're hungry, you can't pick what you eat." Song Shuhang. What the hell are they trying to say by, "when you're hungry, you can't pick what you eat"? He looked at what he was doing. At this moment, he had his virtuous finger stretched out, facing the blonde girl. Song Shuhang spoke to the blonde girl using the secret sound transmission technique, "Are these people looking for you?" The blonde girl stiffened when she heard his words. Her mechanical eyes swept towards the dining room, and a look of horror appeared on her small face. "Damn it, the shop owner is in the way. We can't take her back." Use an anesthesia gun and put the shop owner to sleep first. Ordinary people are so troublesome. If I hadn't been afraid of causing trouble, I would have already killed this hungry guy. Song Shuhang. While he was talking, a figure raised the anesthesia gun and shot at Song Shuhang. A needle from an anesthesia gun was fired at Song Shuhang. Ding! Song Shuhang raised his hand slightly and caught the anesthesia gun needle with his 2 fingers. He caught it. I feel like he is staring at me. Could he have found us? That's impossible. We're invisible right now, and it is impossible for ordinary people to see us. It might be that the needle of the anesthesia gun was detected by his 6th sense. This person might be a master fighter with keen senses. Shoot him from another angle, try from behind. Song Shuhang retracted his finger and assumed the same posture as the puppet maiden. Well, things had suddenly become a little more interesting after a while. The transparent figure quietly moved behind Song Shuhang, raised the anesthesia gun again, and shot at him. The virtuous Lamia appeared, flicked her slender hand, and sent the needle of the anesthesia gun flying away. However, ordinary people could not see the virtuous Lamia. In their perspective, when the needle of the anesthesia gun was about to hit Song Shuhang, it suddenly flew away. Chapter 1490. If you don't know how to do anything, what did you come out for? Are you surprised? Even if I don't actively stop the needle as it shoots towards me, you can only dream of it actually piercing through my body. On the outside, Song Shuhang had the virtuous Lamia readily protecting his body. On the inside, he had the Tyrant King Expert's shield of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, which also had the ability to automatically protect its master. In addition, he had the 5th stage black iron godly armor, which also had a similar automatic body protection effect. Even if these weren't with him, he still had spiritual energy protecting his body. The anesthesia gun's shots would never have been able to reach Song Shuhang's actual body. Damn it, what just happened? Is there any glass on this guy's body? Let's all shoot him together. If so many anesthesia shots were to penetrate his body, wouldn't he die? It's fine. As long as we handle this well, we can deal with his death quite easily. Song Shuhang thought, they're this cruel? If that's the case, don't blame me. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth rose slightly. He was getting ready to see these guys' expressions after a short while. After all, it was natural to repay kindness with kindness and cruelty with cruelty. Did they really think that he was easy to bully just because he had a kind-looking face? At this moment, a gate appeared and opened right in front of Song Shuhang. It was a spatial gate. Could Senior White have finally had enough playing around? No. Senior White would never use spatial gates when traveling. His spatial talent was completely different from the spatial gates of Tribulation Transcenders. In that case, who was it? The virtuous Lamia also sensed the spatial fluctuations, so she no longer played with the random small fries, and immediately wrapped her figure around Song Shuhang's in order to guard against what or who might emerge from the spatial gate. Due to their attention having been drawn to the spatial gate, they didn't even notice the needles from the anesthesia guns being shot and rebounding. Bang, bang, bang. All the needles nailed themselves on the scales of the tail of the virtuous Lamia, twisting strangely along with her tail. In the eyes of the invisible guys, just as the anesthesia needles were about to hit the shop owner, they suddenly stopped in midair before twisting around strangely. Superpower? Mental powers? However, hasn't the subject of superpowers been proven to be false? We haven't found the possibility of superpowers activating within human beings. This is strange. Ready your weapons. I don't believe that he'll be able to block even bullets. At this time, a jade foot stepped out of the spatial gate. The feet were as white as jade, slightly arched, the curves were graceful, and the toes had pink nail polish. Afterward, a girl in a black skirt stepped out of the spatial gate. On her skirt, there was a pearl that was as big as a pigeon egg. The moment that the black dress girl appeared, she saw a group of strange guys holding strange weapons, and shooting at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang seemed to turn a blind eye to them, with his chin being held up by his interlocked fingers while having a serious look on his face. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. You like sitting still and having people attack you? The black dress girl looked at Song Shuhang, and calmly said, if you have such a hobby, then I could help you with that. Song Shuhang. If I said that I'm trying to act cool, would you believe me? That's right, although I'm sitting still and letting them shoot me wildly with their anesthesia guns, I'm honestly only showing off. You have to believe me. Those transparent and invisible guys couldn't stop their eyes from widening when they saw a woman with black hair and a black dress suddenly appear in the restaurant. What kind of magic was that? How did she suddenly appear here? They really could not grasp how this woman in the black dress appeared. Could it be that she had run over at supersonic speed? Hello, Senior Chu. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. Senior Chu, did you also know that I just opened a business? Have you come as a customer? Opened a business? The black-dressed woman turned her head, looked around, and then she asked in confusion, a restaurant? Song Shuhang said, exactly. Pavilion Master Chu Tu calmly said, but I'm already quite full today after eating 11 tentacles, the very large kind. Song Shuhang said, you can have dessert after dinner, can't you? Then, he turned around. Ugh. Chu Chu was still fighting the patterned man in the inner world. Song Shuhang was afraid to open the inner world at this moment. Pavilion Master Chu Wan was still soaking herself in the living spring. If he were to open a gate to the inner world, Pavilion Master Chu Tu could immediately sense Pavilion Master Chu Wan's aura, and take that opportunity to dive into his inner world. At that time, he wouldn't be able to stop Pavilion Master Chu Tu. As such, he could only find someone else to replace Chu Chu. Song Shuhang stared at the few guys who were invisible, and said, hey, you guys, stop being dazed. You guys shot me with anesthesia guns, so stop fooling around. Do you really think that I can't see you? The group of guys who were invisible felt bitterness in their hearts. They realized that the strange shop owner had found them long ago. Song Shuhang pointed at Invisible Man number 1, and asked, do you know how to make desserts? Invisible Man number 1 shook his head. Idiot, if you don't know how to make desserts, what did you come out for? Song Shuhang sent a slap towards him. The palm wind made a thunderous sound. Rumble, Invisible Man number 1's helmet was smashed into pieces, and his entire person was sent flying and spinning away while blood covered his face. With a bam, Invisible Man number 1 had fallen. The invisible equipment on his body lost its effect, and his bloody face twitched as he passed out. Song Shuhang continued to ask, next, can you make desserts? Invisible Man number 2 said, I can make scrambled egg rice. Fool, I can make egg fried rice, I can even make golden egg fried rice, probably even better than you. If you aren't as good as me, then why would I need you? Song Shuhang sent out another slap. Under the ferocious wind from his palm, the sound of booming thunder resounded. Invisible Man number 2 screamed as he was sent flying out. His helmet shattered in midair while his face became bloodied. With a puff, Invisible Man number 2 had fallen. He landed less loudly than Invisible Man number 1 because half of his body landed on him. Next, what can you do? Song Shuhang turned his head and stared at Invisible Man number 3. Die, you damn devil. Invisible Man number 3 took out his gun and shot at Song Shuhang wildly. The rain of bullets lit up the entire restaurant. Song Shuhang looked impatient, and the moment that Invisible Man number 3 shot out, he sent out a slap. This time the palm wind turned into a whirlwind visible to the naked eye, and all the bullets that shot toward Song Shuhang were caught by the palm wind, and became part of the whirlwind. The palm wind fell on the Invisible Man number 3. Boom! All of the armor on number 3's body exploded. Number 3 screamed like a pig being slaughtered as his entire body became covered in blood. Bang! He got stuck onto the wall first, then slipped down, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. The remaining invisible people were all stunned silly. The eyes of the blonde girl under the cash register shone brightly, her hands balling into fists. The shop owner is an ordinary person who has not undergone a mechanical transformation, yet he has such monstrous strength. What kind of technology is this? How did he become so powerful? Department of Superpower Research? Biochemical Warrior Department? Variant System? Gene Lock Unlocking System? The blonde girl found her spirit for research burning fiercely. I really want to know, I really want to understand. The delicacy of knowledge, I really want to taste it. The desire for unknown knowledge made her forget her fear. Song Shuhang looked at the fourth invisible person, and then raised his hand. I've suddenly gotten a little lazy, should I just directly send out a palm? Invisible Man number 4 anxiously asked, Shop owner, are you not going to ask me if I can make anything first? If the shop owner were to send out a palm, he would follow in the footsteps of his companions, rotating 360 degrees in midair with a bloodied face before falling unconscious. He felt a sharp pain just seeing it. Song Shuhang said, Can you? I can. I really do know a little. I can bake cakes. I can see that there is an oven in the kitchen, and I should be able to use that. If there's cream, I could make it a little more beautiful. I can also serve a simple vegetable salad on the side. Invisible Man number 4 quickly added, My ex-girlfriend liked to eat cakes, I learned to make it at the time. Song Shuhang said, A talent. Our restaurant needs talents like you. Take off your equipment and go and make a cake. Tell me if you don't have enough ingredients. Invisible Man number 4 quickly took off the invisible equipment and weapons on his body before running all the way to the kitchen to make a cake. Song Shuhang looked at Invisible Man number 5. What about you? What can you make? How could he receive Senior Chu 2 only with a cake? The more dishes, the better. Invisible Man number 5 raised his hand, and said, I can make ice cream. If there aren't enough ingredients, I could make some smoothies instead. Very well, take off your equipment and go to the kitchen to help. Song Shuhang waved his hand. Invisible Man number 5 felt relieved. Then, Song Shuhang looked at the last invisible man. I don't know anything, are you going to beat me up? Invisible Man number 6 said with tears streaming down his face. Song Shuhang said, What are you afraid of? I'm not the devil. I noticed that you were the only guy who didn't shoot me with an anesthesia gun. I was worried that I would get hurt if the anesthesia gun was too large. You have a good personality. Take your equipment off, and I can let you off. Invisible Man number 6 took off his equipment after pondering for a moment. Right, before you leave, look at my finger. Song Shuhang showed his virtuous finger. Invisible Man number 6 looked at Song Shuhang's finger. The virtuous finger flashed sharply. Invisible Man number 6 exclaimed, Ah, it's so bright, what the hell? The puppet maiden appropriately used the memory erasing technique. Then, she waved her finger. Afterward, Invisible Man number 6 was sent flying out of the restaurant. The door to the restaurant closed automatically. Invisible Man number 6 looked around with a dazed expression. Strange, where am I? I remember that I received a mission. What was the mission? Pavilion Master Chu Tu was expressionless as she watched Song Shuhang finish dealing with the group of invisible people. After Song Shuhang dealt with the invisible people, she said, Before I eat, I have something to ask you. My head, when are you going to return it to me? Song Shuhang solemnly said, What? Senior Chu, what do you mean, your head? I don't know anything. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, Then I'll ask you another question, where's the almighty merchant? Song Shuhang said, this, I really don't know. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, if you don't know anything, what did you come out for? F***ck, isn't that the line I just used? Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, show mercy. If Pavilion Master Chu Tu were to send a palm of hers at him, he was afraid that he might directly be turned into bloody paste, without having the chance to resurrect. After all, Pavilion Master Chu Tu was an immortal. Moreover, his resurrection gold coins were still on cooldown. After a resurrection gold coin was used, there was a 10-day-long cooldown before another gold coin could be used. He couldn't afford to die at this moment. Well, then what do you know? Pavilion Master Chu Tu calmly said. If you don't know anything, then don't come out. I'm serious. Song Shuhang said, although I don't know where the almighty merchant is, I have the contact information of his disciple, Almighty Seller. Pavilion Master Chu Tu calmly asked, Almighty Seller? Would I be able to buy my head from them like I would be able to from the almighty merchant? Song Shuhang shook his head after giving it some thought. Pavilion Master Chu's head was still in his inner world. Without his consent, nobody would be able to take her head away. Even the almighty merchant couldn't break into his inner world. What's the use then? I only want to buy my head back. I don't need anything else, Pavilion Master Chu Tu said in dissatisfaction. Under the cashier counter, the electronic eyes of the blonde girl peeped at Pavilion Master Chu Tu repeatedly. She was puzzled. The relationship between the beautiful girl in a black dress and the shop owner was so puzzling. The shop owner looked like he was at least in his 30s. That's not right. If one looks carefully, the shop owner actually looks quite young, as if he's in his 20s. It should just be that he maintains his appearance well. After all, the shop owner looks rather mature and reliable. On the other hand, the girl in the black dress on the opposite side looked petite and exquisite, and should be 15 years old at most. The shop owner looked much older than the other party. However, the shop owner kept on calling the other party Senior Chu. A 30-year-old uncle calling a 15-year-old girl a senior. What kind of strange relationship was this? The most important thing was that the conversation between the shop manager and the girl in the black dress was so horrifying. First, the girl, Chu, asked the shop owner to return her head. The shop owner said that he didn't know where it was. Then, she asked the shop owner to tell her the contact information of a merchant, and that she wanted to buy her head from that merchant. What kind of terrifying conversation was this? What kind of product was this Chu girl's head? And most importantly, wasn't her head right there right on top of her neck? The blonde girl used her mechanical eyes to repeatedly confirm that her head and neck were completely intact. But when the shop owner was talking with the other party, it was as if she really was missing her head, and he was calmly chatting with her about the matter of trading for her head? The blonde girl couldn't help but think of all kinds of ghost stories that she had heard of before, such as the legend of the headless horseman and so on. After thinking of such things, she couldn't stop herself from shivering. And she didn't know if it was just her, but she felt like the temperature around her had somewhat dropped. She felt a little cold. Despite her being mechanically modified, most of her body was still human, so she could still feel cold. At this time, she really wanted to have a sheet that could bring her a little warmth. To Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, then, that almighty seller. Can they contact the almighty merchant? She bought Pavilion Master Chu's hair from the almighty merchant previously, and she was certain that it was the hair of her own head, and that it had been pulled out not that long ago. Therefore, she believed that she would be able to buy her head back from the almighty merchant as long as she had enough spirit stones. Song Shuhang shook his head again. When he saw Fairy Almighty Seller last, she was also looking for the almighty merchant. Speaking of that, there was a bet between the almighty merchant and Senior White 2. As long as the almighty merchant could avoid Senior White 2 and wasn't caught by Senior White 2 within 4 days, Senior White 2 would not capture him again, and would even give him 2 big deals. And if the almighty merchant was caught within 4 days, Senior White too wanted to get his sheet from him and 20 treasures on top of that. Calculating the time, 4 days should have passed, so the almighty merchant should be safe now, right? He shouldn't have to avoid Senior White too anymore. If that was so, then why couldn't Fairy Almighty Seller contact him? Could he have gotten addicted to playing hide and seek? Or could it be that the almighty merchant had been taken away by Senior White too? Pavilion Master Chu Tu said seriously, then, that means that you still don't know anything. Stop messing around. Song Shuhang. Pavilion Master Chu Tu stared at Song Shuhang's head, looking at it in interest. Her eyes were like the sharp blade of a thief, and Song Shuhang felt his neck go cold. Pavilion Master Chu Tu suddenly said, "Since I can't find my head, then give me your head." Song Shuhang responded, "Huh? This new topic was a bit too scary, no?" Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, "I've given it some thought, and I only lack a head at the moment. Your head is also suitable, and I can replace mine with yours. I'm not disgusted with you, so I'll be able to accept merging your head with mine." She was serious. Her gaze told Song Shuhang that not only was she thinking about it, she really wanted to do it. Song Shuhang's scalp went numb. Since Pavilion Master Chu Tu lacked Pavilion Master Chu One's head, it wasn't that strange that her thinking was rather abnormal. Was a head something that could be unscrewed, and then installed back on? Song Shuhang hurriedly waved his hands, and said, "Wait, wait. My head is definitely not suitable for Senior Chu. I'm a man, and you're a woman. Moreover, if my head is taken off, I will die. No, I feel that your head will match me very well. Moreover, you won't die. Your head will fuse with me, and your life will fuse with mine, lasting forever, never dying until the universe comes to an end." Pavilion Master Chu Tu slowly stretched out her hand, getting ready to twist off Song Shuhang's head. Song Shuhang said, "Wait, wait. Give me some time to think about it. At least give me some buffer time." The cooldown time of his resurrection gold coin hadn't ended yet. What if his head were to be twisted off and he died? They should at least wait until his resurrection gold coin was back up, right? Even if the resurrection gold coins were back online, he didn't want his head to be twisted off. "You don't have to think too much, I'll simply twist your head off gently. And if you really want, I could save your body using special means. Even if I twist your head off, your body won't die off." Pavilion Master Chu Tu calmly talked about terrifying things. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, "Wouldn't that make me a headless knight?" "Wait, let's discuss things first. Senior Chu, there's no need to be in a hurry." He definitely couldn't let Pavilion Master Chu Tu take his head. If she really could switch out for someone else's head instead, then there seemed to be room for negotiation. Pavilion Master Chu Tu kept her hands stretched forward, ready to twist off his head at any moment. "What do you want to discuss?" "You might not be in a hurry, but I am." Song Shuhang said, "Wait. Anyway, I'm right here, I can't run away. Let's talk about the problem of the head first. Senior Chu, do you need a head that satisfies you? Does it not have to be your own head?" Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, "In principle, I will get my own head back sooner or later. However, before I find my own head, I could use your head temporarily. I'm not disgusted with you, so I can accept you." Song Shuhang said, "Then, can't you use someone else's head?" Pavilion Master Chu Tu thought for a moment, and then said, "No, I feel sick just thinking about using other people's heads. Heavens, am I not also a part of those other people?" Song Shuhang asked, "Then why are you fine with my head?" Pavilion Master Chu Tu thought for a while, and said, "Well, first, I know you, and we are more or less friends. Second, when I was resurrected and reborn, the first thing I saw was you, and I felt that you were very kind. Third, your surname is Song, which personally gives me a good impression. 1. Song Shuhang. Are you a chicken? After breaking out of your shell, you instantly feel some cordiality with the first thing you see? Pavilion Master Chu Tu asked, is there still anything more? If you're done talking, I'm going to twist your head off now. Song Shuhang hurriedly waved his hand, and said, wait, give me some time to think. There might be other solutions to this that don't involve twisting my head off. After saying that, he looked at the puppet maiden who was beside him. The puppet maiden had her fingers crossed and her chin resting on them as she pretended to be an inanimate puppet, remaining motionless. Song Shuhang looked around and saw the small blonde girl shivering at this time. After listening to the conversation between Song Shuhang and Pavilion Master Chu Tu, she had been frightened out of her wits. Song had soon to be gone. Shuhang felt very anxious. Senior Chu Tu urged, how much longer are you going to make me wait? Her patience seemed to be thinning down. Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, please be patient. Also, the desserts haven't been served yet. We can continue talking after you finish your desserts. Give me some time to think things over first. Pavilion Master Chu Tu seriously said, alright, then I'll twist your head off after eating the dessert. One Song Shuhang secretly let out a breath of relief. Song Shuhang thought, fortunately, the inner world is not blocked. As long as I'm fast enough, I might be able to hide in the inner world before Pavilion Master Chu Tu can react. Before he entered the inner world, it would be best for him to look for a way to divert Pavilion Master Chu Tu's attention elsewhere and create an opportunity for himself. Right, he could have his clone, Song Shuhang too, be the one to replace him in having his head twisted off first. That should be enough to draw her attention. At the moment when Pavilion Master Chu Tu was twisting Song Shuhang Tu's head off, he could immediately transfer the puppet maiden, the blonde girl, and himself into the inner world. Song Shuhang was in thought while he habitually opened the 9 provinces number 1 group. Besides, speaking of heads, Song Shuhang kept on getting the feeling that he had other materials available. However, even after thinking for some time, he couldn't think of any suitable materials to use. In the inner world, were there any other heads besides Pavilion Master Chu One's head? 2. Song Shuhang searched through his mind with head as the keyword. Soon, he thought of his pet, Lady Onion's onion sprouts. One shouldn't underestimate these onion sprouts. In theory, they were Lady Onion's heads. However, if he handed over Lady Onion's sprouts to Pavilion Master Chu Tu, the other party would most likely eat them all in a single bite rather than put them on her neck. Obviously, the onion sprouts were not a suitable material. Besides Lady Onion's onion sprouts, what other heads were there in his inner world? Song Shuhang thought while typing a message in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, urgent, if someone wants to twist my head off, what should I do? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, fight them. Do you even have to think about this kind of stuff? Su Clan 7, it goes without saying. Of course it would be to twist their head off instead. Northern River's loose cultivator calmly analyzed, I think that since Shuhang is asking this question in the group, I'm afraid that the other party is someone that Shuhang can't mess with. Senior Northern River was always so gentle and considerate. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, I can't twist their head off. So, I'm asking if there is anything that I could use instead of my own head. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked, what realm is the other party at? Tian Tian Kong and Tian Tian Wei are both nearby, do you need their help? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, at the level of a big shot. We definitely won't be able to beat the other party, and escaping wouldn't be easy either. Although I have a trump card for escaping, if I fail, there is no room for recovery. As such, I'm trying to see if there are any other solutions. Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked, Senior White isn't back yet? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, nope. Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Lychee, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, hey, seniors, please don't talk like I'm really going to die. I feel like I can still save this situation. Please help me think about it. Is there anything that I can exchange in place of my head, or is there any way for me to grow my head back? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, you aren't a plant monster, so it won't be easy for you to grow your head back. When you truly reach the 8th stage realm, you might be able to grow your head back if you use Cheng Lin's self-healing technique. Song Shuhang, is there any other way? Yellow Mountain is a nice place said, yes. This should be Daodu. This name was a snippet of the stupid Yellow Mountain song. Yellow Mountain is a nice place, die once, then resurrect again. Don't even mention losing your head, even if your entire body were to be crushed, you'd be back fine and dandy after a while. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said, the problem is that Song Shuhang has just resurrected. Would he be able to resurrect again in a short time? I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog, Shuhang, does it have to be your head? Are other people's heads no good? Also, I've been meaning to ask, if that big shot urgently wants to twist your head off, how do you still have the time to chat in the group? It was already rather weird for villains to talk for hours before killing the protagonist in movies. Now, there was a big shot that had actually given Song Shuhang some time to chat in the chat group before twisting his head off. Just what was going on? Daodu couldn't figure it out. Song Shuhang curiously said, huh? This is Daodu? Then, who is the one above? Yellow Mountain is a nice place, it's me, Dongfang Snow. Song Shuhang. It turned out that it was Fairy Dongfang. There were two Fairy Dongfangs in the 9 provinces number 1 group. One was Fairy Dongfang 6, who absolutely loved to run people over, and the other was Fairy Dongfang Snow, who loved the stupid Yellow Mountain song. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, it's a long story, but this big shot and I know each other. However, our relationship isn't that good. Currently, she is a customer in my shop, and she's waiting for the dessert before she goes and twists my head off. In addition, if my head is twisted off, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resurrect. At most, I would become a headless horseman. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, your relationship really is quite messy. Song Shuhang, anyway, resurrection might not work. And my resurrection treasure still hasn't finished cooling down. I want to find out if there is something that could replace my head before the dessert comes. Daodu, since you won't die, then there's no need to worry. After you become a headless horseman, if you bitterly practice Cheng Lin's self-healing technique to a high level, won't you eventually be able to grow your head back? Song Shuhang, is there really no other way? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, there is no other way. After all, you can't beat the other party as you aren't strong enough. At this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, a member who hadn't been online for a long time reappeared. Xian Nu Sect Skylark, hello, everyone. I finally got to go online again. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Senior Skylark, are you all right? Xian Nu Sect Skylark, I'm safe and sound. Thrice Reckless, I'll look for you to have some fun in a few days. It's a pity you're not me, Shuhang. Otherwise, it won't be a problem even if you cut your head off and gave it away. Fairy Skylark's old body and bone of eternity were still in the fat ball's hands. As for her newly born self, she had previously escaped from the demon Tribulation realm, but had no idea as to where she was transported to. It was only today that she had finally returned to the main world. Song Shuhang, Fairy Skylark, you can't mess around anymore. If you die now, you really will die. While saying that, he finally remembered who else's head was in his hands. In his inner world, there were a bunch of Skylark parts. Among them was also a head. As Fairy Skylark was blessed with the power of eternity, these parts were still alive. However, Skylark's body parts were rather troublesome as they would attract those giant turtles of disaster. Therefore, Song Shuhang had subconsciously ignored this pile of parts when considering the things that he could use in exchange for his head. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, actually, that might work. I'll give it a try. Thank you, Senior Skylark. I might have to use your powers for a while, please don't blame me. Xian Nu Sect Skylark? Tyrannical Saber Song 1 is offline. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Senior Song, you should ask that senior if they're in a hurry. If they aren't in that much of a hurry to twist your head off, you can find a beast called Hydra or a descendant of it, then use its blood to refine a pill. After eating the 6-headed pill that you can refine from its blood, you will grow out several heads, and that should be able to satisfy that senior. The method to refine the pill is available on Spirit Butterfly Island. However, Song Shuhang did not see Soft Feather's message as he had already put away his phone. Xian Nu Sect Skylark, there is such a magical pill? Do these additional heads have a functioning brain? Soft Feather, I haven't tried it out. I just know that my father has such a pill recipe. Xian Nu Sect Skylark, I'll go to Spirit Butterfly Island after meeting Thrice Reckless. At that time, I will talk to fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly to see if I can trade for the recipe of that pill. I feel like that pill is very suitable for me. Inside the restaurant. The dessert had arrived. Although Pavilion Master Chu Tu was quite full, she was fine with eating some desserts. Pavilion Master Chu Tu asked, I can twist your head off after eating it, right? Ah, Senior Chu. I just thought of something. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, actually, I have several better heads with me. They're from a very beautiful fairy whose hair is long and thick, just like yours, although its color is blue. Moreover, her head also has the aura of eternity. Perhaps her head would be more suitable for Senior Chu. Eternity? Pavilion Master Chu Tu raised her head and stared at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, yes. Things are a little troublesome as once that fairy's head appears in the main world, it will attract a species called Giant Turtle of Disaster. They will do whatever they can to recover that fairy's head. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, it sounds too troublesome. I don't really want it. I still prefer your head. Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Senior Chu, you should at least give it a try first. I will find some time to take you to see the fairy's head. Who knows, you might like it after seeing it. Pavilion Master Chu Tu drank the smoothie and raised her head. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I'll check out that fairy's head. If it's suitable, then we won't need to twist your head off. If it isn't, we'll be twisting your head off. Song Shuhang felt happy. Alright, no problem. He still had confidence in Fairy Skylark's head, no matter what was said, it was still a head with the aura of eternity, and even the fat ball couldn't resist its temptation. Pavilion Master Chu Tu would certainly not be able to resist the temptation of the power of eternity. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, wait until I finish eating this. Although she was full, she had agreed to finish these desserts, so she had to finish them. Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, can you give me some time to prepare? Because the aura of eternity is quite special, I'll need some time to prepare when I bring that fairy's head into the main world. He couldn't directly bring Pavilion Master Chu Tu into the inner world. After all, Pavilion Master Chu One's head was still there. As such, he had to either find a way to temporarily transfer Pavilion Master Chu One's head elsewhere, or think of a way to transfer Skylark's head to the main world without alerting the giant turtles of disaster. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, how long do you need? Song Shuhang thought for a while before replying, how about 10 days? 10 days was a safe bet as his means of resurrection would be back online by then. Even if Pavilion Master Chu Tu was dissatisfied with Skylark's head and wanted to twist his head off, he could still resurrect. Pavilion Master Chu Tu said, that feels a bit too long. I'll give you 5 days. 5 days later, I will come to see you again. After that, she poured the whole smoothie into her mouth. I will come to see you in 5 days. If it isn't suitable, I'll twist your head off. After saying that, she stood up and kicked at the air. A spatial gate opened, and she entered that spatial gate. By the way, the space at the edges of this small island has become very chaotic as of late. There are several worlds that converge around this small island. One of the worlds is the celestial realm, and there is a long-lived celestial race in that realm. They like to hunt down 5th stage practitioners and monsters with demon cores, then take the golden or demon core of the other party as their trophy. Seeing as you are currently full of golden cores, they'll love you. You should be careful. I'll be coming here in 5 days, so you better not die in the meantime. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Chu." It was a race that specialized in hunting down practitioners with golden cores and monster cultivators with monster cores. Still, how was such a race able to survive until now? It seemed they were either really good at hiding or very powerful. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Senior Chu, did you come here to warn me about this?" After thinking about it carefully, Pavilion Master Chu Tu had deliberately come over through a spatial gate, and said that she wanted to twist his head off, but she ultimately had not twisted his head off. Could it be that Pavilion Master Chu Tu's main purpose for coming here was to use a roundabout method to tell him about the celestial realm and the celestial race? Pavilion Master Chu Tu, who was already half inside the spatial gate, turned her head and looked at Song Shuhang. She stared at Song Shuhang for more than 3 seconds before slowly saying, "You look like a narcissist, the same as that fool." 6. Song Shuhang. After Pavilion Master Chu Tu finished saying that, she completely entered the spatial gate and disappeared without looking back. After she left, the puppet maiden returned to its normal activity. "She's finally gone. Is that senior an immortal?" The puppet maiden turned her head and looked at Song Shuhang. Although she was currently a puppet, due to puppets' heads being a convenient choice, she was afraid she would be targeted. Song Shuhang nodded. The puppet maiden pondered. "Your ability to make friends is truly exceptional. It's very similar to that of a good friend of the Great Northern Emperor. That guy had been especially active during the era of the ancient heavenly city, having many friends who were far stronger than him. Moreover, he knew a lot of people who were at the same realm as he was. He was especially good at hugging other people's thighs." Song Shuhang said, I know who you're talking about. It should be Death-Seeking Song, right?" The puppet maiden blinked. She then turned her head, and looked at the invisible people who were resting in the kitchen. There were also the 3 invisible people lying on the ground. The puppet maiden changed the subject, and said, "They heard the content of your conversation. Should we erase their memories?" Song Shuhang asked, "Are you free right now?" The puppet maiden replied, I am quite free. Let me erase their memories." Using the secret sound transmission technique, Song Shuhang said, "No, what I was trying to say was that if you're free, can you teach me small techniques like the memory erasing technique?" The puppet maiden seriously said, "Never mind, I suddenly found out that I'm quite busy. I have to repair the tables and the walls." 1. Song Shuhang. The puppet maiden stood up and went to repair the small tables. Teaching other people techniques. I will never do such a thing again. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "What's the story behind this?" The puppet maiden raised her head, and said, "I once taught a junior in the heavenly city the heavenly lightning technique. A month later, his usage of the heavenly lightning technique was even better than mine." "Is that why?" Song Shuhang looked puzzled. "Fairy, aren't you a bit too sensitive?" The puppet maiden lowered her head and kept repairing the table. After that, he and I would discuss the heavenly lightning technique's lightning aspect daily, and he ultimately beat me black and blue. This is another reason why I have a trauma when it comes to heavenly lightning. Whenever I come across it, I'd immediately want to squat down and hold my head. Thanks to him, I later developed the crouching down while holding your head defensive technique, which then became a secret technique for surviving Tribulation lightning. Song Shuhang cautiously asked, was it Death-Seeking Song? Death-Seeking Song was my senior, not a junior, the puppet maiden said quietly. But regardless, I will never teach anyone surnamed Song any techniques. Another person surnamed Song? Song Shuhang suddenly wanted to flip a table. Die, unloyal people should. Die. Unfilial people should, die. At this time, at the cash register, the female cover of the 7 Deaths song sounded out from Song Shuhang's phone once again. Has Senior Tianwei sent someone to pick us up? Song Shuhang turned and looked at the screen. Oh, it isn't Senior Tianwei. It's Senior White. Had Senior White finally come out of the chaotic sea? Song Shuhang quickly answered the phone. Senior White's voice sounded. Hello? Shuhang, where are you right now? Song Shuhang replied, I am currently on Western Orchid Island, which is near Heavenly Field Island. I am here waiting for you. Senior White's voice replied, why did you go to Western Orchid Island? I'm still in the chaotic sea. I found an interesting secret realm here. I'm getting ready to break into it and see what's inside. I just managed to find my phone on the seabed. I will send the main body over to you first. After that, I'm going to explore this secret realm, and see what I can get from it. It seemed that Senior White's main body was still in seclusion, and the one who was calling was his clone. Senior White's clone asked, stand still, I will lock on to your coordinates. Anyway, where are you exactly? Song Shuhang replied, in a restaurant. We were bored, so we opened a restaurant here. Senior White's clone suggested, you opened a restaurant? That sounds interesting. When I finish exploring this secret realm, I'll meet up with you. Then, we can run the restaurant together. By the way, after I send the main body to you, you can put it at the entrance of the restaurant to attract guests. Doing so will guarantee you a constant flow of customers. 1. Song Shuhang. He was more afraid that Senior White's statue might end up getting stolen. This wouldn't have been the first time. 3. Senior White's clone said, alright, step aside. I'll teleport the main body over to you. Song Shuhang quickly stepped aside. The space suddenly began to fluctuate. Senior White's main body, as a statue, was transported over and settled firmly where Song Shuhang had originally stood. Senior White's clone said, help me take good care of my main body while I get ready to explore this secret realm. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. By the way, Senior White. Do you have a tutorial on the memory erasing technique? I want to try and learn this magical technique. Senior White's clone said, open the Learning God system that I gave you previously. There is a teaching materials purchase function in there. When you scroll all the way to the end, you can find a hidden page with some basic magical techniques that you can buy. You should be able to buy the memory erasing technique tutorial with a single Learning God point. 1. The Learning God system has such a function? Song Shuhang asked in surprise. Senior White's clone said, only the special one that I made for you. The general version that will be mass-produced in the future will definitely not have such a function. For Song Shuhang said, okay, I'll try it out. After hanging up, Song Shuhang lifted his t-shirt and looked at his waist. A vivid three-dimensional Calabash Brothers tattoo was there. One Song Shuhang said, it's still there. I really thought that it would have disappeared after the resurrections. The puppet maiden glanced at the tattoo on his waist. I didn't expect you to have such a cute tattoo. The little blonde girl who was still squatting under the cash register stared at Song Shuhang curiously. She had seen many tattoos. She remembered that people in the East liked to tattoo dragons, phoenixes, eagles, snakes, and the like on their bodies. But the shop owner had actually tattooed such a cute thing on his body. Song Shuhang said, "This isn't a tattoo. This has a great history behind it. However, it's difficult to explain." Recently, due to dying too much, he had forgotten to use the learning God system to learn the language of the ancient era. 3. He remembered that after he got the system, his goal was to one day be able to roll his tongue properly and call out the virtuous Lamia's name. Song Shuhang said, "The language of the ancient era is very important, and it is necessary to learn it. In the future, besides cultivation, I will have to set aside some time to enrich myself with knowledge." The puppet maiden echoed, "The language of the ancient era is indeed very important." Song Shuhang entered the learning God system again after a long time. He followed Senior White's instructions, and found the page where he could purchase teaching materials. Sure enough, he found a tutorial on the memory erasing technique. In addition, there were various practical small techniques such as the soundproofing barrier, minor body concealing illusion technique, and the ground leveling spell. Fortunately, I still have some points in my account. Song Shuhang purchased this tutorial. Later, his consciousness was brought into the learning God space, and he began to learn the small technique. 1. The blonde girl said, "The shop owner's pupils have lost focus." The puppet maiden explained, "His consciousness has entered a deep learning state." Perhaps due to the blonde girl's body being partly mechanized, the puppet maiden felt close to her. 2. After an hour, Song Shuhang opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. The puppet maiden curiously asked, "Have you learned it?" Song Shuhang was now at the 5th stage realm, and learning a technique did not take much time. This was one of the benefits of increasing one's realm. Song Shuhang said, Senior White's magical techniques are relatively easy to learn." He went beside the unconscious Invisible Man number 1. After doing so, he stretched out his hand, and his spiritual energy went to work, condensing into a rune between his fingers. The casting process of Senior White's techniques was simple. They consisted in condensing runes, activating them, and then activating the magical technique. Whether it was the lightning palm or turtle breathing technique, this was the casting process for them. Erase. Song Shuhang pointed at Invisible Man number 1's forehead. Normally, Song Shuhang should have been able to roughly sense the periods of memories through the magical technique. After that, he could erase the memories that the guy had over a certain period of time. However, when Song Shuhang succeeded in casting the technique, the screen he found himself faced with felt, rather anti-cultivation. In response to his actions, an icon for a C drive and a D drive popped up. D drive had opened automatically, and a folder named Memory appeared inside. 1. The folder then opened. There were subfolders in this folder, each named according to year. 2001, 2002. 2017. 2019, 1. Finally, the subfolder 2019 was opened, and inside were some memory files. Song Shuhang found the memory file for October 14, 2019. Here it is. Delete. After he right-clicked on the memory file, a box appeared. 1. There was only one option, and that was to completely delete the file. Next, the memory file was deleted and erased completely. And so, he was done using the memory erasing technique. Song Shuhang retracted his finger and looked up at the sky. He didn't know how he should evaluate Senior White's magical techniques. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "Forget it, it's good as long as it works." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to cast a spell on Invisible Man number 2. But at this time, the door to the restaurant was pushed open again. The burly man, whose memories had been erased by the puppet maiden earlier, had entered the restaurant again while carrying a black box with him. 4. Why was this customer back? Weren't his memories erased by the puppet maiden? Could it be that, after his memories were erased, he had come to eat 10 dishes before asking the shop owner to provide him with the escape service again? Song Shuhang pinched his chin. He seemed to have found a way to make a fortune. No, doing such a thing would be too lowly. Song Shuhang's morality reminded him that doing such a way just to earn a fortune would be too despicable, and he absolutely should not do it. The puppet maiden calmly laid out the restored table, stood up, and said, "Hello, welcome." "Hello." The burly man scratched his head and looked at the restaurant. He himself was rather baffled, not knowing why he had gone into the restaurant. He had some impression of this restaurant in his mind. It should be a restaurant that secretly provided an emergency escape service. The code was to finish 10 dishes in one go, and hand the plates to the shop owner. However, why did I come here? From what he could recall, what he wanted to do was to get rid of the strange treasure that he recently got. After he sent his brothers to the hospital, he immediately returned to his treasury and took out the treasure. After that, he wanted to go and look for an appraiser to appraise it. While he was thinking of this, he had inexplicably walked all the way into this restaurant. After stepping into the restaurant, his heart felt like it had been gripped. The dining room table seemed to have been broken, and a beautiful girl was repairing it. There was a big hole in the wall as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. What was even more frightening was that behind the shop owner, there were 3 men in strange armor who were stacked together with blood on their faces. In addition, there was a streak of blood on the wall behind the shop owner. Is this a haunted house? The burly man thought to himself. Sure enough, it's better for me to leave this place. While thinking of this, the burly man got ready to wave his hand and leave. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he saw a strange statue in the store in the corner of his eye. The statue seemed to be a sculpture of an immortal sitting cross-legged. It was obviously just a stone statue, but it seemed to carry a special charm. The burly man froze after seeing the stone statue. His eyes involuntarily locked onto the statue. Was this a statue of some immortal from Chinese mythology? It was obviously just a statue, but it made people feel a supreme temperament coming from it. When he looked at the statue, his mind began to visualize an extinct immortal with an extraordinary temperament. He should have long hair that fluttered in the wind, be dressed in spotless white clothing, and be considered a peerless existence. The burly man unintentionally became fascinated by it. Ahem. Song Shuhang calmly picked up the senior white main-body statue, and hid him behind the counter. "Customer, do you need something? Would you like to order something to eat?" Inside the inner world, Chu Chu had finished her practice and was meditating, reflecting on her experience fighting with a 4th-stage caster. If the burly man were to order something, Song Shuhang would have to pull Chu Chu out. The burly man opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. He craned his neck strenuously, wishing his eyes could see through the cash register and see the statue that was sitting cross-legged. Song Shuhang. I'm sorry. Shop owner, that statue of yours, is it the work of a great master? Can I ask that great master to sculpt one for me? The burly man patted his chest, and said, "Money is not a problem." Song Shuhang replied, "Unfortunately, that master isn't in this world." The statue was a combination of Senior White's magical techniques. Where was he supposed to find that master? The burly man scratched his head, smiled fatuously, and said, "Did he pass away? That really is a shame." After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Shop owner, where have we met before?" After no longer being attracted by the Senior White statue, the burly man finally focused his attention on the seemingly ordinary shop owner. The shop owner looked very young, looking to be only about 20 years old. However, there was a sense of vicissitudes on him, as if he was 40 or 50 years old. Taking the average, the shop owner should be around 30 years old, right? For some reason, Despite this clearly being the first time he was seeing the shop owner, the burly man felt an inexplicable sense of trust toward him in his heart. He felt that the shop owner was an omnipotent and worldly expert. He had a hunch in his heart that perhaps he should hand over the treasure that he had over to the shop owner for appraisal. This feeling was inexplicable, but it felt very real. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, not replying to the burly man's question. The burly man scratched his head. After giving it some thought, he gritted his teeth, lifted the black box he was carrying with him, and placed it on the counter. The burly man said, "Manager, can you help me appraise this treasure? I want to know what it is." While saying that, without even waiting for Song Shuhang to agree, he directly put in the password to the box and opened it. Inside, there was an object that looked like a black gemstone. It was about the size of a chicken egg. Surrounding it, there was black spiritual energy wafting around, but this was something that only practitioners could see. At the moment when the box was opened, a whispering voice sounded. That voice seemed to be tempting people to fall and vent their desires. Song Shuhang disdainfully said, "This again?" This method was quickly getting futile. It was especially so because of the netherworld fat ball who developed things such as divine weapons and heirloom rings, which all carried their own whispering temptation function, tempting cultivators to fall and become evil demons of the netherworld. This method was simply overused by the fat ball. Song Shuhang had become extremely resistant to this kind of whispering. After all, how could a mere whisper compare to the 88,888 voices chanting in his mind every night? They weren't even on the same level. The burly man asked, "Shop owner, do you know what this is?" Seeing Song Shuhang's disdainful expression, he thought, could this object actually be worthless rubbish? Song Shuhang calmly said, "It's something similar to an energy core. This thing should be an ancient demon core." This was also what he had heard from the patterned caster. But if it were to be taken literally, it should be the energy core left behind by an ancient demon after dying. An energy core? The burly man was dumbfounded. After scratching his head, he asked, "Shop owner, is this thing worth money? If it is, how much is it worth? I'm planning on auctioning it off." "You're going to auction it off?" Song Shuhang looked at the burly man in surprise. "Yes, I feel like this thing is a hot potato. Keeping it would simply bring me trouble. If I can, I want to get rid of it as soon as possible," the burly man said with a serious face. Song Shuhang praised, "Your willpower is quite good." For the burly man, an ordinary person, to be able to withstand the temptation of the murmurs of the ancient demon core and make up his mind to get rid of it, his willpower had to be very strong. It was a pity that the other party's age was a bit too high, and he had completely missed the ripe age for cultivation. Otherwise, with his strong will, the 9 provinces #1 group might have seniors who would develop interest in him. Song Shuhang said, "Honestly speaking, I can't estimate the specific price of this thing, because it'd be hard to find someone who will give you money for it." "No one will give me money for it?" The burly man felt upset when he heard the words. If no one would purchase it, then it would be difficult for him to get rid of it. Song Shuhang explained, "It's not that it isn't worth anything, instead, it's that it isn't easy to use money to reflect its value." The burly man asked, "Shop owner, if I took it to auction it off, how much would I be able to get?" Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders. "It depends on the situation. If there are people who know its value, it should be able to get a high price. Otherwise, it's hard to say." The burly man thought about it again, and asked, "Shop owner, do you have any thoughts on taking this energy core? You want to trade it off to me?" Song Shuhang thought for a while, stretched out his hand, and tapped on the ancient demon core. The area of the defiant whale warrior's glove that was on his fingertips receded. As he pressed his finger on the ancient demon core, the secret appraisal technique was activated. When the secret appraisal technique was being used, Song Shuhang's body instantly sublimated. Dozens of wounds appeared on his smoky body, but his smoky body quickly recovered the smoke that left it. Information soon appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang quickly lifted the pseudo-eternity smoke mode. The whole transformation process had not even lasted a second. In the burly man's eyes, the shop owner's figure became blurry for a moment. But then, after blinking once, he found that the shop owner was still the same. The burly man thought to himself, "Did my eyes go bad? Phew." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. Sublimation was similar to young Master Phoenix Slayer's liquefaction skill, rendering him immune to the wounds that result from using the secret technique. However, the mental pain would not go away, and it still needed to be endured. The results of the appraisal emerged. Cosmic Demon Race, the core of a royal blood demon. Because of it being too old, the energy contained in the blood demon core has nearly been exhausted. If you can find a way to recharge it, you will acquire a precious, blood demon king's core. Song Shuhang pondered, blood demon? Come to think of it, could this be the unfortunate cosmic demon that was wrecked by the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group? Cosmic demons who would be considered as major villains in movies, series, and light novels were actually a rather tragic race that would be ground to dust in the real world. Their status in the world of cultivation was equivalent to an event boss. They were wealthy when it came to materials, and they also possessed a good deal of magical treasures, natural treasures, and spirit stones. In the main world, there was also an organization that specialized in monitoring cosmic demons. Whenever a cosmic demon descended, the practitioners of the world of cultivation would eagerly scramble for it. At the Chu family's grievance-settling platform, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group had benefited a lot from beating up the blood demon. Song Shuhang asked, "This energy core, the energy contained in it is almost exhausted. However, it is still a priceless treasure. If you really want to trade it off, will you accept gold?" He originally wanted to ask the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group for some money, but he suddenly remembered that he had a lot of gold sand on him from the harvest in the Wielder's small black room. At that time, he had taken a large amount of gold sand back in preparation to build a golden palace in the inner world. Chapter 1495E, Drive Memory Area. The burly man doubtfully asked, "Gold? Gold is a hard currency, I can accept that. However, if you could simply trade via transfer, it would be better as that would make things a lot faster and more convenient." "Shop owner, can't you just transfer it?" Song Shuhang replied, "I don't have that much money. The largest sum of money in my hands is about 10 million renminbi in phone balance." The burly man stared at Song Shuhang with a strange look in his eyes. After a long while, the burly man said, "Gold is fine." Song Shuhang asked, "So, how much gold do you want?" The burly man was dumbfounded. "It's up to you, shop owner. I don't know the value of this energy core." "Alright, then come with me." Song Shuhang stood up. The burly man lifted the box and followed him trustingly. Song Shuhang took the large man to the restaurant's storage room. At this time, the storage room was closed, and the 2 invisible men had taken the ingredients out along with them. At the moment when the door opened, Song Shuhang connected the door of the storage room to a room in his inner world's Palace of Winter. At the same time, he moved the gold sand into this room. After the burly man followed Song Shuhang into the room, his eyes were blinded by the brightness. In front of him, there was what could be considered a small mountain of gold. Under the refraction of the light, the gold sand exuded a dazzling light, the light of wealth. Song Shuhang said, "You can take away as much gold sand here as you can. As long as you bring it away, it belongs to you." He didn't need to worry about the quality of the gold sand that came from the Wielder's small black room. The burly man said, "Can I bring my car over? Is your car small enough to fit into my restaurant?" Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "I'll lend you a trolley." There is a trolley used for delivery in the storage room, you can use that. The gold looked dazzling. However, 1 gram was worth about 300 renminbi. Song Shuhang hadn't been paying that close attention to the gold market during the year, but it should be around that. If the burly man was forced to carry it away, it would already be considered pretty good if could bring away around 200 caddies of gold. 200 caddies would be equivalent to around 100,000 grams, and that would be equivalent to around 30 million renminbi, 3 times the amount of money the mythical sword sage used to top up his phone. This was the difference between physical and electronic transfers. The real thing looked dazzling, gold that couldn't even be moved. If it was an electronic transfer instead, it would merely become a series of numbers, and there would be no sense of satisfaction. The burly man scratched his head, and after thinking about it, he gave the blood demon core in the box to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the core, and calmly said, "With that, the transaction is complete." Soon after, the burly man pushed out the trolley and left the storage room. Several large sacks were stacked on the cart, each filled with golden sand. It was a transaction wherein both parties parted satisfied. Song Shuhang asked, "You can handle this gold sand by yourself?" The burly man replied, "Don't worry, shop owner, I have my own channels. I'll be fine." The quality of the gold sand was so good that there was no need to worry about it. Moreover, even if he kept it for himself, that would be fine as well. The burly man kept on getting the feeling that the gold sand had indescribable magic to it, causing it to be especially dazzling. He could bring it back, store it in a room, spread it across the ground, and then enjoy lying there. After pushing the trolley to the entrance of the restaurant, several big men in black suits trotted over, took the big bags from the burly man's trolley, and then carried them to their cars in batches. The burly man returned the cart to Song Shuhang. The burly man asked, "Shop owner, if I have another treasure next time, can I still trade it with you?" He thought of Song Shuhang's gold sand, and wanted more. Amazingly, although he wanted the sand very much, he didn't have any evil thoughts in mind. In other words, every cell in his body was warning him not to have any malicious designs on the shop owner's gold sand. After seeing the burly man go away, Song Shuhang turned around and closed the door to the restaurant. The puppet maiden was repairing the wall at this time. The fairy was simply ingenious, and had the ability to fix everything. Tables and walls couldn't trouble her at all. In the end, she was an existence that could even repair herself. The puppet maiden asked, "That core, its energy is almost exhausted, so what use is there in exchanging for it?" Song Shuhang replied, "This core is a blood demon core. I have a blood demon bone on me and some blood demon pearls. There might be a way to recharge it. If I don't have enough materials, Senior White should still have a lot more blood demon pearls. Besides, it's not like I lose much by trading away some ordinary gold. I guess you're right." The puppet maiden continued to repair the wall. Song Shuhang transferred the royal blood demon core into the inner world. Afterward, he went to Invisible Man number 2, and continued to use the memory erasing technique. Invisible Man number 2 was similar to number 1 in that his mind had a C drive and D drive. After Song Shuhang found the memory file that contained today's memories in the D drive, he deleted them completely. "Great, I'm getting increasingly skilled at this, and I haven't failed so far," Song Shuhang said with satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the center of the eyebrows of the last invisible person before performing the memory erasing technique. Number 3 had been the one to shoot at Song Shuhang, which led to him being slapped into the wall and smearing blood over it. Song Shuhang suddenly found that this invisible person had one more drive in his mind compared to the 2 invisible people beforehand. He had an E drive in his memories. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Huh? Why is he the only one who has an additional drive?" If divided by the computer operating system, the C drive should be a person's operating system memory. For example, basic functional memory such as walking, eating, drinking, and thinking. There might also be some driving memories, or perhaps some memories of a particular skill and talent. D. Drive contained the memories of a person's daily life. The memories Song Shuhang wanted to delete were all stored in their D. drives. With that said, what was inside the E. drive? Song Shuhang first used the memory erasing technique to erase Invisible Man No. 3's memories of today. Afterward, he used the memory erasing technique again. This time, when the technique showed him the interface that contained the C, D, and E drives, Song Shuhang tried to choose to enter the C drive. However, the attempt failed. Ouch! Song Shuhang received a backlash from the technique. He couldn't enter the C drive using the memory erasing technique. The magical technique failed, and he suffered a minor mental shock because of this. Fortunately, the other party was just an ordinary person, and their mental energy itself was very weak. For Song Shuhang, this backlash barely brought him any pain. It seemed like the C drive was an area he was forbidden from accessing. Song Shuhang muttered, "Is it the memory erasing technique itself that's unable to erase the memory stored in the C drive, or is it that my cultivation level isn't high enough? I guess I'll ask Senior White when I have the time." The puppet maiden looked at Song Shuhang curiously. What was the relationship between the memory erasing technique and the C drive? Song Shuhang said, "I'll try one more time. This time, I'll try to enter the E drive." He then once again used the memory erasing technique, lightly placing his hand on the forehead of Invisible Man No. 3. This time, when the magical technique showed him the interface which contained the C, D, and E drives, Song Shuhang chose to enter the E drive. Warning: unknown energy breaking into the electronic chip. Booting firewall program. From the body of Invisible Man No. 3, an electronic voice came out. Ouch! Song Shuhang was struck by the backlash from the magical technique once more. He failed again. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows, and doubtfully said, "Electronic chip? Isn't it a memory area?" The eyes of the blonde girl under the cash register widened, and she stared in shock at Song Shuhang. Was the shop owner trying to intrude into the electronic chip just now? How could that be? He wasn't using any tools. The electronic chip was a kind of biological chip developed during research on mechanically transforming human bodies. When the degree of mechanical modifications was over 30%, such a chip was needed to assist the user's body. Moreover, in addition to assisting the body, the electronic chip also had a variety of magical functions, and it had powerful computing and analytical capabilities. In conjunction with the mechanical transformation part, the mechanically modified person would become akin to a Superman. There was also such an electronic chip in the blonde girl. The shop owner had not used any machinery or tools at all, yet he was able to invade the electronic chip in the body of Invisible Man No. 3? Just what kind of creature is the shop owner? The blonde girl became suspicious. The shop owner can't be an alien, can he? Song Shuhang thought to himself, unlike the C drive, although I also failed to enter the E drive, it was because of a firewall. As long as I work harder, I should be able to break it. Again. He stretched out his finger again, and placed it right between the eyebrows of Invisible Man No. 3. This time, he directly enhanced his spiritual energy and spiritual consciousness violently. The strength of his four cores forcefully increased the power of the memory erasing technique in an attempt to break into the E drive. The firewall of the E drive in Invisible Man No. 3's mind was forcibly breached after being continuously assaulted for 2 seconds. To be precise, the part responsible for defense in his electronic chip had been completely destroyed. Utter brute force. Song Shuhang entered the E drive. Similar to the D drive, there were many memory files stored inside the E drive. What could be sensed and manifested by the memory erasing technique was naturally memory. Song Shuhang wondered, can I look through it? When he entered AD drive using the memory erasing technique, he would only be presented with the function of complete deletion. Perhaps the upgraded version of this technique could have functions such as observing memories, copying memories, and pasting memories, but it only had the precedent of completely deleting memories for now. However, this drive gave Song Shuhang a different feeling. Song Shuhang tried to use his consciousness to tap into the memory files on the drive. A right-click interface emerged. The above still only had the complete deletion function. However, the memory files on the drive were automatically played. The first ones to be played were all screens on the testing of the mechanical body. This was the program and memory stored in the electronic chip that assisted its owner in managing their mechanically modified body. In the end, several pictures flashed in Song Shuhang's eyes. It was a series of scenes of the mechanized blonde girl. Was Invisible Man number 3 also a researcher? Chapter 1496 Unexpected Product, Core Reactor. He remembered that Invisible Man number 3 had the worst willpower out of all of them. After Song Shuhang sent Invisible Man number 1 and Invisible number 2 flying, he collapsed and shot at Song Shuhang with a gun. Song Shuhang thought, could it be that this guy was actually a researcher? However, giving it some thought, that would make sense. After all, researchers didn't need too much in the willpower and endurance department. People who were cruel to others and experimental products were unlikely to be able to be cruel to themselves. There weren't that many scenes that flashed past, only a few appeared. Nevertheless, this meant that the blonde girl had undergone mechanizing operations on several parts of her body, and the operation process was relatively bloody and required support from holy light or dark technology. In theory, the process of this operation was quite sound. Song Shuhang wondered if the blonde girl had willingly accepted these modifications. After a few scenes flashed, a memory file emerged. It was a short video hidden among the pile of messy memory files. Oh, there's actually something like a short video inside the drive, it was hidden quite well. Are you sure that you want to implant this thing into her? She is the most suitable one for this. If she isn't able to adapt to it, there won't be anyone who will be able to within the next 10 years. I'm worried that this might be akin to nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. If she becomes too powerful, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with her. You worry too much. I traveled around the world as a young man, and learned a brainwashing technique from a certain country. Just give me a year or two, and I'll have brainwashed her into a loyal tool. The short video ended here. He actively skipped the next short video. This time, a scene where a dozen guys in sterilized suits were surrounding the blonde girl emerged. We've failed thrice. This is the last chance. If it fails again, her body will collapse. At this moment, her body has already been mechanized in over 40%, which is the limit of our current technology. If it fails again, her body will no longer be able to accept any more increase in mechanized area, and she will most likely become a vegetable. This is our last chance, we can only do our best to increase our chances of success. The 10 or so people in sterilized suits began to get busy. Finally, a member took out a watermelon-sized metal ball from a sealed box. Song Shuhang couldn't help but complain in his mind, F***ck, are you crazy? How are you supposed to put such a large thing inside a human body? Are you playing a joke? That thing is the size of a damn watermelon, and a big watermelon at that. It's 3 times bigger than her head. Where are you planning on placing it? If you're really planning on installing it, the only one that seemed barely viable would be her belly. But after putting it in, wouldn't she look like she was at peak of pregnancy? That's simply demented. This kind of social scum all have to be pulled out from the roots. Wait. Forget it, I should leave this topic for now. Song Shuhang made his consciousness forcibly skip the topic for the time being. At this time, after being brought out, the metal watermelon-sized ball in the scene spread apart as soon as it met with the air. Similar to pulling a strand of silk off of a cocoon, the metal ball spun and turned into strings of silk thread. After having completely been laid out, the core of the composition was revealed. It seemed to be an energy reactor. Even if he was merely looking at it from the other side of a screen, Song Shuhang could sense the vast amount of energy inside the core. The object was entirely produced by technology. Could this be the culmination of scientific research? Song Shuhang thought to himself, isn't this just a real-life version of Iron Man's energy reactor? Had the Department of Science truly become this amazing? They'd even managed to procure such a thing? This strange core was transplanted into the body of the blonde girl. After the core was installed, the countless silk threads spread out, actively connecting with the mechanized parts of the blonde girl's body. Did it succeed? No response. It is still unknown whether we succeeded. There weren't any failures. This is good news for us. Not having any failures is our greatest success. If it fails, we will have to go through at least another 10 years. We must seize every minute and second, we can't allow ourselves to waste any more time. Moreover, this core also has a limit to the number of times it can be transplanted. I can feel that it has become increasingly unstable along with the number of times it has been transplanted. Hasn't the method for the production of the core already been figured out? Not at all. Dr. Yuelang, who made this core reactor, was blown to pieces by the explosion that was produced due to the experiment at the instant when it had been completed, giving his life to science. What is even more troublesome is that all of the records of the research were completely destroyed in that terrifying explosion. In addition, the personnel who assisted him in his research also died in it. The backup research records that we have are merely the initial records of Dr. Yuelang's production of the core reactor. We didn't manage to synchronize our records with the later ones. At this moment, it is very difficult for us to decipher Dr. Yuelang's method of production for the core reactor. I even suspect that Dr. Yuelang himself wasn't clear on the process of producing the core reactor. According to the experimental records he provided, he originally wanted to design and create a shield that could actively defend. He wanted it to be able to normally shrink to the size of a fist, expanding into a shield when needed. However, after that violent explosion, the only thing left was this weird watermelon-sized core reactor. In other words, this reactor might be an unexpected product that Dr. Yuelang accidentally conceived after the experiment failed and exploded? A product of the explosion? This really is headache-inducing. Science always advances in explosions and sacrifices, which can be quite discouraging. If we're successful in transplanting this core reactor, we'll be able to obtain more detailed data through this precious experimental body. In this way, we can identify the specific structure of the core reactor. As long as we're able to figure out this core reactor, we will have super energy technology that is ahead of our time by 200 years. If we can integrate the core reactor and mechanized body technology again, our dominant position will grow even firmer. The subject still hasn't woken up, and further observation is needed. From a preliminary point of view, the transplant of the core reactor is stable, and there is no conflict between the reactor and the experimental body. Close the laboratory and continue observing. The second short video ended. At the same time, Song Shuhang's consciousness withdrew from the E-drive. It's done. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and lightly pressed Invisible Man number 3, transferring him to the inner world's Palace of Winter, where he was imprisoned. At the same time, the several sets of invisible armor on the ground were all transferred into the inner world by Song Shuhang. Whether it was the invisible combat armor or the electronic chip hidden inside Invisible Man number 3, they were the culmination of scientific research far beyond ordinary civilian technology. Senior White should find them very much to his liking. I'll wait for Senior White to leave his seclusion and exit his statue mode, or for his clone to come back from exploring the secret realm, and then give these things to him. He will definitely be able to dig out more useful clues from these. As for the Invisible Man number 1 and Invisible Man number 2, there weren't that many secrets on them, so they were thrown into the restaurant first. Numbers 4 and 5 were still resting in the kitchen. In fact, they were both hiding in the kitchen, and did not dare to come out. Should I just use the memory erasing technique on them, and then have them leave? Besides the invisible people. Song Shuhang looked at the blonde girl who had shrunk into a ball under the cashier and refused to come out. This one also needed a memory erasing technique. However, her body had many more secrets. Song Shuhang intended to let Senior White decide on what to do with her. Under the cash register, the blonde girl's eyes focused on Senior White's stone sculpture. She looked somewhat fascinated. She had even forgotten about the shop owner and the invisible people who had come to catch her. Song Shuhang came to the cash register, and knelt down to look directly at her. "Shop owner, are you selling that stone sculpture?" the blonde girl asked. "I have a lot of money. If you're selling, I will give you all my money for it." Song Shuhang stretched out his finger towards her. Song Shuhang said, "This isn't a stone sculpture. This is actually a respected senior. If you want good fortune, you can worship him. You might become luckier." The blonde girl stared at Song Shuhang for a while, and suddenly there was a hint of pity in her eyes. She had only been looking at the stone sculpture, feeling increasingly fascinated as she continued to look at it, and hoping to be able to purchase it. Now she thought that Song Shuhang was very ill. "Look at my finger." Song Shuhang stretched out his virtuous finger and pointed it at the blonde girl. The blonde girl froze. "Can you not erase my memories? If I don't erase your memories, it will make things very troublesome for me. Your body itself is a great deal of trouble. I keep on getting the feeling that the longer you stay with me, the more trouble will come my way. However, as you're my first customer, after I erase your memory, you can stay in my store for a while," Song Shuhang said, his virtuous finger releasing brighter light. The blonde girl was overjoyed, and said, "Can I stay for a long time?" "Stay with that sister." "Ah. My mechanical eye is going to break down." Song Shuhang took advantage of this opportunity to touch the point at the center of the blonde girl's brows. He then cast the memory erasing technique. The entire process went smoothly. Song Shuhang entered the memory world of the blonde girl. Other than the C drive and D drive which ordinary people had, the blonde girl was similar to Invisible Man number 3 in that she also had an E drive, which was an electronic chip. In addition to the E drive, the blonde girl also had an F drive, which was another piece of equipment. The little girl had a lot of drives. But this time, Song Shuhang did not blindly enter the other drives. He first entered the D drive, and deleted the blonde girl's memory files from today. After he finished deleting the memory files, Song Shuhang got ready to leave the little girl's memory world. However, at this moment, the recently deleted memory file in the girl's D drive was restored. Chapter 1497 Song, "Let me do it, I'm a professional, I'll fight against the heavenly tribulation, Shuhang." Well, this was awkward. Her memories actually recovered after being erased. Was the blonde girl's memory an onion sprout, being able to grow back after getting removed? Speaking of onion sprouts, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something relatively curious. Just where exactly were Lady Onion's memories stored? The onion sprout was her head, but every time an onion sprout was pinched off, her memory wouldn't be lost. Could it be that her memory was stored in her roots, which was her little feet? Plant-type monsters were simply mysterious. I'll try it out again. Song Shuhang once again condensed the rune for the memory erasing technique before reaching out to touch the blonde girl's forehead. As he did previously, he first used the magical technique to erase the blonde girl's memories of today. After that, he observed carefully. A while later, not that long after the memory file was erased, it suddenly recovered. It felt similar to a cloud storage function. Song Shuhang inwardly guessed, it keeps getting backed up. Could it be the F drive? Did the blonde girl's F drive have the ability to restore memories? At this time, the blonde girl's eyes had finally recovered from the strong light of the virtuous finger. She then raised her head to look at the shop owner who was in front of her. The shop owner still gave off a feeling of vicissitudes and kindness as he did previously. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see bits of the shop owner's muscles by his collar. The shop owner's muscles weren't as large as bodybuilders, but they looked a lot more compact, just as if they were cut from marble. Sure enough, as expected of a monster-like man. Wait. Wasn't my memory supposed to be erased? Why can I still remember the shop owner? It wasn't only the shop owner either, all of her memories of the restaurant, the beautiful puppet maiden, the burly man, and the invisible people who had come to capture her but were defeated by the store owner were still there. What was going on? Could it be that the shop owner's flash finger failed? If it really was so, that would be great. I wouldn't want to lose my memory so suddenly, the blonde girl said with joy in her mind. However, the shop owner can't know that I haven't lost my memories. Who knows, if he erases my memories again, I might really lose them. Therefore, I must act like I've been struck with amnesia right now. It wasn't difficult for the blonde girl to act like she had amnesia. She could simply use the electronic chip in her body to bring up the amnesiac expression, to make her acting look realistic. The blonde girl thought, all right, let's do this. Immediately after, she brought up the amnesiac expression. She looked confused. Who am I? Where is this place? Why am I here? She raised her head with a dazed expression on her face. Song Shuhang. Uncle, why am I here? The blonde girl asked, looking at the shop owner with a cautious expression. Song Shuhang. Little girl, where is your conscience? Just what happened to your conscience that you're even able to call a man with an 18-year-old face uncle? And so, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gave her a flick. Stop pretending, I know your memories weren't erased. The blonde girl. If you haven't erased them, then say so earlier. Now I ended up wasting energy on using the amnesiac expression. Song Shuhang said, Fairy, can you come and give it a try? This little girl's memory is very strange, her memories recover on their own after they're erased. Are you going to do it again? The blonde girl's face became bitter. The puppet maiden was admiring the wall that she repaired by herself when she heard Song Shuhang's call. She turned her head, and said, There's no need to try. I was observing the entire time. Her memory is stored in two parts. After one part is erased, the other part will automatically replenish the lost memory. The only way to get past that is erasing both at the same time. However, the other part of her memory isn't stored in her brain, but in her abdomen. Song Shuhang immediately realized. The core reactor? The blonde girl stared at Song Shuhang with wide eyes, then she curled up into a ball, and clasped her shoulders with her arms crossed over her chest with a vigilant look on her face. She had never mentioned the core reactor to anyone, right? How did the shop owner know about it? Song Shuhang turned his head to look at the blonde girl, and smiled slightly. Because I am an omniscient shop owner. This was not the mind-reading technique, this was merely some simple face reading. The little girl's expression was so easy to understand that he could guess what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. The blonde girl shuddered suddenly, she felt that the shop owner's eyes were shining with a strange light, as if he could see through people's hearts. Under these eyes, she had no secrets, no privacy, and no sense of security in her heart. Let's do it again and look at my finger. Song Shuhang didn't give up, and went on to raise his virtuous finger. The blonde girl asked, again? Song Shuhang said, yeah. If your memories can't be erased, then I won't be able to let you go for some time. Those who want to take you back are quite troublesome. I don't want to be involved in this trouble because of you. After all, I'm very busy. I still have to practice, level up, learn the language of the ancient era, learn magical techniques, go to school, and chat with the group, but I don't have time to be involved with science guys. The blonde girl was the experimental product of a scientific research force, and the other party was crazily looking for her. If the blonde girl's memories weren't erased and she was captured by that force, the consequences would be disastrous. It was instinctual for scientists to study the unknown. If those guys in the science department knew about the existence of superhumans like Song Shuhang, they would absolutely not give up on the idea of researching such superhumans. Therefore, if her memories couldn't be erased, Song Shuhang would have to lock her inside the inner world first, and wait for Senior White to exit his seclusion, or for Senior White's clone to come back, or wait for Senior White 2 to show up. The light of the virtuous finger shone dazzlingly again, illuminating the entire small restaurant. At this moment, Song Shuhang placed his hand on the blonde girl's abdomen, where the core reactor was. Would the memory erasing technique developed by Senior White have any effect on this kind of core reactor? Previously, the magical technique had been able to forcibly break into the electronic chip in Invisible Man number 3. Perhaps it could also break into the core reactor? Song Shuhang exerted the memory erasing technique with all his strength. This time, the interface that was shown to him really did change. Only one drive appeared in front of him. Song Shuhang thought to himself, enter, then erase the memories. His mental energy went into the core reactor. The core reactor did not pose any resistance. It didn't have a firewall or anything of the like. This was due to it being a product of an explosion accident. The guys in the science department hadn't even gotten to study it thoroughly, so how would they be able to install firewalls, defensive shields, and the like in it? Song Shuhang's mental energy entered smoothly. Later, he discovered something not so great. The core reactor began to absorb his mental energy and spiritual energy. TSK, he had always been the one to drain others' energy by relying on the lotus roots. He didn't think that he would run into something that would absorb his mental energy instead today. Song Shuhang circulated the true self-meditation scripture silently, forcibly withdrawing his mental energy, and stopping the operation of the magical technique. At this time, after absorbing Song Shuhang's mental power, the core reactor in the blonde girl's body experienced a change. It seemed to have been activated. The originally white core reactor now had a dark steel color. It was like it had cast Song Shuhang's steel hands technique. As the core reactor changed, the silk threads extending from the reactor became energy channels, connecting with the mechanized parts of the blonde girl's body and strengthening them. There was also a part of the energy that was fed back to the physical part of the blonde girl's body, causing her physical body to strengthen slightly. The changes in the core reactor were not over yet. When the entire reactor was covered with a layer of black, a new color started spreading. This time it was the color bronze covering the black color. The mechanized part of the blonde girl's body was strengthened again, and the strength of her body was also increasing. Song Shuhang solemnly said, "This technology is very unscientific. However, it's very much like cultivation." It was unknown when the puppet maiden squatted beside Song Shuhang and began studying the changes of the blonde girl along with him. It felt like the structure of this core reactor allowed it to cultivate, especially with how it strengthened the mechanical parts. The puppet maiden secretly transmitted, when the black iron color took over, the energy intensity released by the reactor became equivalent to a second stage practitioner's. After changing to bronze, the energy intensity of the reactor further increased to that of someone at the third stage. It feels like a practitioner advancing. Fortunately, she is from the science department, so she doesn't have to go through heavenly tribulations like a practitioner, Song Shuhang replied using the secret sound transmission technique. As soon as he said that, the puppet maiden and Song Shuhang raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the sky. In the air, there was a kind of pressure that descended. This aura was something Song Shuhang couldn't be more familiar with. Uncle Heavenly Tribulation was coming. The puppet maiden added, the heavenly tribulation of the third stage. Song Shuhang. Out of everyone, the only one the third stage heavenly tribulation could apply to was theoretically Chu Chu. However, Chu Chu was still in the inner world, and she was still a bit away from the third stage. So did this heavenly tribulation belong to the blonde girl? Uncle Heavenly Tribulation immediately came over and gave him a slap in the face. This is too unscientific, Song Shuhang said. He didn't even know how to start ranting about how someone powered by science would actually have to transcend a heavenly tribulation. However, it's very much like cultivation, the puppet maiden added. I repaired this restaurant with difficulty. I'd just like to remind you that the restaurant belongs to me and I bought it. Song Shuhang said, I will take her away first. He stretched out his hand toward the blonde girl who was confused the entire time. The spatial shuttling ability of the ancestral witch's blessing on his left hand was then activated. He couldn't let her transcend her tribulation in the city. He took the blonde girl, and they disappeared from where they just were. When they reappeared, they were already at an altitude of 300 meters. Chapter 1498 Don't Let Go When You Die. We're in the sky, the blonde girl said in a panic. She was clearly still squatting under the shop owner's cash register just now, but then she suddenly appeared high in the sky in the blink of an eye. Looking downward, she could see the houses that were now really tiny while feeling the slightly strong and cold wind hitting her body. As expected, the shop owner possessed a strong power like instant teleportation. In addition to a monster-like body and powerful combat power, he also had superpowers like instant teleportation. The shop owner had such great capabilities. And more importantly, she saw the shop stepping on the air as if he was standing on the ground. It wasn't floating in the air, but stepping on it like it was solid ground. What kind of superpower was this? Was the shop owner a god? The blonde girl suddenly shuddered. Just now, she had been too focused on the shop owner's instant teleportation and stepping on air, and she had almost forgotten about her fear of heights. As soon as she found there being 300 meters of nothing under her feet, she felt dizzy, nauseous, and weak in her legs. The blonde girl stammered, "Shop owner, I'm not doing so well. I'm afraid of heights." At this time, the majestic shop owner softly said, when in the air, "Don't talk about such terrible things like fear of heights." The blonde girl. The shop owner seriously said, "Relax. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, because I'm also a little afraid of heights. We're quite similar in this regard." The blonde girl. The shop owner who originally appeared mature and reliable to her suddenly felt a little unreliable. Song Shuhang whispered, "It's coming." In the sky, the pressure of the heavenly tribulation continued to gather. "What's coming?" The blonde girl looked confused. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades appeared. This time, he dared not step on the two blades, and instead used only one of them to perform the saber flying technique, while having the other follow him closely. Song Shuhang took the blonde girl, and quickly flew away from Western Orchid Island, moving towards the sea. Fortunately, it was an island. As long as he flew away, he would quickly be able to reach the sea. At this moment, the blonde girl said, "Shop owner, I feel like there's something very dangerous that's about to descend on us." Her instinct told her that danger was coming. Song Shuhang said, "It's not us, it's you." The blonde girl. Song Shuhang said, "Whoops, I forgot to bring Senior White Statue. I should have brought him out just now so that we might have better luck." The blonde girl felt so tired. The shop owner's way of thinking was too jumpy, he would change the topic so randomly. In her opinion, it was very difficult to communicate with the shop owner. After Song Shuhang flew a certain distance away with the blonde girl, he finally found a place to stay, a small island. Song Shuhang landed and placed the blonde girl on the island. At this time, the cloud in the air had begun to condense. The dark tribulation cloud shrouded the blonde girl's head, continuously increasing in size. It looked like the tribulation lightning would soon descend. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, feeling a little distressed. If it had been 5 months ago, back when Su Clan 16 had transcended her tribulation, this heavenly tribulation wouldn't have been different from hers. At that time, as long as a disciple didn't lose confidence in transcending their heavenly tribulation, their senior or master could still make a move and scatter away the heavenly tribulation, thereby giving the disciple more time to prepare. But now, the change in the wielder of the heavens was imminent, and the number of changes in the heavenly tribulation was increasing as well. Taking the monster bird Little Kai's heavenly tribulation as an example, even after her heavenly tribulation had been sealed and scattered, it quickly regathered. It was no longer possible to stop a heavenly tribulation by breaking it up. Moreover, if Song Shuhang intervened in the blonde girl's tribulation, the power of the tribulation would likely increase to 5th stage or above. It might even directly increase to one around the level of the 8th stage due to Song Shuhang's carrying a sage seal. Interfering with others' heavenly tribulation had always been one of the most death-seeking actions in the cultivation world. Song Shuhang thought of the monster tree Miruru. Song Shuhang hadn't even directly intervened in the monster tree's tribulation, only transferring some energy to Miruru through the sage seal. At that time, while receiving his energy, Miruru, the exhausted monster tree, stood up and went back to bravely fight against the heavenly tribulation, believing that victory was in sight. But in the end, the power of the tribulation multiplied, and Miruru ultimately failed to transcend its tribulation. In the end, all that was left of it was the branch that had been stamped by the tyrannical Song sage seal along with a tree sapling. The sapling was currently in the Song Shuhang's inner world. Even after being watered with the living spring and provided with various precious fertilizers, whether Miruru could be reborn or not was still unknown. Similarly, when the puppet maiden had secretly assisted Song Shuhang and the others in the heavenly tribulation realm when the heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb came down, the power of the nuclear bomb had increased to near the 9th stage. I can't directly break it up, and I can't directly intervene in the heavenly tribulation either, so what do I do? Song Shuhang sighed. The blonde girl looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Shop owner, am I going to die? She could feel that the dark clouds and the lightning contained in them were aiming for her. Why could lightning lock onto a single person? It was simply like a weapon. This kind of completely unscientific thing was something she had gradually become able to accept after getting in touch with the strange shop owner. The current level of science could not provide an explanation for everything. That was because the current level of science was still lacking. The science that people mastered currently might only be considered at the kindergarten level in the greater picture. It would naturally be impossible to explain problems and events at the doctoral level while having knowledge only at the kindergarten level. Song Shuhang said, "This is a heavenly tribulation, it's something that's aimed at cultivators. If you're able to get through this, you will genuinely possess strength at the 3rd stage. Heavenly tribulation?" This was a term that sounded very mysterious. But currently, the blonde girl didn't have the time to understand it better. How do I get through it? The blonde girl asked in confusion. Song Shuhang replied, "Beat it." The blonde girl looked up at the tribulation clouds. How was she supposed to beat it? Although more than 40% of her body had been modified, she hadn't been equipped with weapons yet. From beginning to end, she was not an armed mechanically modified person. The blonde girl asked, "Is there anything else I could do?" Despite being faced with the heavenly tribulation, she was still able to remain calm. The electronic chip in her body allowed her to be emotionally stable at all times. Song Shuhang said, "Yes, take out the core reactor in your body." The reason for the sudden improvement of the blonde girl's realm was this core reactor. In actuality, the blonde girl's realm had not increased. Instead, it was merely the energy of the core reactor that had been improved and unleashed. In the core reactor, there was a source of powerful energy. This was what Song Shuhang had discovered through the Invisible Man No. 3's drive. After being installed into the body of the blonde girl, the energy of the core reactor had seemingly sealed itself, with only a very small portion leaking out. Previously, when performing the memory erasing technique, Song Shuhang's mental energy became akin to a catalyst, activating the core reactor, and allowing the energy contained inside it to leak at a greater rate. The advancement of the blonde girl's realm was not due to absorbing Song Shuhang's mental energy. The mental energy that had been absorbed was minuscule. In other words, it wasn't so much that the blonde girl was the one transcending a tribulation, it would be better to look at this as the core reactor in her body transcending a tribulation. The blonde girl was merely acting as a host, and became involved in the heavenly tribulation. If she had a way to take out the core reactor in her body, the heavenly tribulation would target it instead and ignore the blonde girl. But I can't take it out. The blonde girl smiled bitterly, and said, "When I escaped, I unceasingly looked for ways to take it out. However, it takes a large mobile phone to take it out. Moreover, I've already been connected with it for too long." Song Shuhang suddenly said, "At this time, it would be nice if Senior Phoenix Slayer was here. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's talent should be able to transform the blonde girl's body into a liquid. Perhaps at that time, the core reactor could be separated from her body." Never mind. Over 40% of the blonde girl's body had already been mechanized. He was afraid that that part of her body wouldn't be able to be liquefied as well. And without the support of the mechanized part of her body, once the blonde girl recovered her human form, it might be over for her. "Shop owner, can you take it out?" The blonde girl looked at Song Shuhang and her eyes suddenly shone. "Shop owner, you can do everything. You take it out. You can have the core reactor." How does that sound? She didn't want the core reactor at all. Moreover, the shop owner seemed to have a hobby of collecting all kinds of strange things. After all, he had bought something like the energy core, and the like from the big guy before. "I'm not from the Department of Science, nor from the Department of Medicine. I don't know how to do a surgery." Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. Suddenly, Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Song Shuhang asked, "Do you trust me?" "I do, of course I trust you, shop owner," the blonde girl asserted while patting her chest. "Trust me completely?" Song Shuhang stepped forward and reached out into the inner world. In the eyes of the blonde girl, the shop owner's right hand plunged into the void and disappeared. The image of the shop owner became indiscernible. The blonde girl nodded, and said, "I trust the shop owner completely." Song Shuhang's hand stretched out from the inner world. In his hand, there was now a golden coin. He handed the coin to the blonde girl. "Grab it and don't let go." Resurrection gold coins could be used to resurrect practitioners below the 6th stage after they died, provided that their soul wasn't destroyed before they resurrected. Of the practitioners who died under the heavenly tribulation, 99.9999% of them were completely destroyed, and there was no chance of resurrection or rebirth. The heavenly tribulation was simply that much of a frightening existence. The blonde girl grabbed the gold coin firmly, and said, "I won't let it go even if I die." Song Shuhang whispered, "Yes, don't let go of it when you die." In the next moment, Song Shuhang's right arm became like a knife, piercing the blonde girl's abdomen. The fragile body of the blonde girl couldn't resist Song Shuhang's arm at all. The blonde girl's eyes widened, and she felt extreme pain. A scene with a rotating lantern appeared before the eyes of the blonde girl, scenes from her life flying past her eyes one after the other. Then, she discovered a very serious matter. Looking back, her life was simply a tragedy. Ever since she became cognizant, she lived alone in a strange room, and was taught all kinds of knowledge on mechanical transformations. Then, there was the brainwashing education. In the end, when she was of the right age, she was sent to the operating room to undergo mechanical modifications again and again. Sadly, she had been brainwashed so much back then that she naively thought that mechanical modification was very interesting. But in fact, there were many inconveniences after mechanical transformation. For example, her height was a big problem. After the transformation, she didn't grow taller for several years. She now had to tiptoe to reach a high table, and, if nothing special happened, she would have to tiptoe to reach high tables her entire life. Later, she was finally able to escape, but she then had to worry about being hunted down by the invisible fighters from the Department of Science. She finally arrived at a restaurant and met an uncle who seemed to be reliable, mature, and extremely powerful. When she finally encouraged herself to choose to believe in this uncle, she was killed by the uncle. The lower part of the chest cavity was torn with a big hole appearing in it, and the blood was spilling all over. If she still had any strength right now, she really wanted to get up and flip a table angrily. To hell with it, she didn't want such a tragic life. Her life couldn't even be described as a tragedy. Tragedies were often literary and artistic, and even had some high points in some parts while also making people cry. The great tragedies could be passed down through generations. But her life could only be described as one filled with abuse. Compared with tragedies, there was nothing in her life worth tears. One would just feel, what is this? It can't stimulate the tear glands at all. Can't you change the writing to something better? After a miserable scream, the blonde girl fell to the ground. The core reactor in her chest was taken out by the shop owner. The core reactor itself had strips of silk-like threads, which were similar to energy channels, and these were also the shell of the original watermelon. These energy channels extended to the various mechanically modified parts of her body, and there were even some threads that were connected to her body. But now, these threads were all forcibly pulled out by the shop owner. It brought one pain just thinking about it. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Hold the gold coin tightly. At this moment, the gentle voice of the shop owner rang in her ears. At this time, you still want me to hold your coin? The shop owner continued, I will be performing a healing technique on you. If it fails, you will see a gold coin floating up and down. You don't have to think about anything, just choose insert coin. While talking, the shop owner's right hand pressed on her body. With this, a very comfortable energy poured into her body. Similar to an extremely thirsty person encountering nectar, the pain in her body disappeared. Healing technique? He can even do something as magical as this? Does that mean that there's hope for me to survive? The blonde girl tremblingly asked, Shop owner, can I still be saved? Song Shuhang softly replied, I don't know, which is why you have to hold on to the gold coin tightly to be on the safe side. He was also not sure whether the blonde girl would survive after he took out the core reactor. If she could survive, it would be best to use the healing technique to maintain her life, and then send her to the senior medicine master. With senior medicine master's means, he would definitely have a way to save her. If she died, there was a fallback with the resurrection gold coin, she could simply be resurrected afterward. However, it depended on her luck whether she would be resurrected in 10 months or 10 years. Hearing that Song Shuhang couldn't guarantee that she would survive, the blonde girl sighed. I still have some last words. At least after I die. I want to have my body no longer be used for research, the blonde girl tremblingly said. Shop owner, I gave myself a Chinese name. What do you think of the name Ling Shao? Song Shuhang. The blonde girl said, "You have to have a name to have a tombstone, right? My name has to be changed, otherwise, I'm afraid that I'd end up being dug up. Shop owner, can you build a tombstone for me and use my Chinese name for it?" After using the healing technique a few times, her condition seemed to have improved a lot, and her words slipped a lot. But in contrast, the life force in her body was getting weaker and weaker. It was akin to the final radiance of a setting sun. Song Shuhang said, "Don't think so much, just get ready to insert coins next. Do you remember the senior white statue in my shop? Before inserting the coin, think of that statue in your mind, it might give you better luck." The blonde girl's wounds had only superficially recovered. However, her internal injuries did not heal. The blonde girl's voice trembled again. "Shop owner, can we not talk about coins?" She found that when faced with death, she didn't even have any feeling of fear in her heart. At the beginning, when she thought that she was truly going to die, her heart had still been very uneasy. However, when the shop owner's healing techniques came down on her, not only did her body no longer hurt, she was also no longer afraid. And the shop owner had clearly made a big hole in her body, but she had no thoughts of hate toward the shop owner at all. Her consciousness was getting hazier and hazier. The blonde girl tightly grasped the resurrection gold coin with one hand, quietly grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes with her other hand, and whispered, "Uncle shop owner, if I had met you sooner, how great would that have been, huh?" If she could have met the powerful shop owner earlier, would her life have been different? If I could be as strong as the shop owner, that would have been pretty great, right? While thinking this, the blonde girl's consciousness went completely silent. At the same time, the resurrection gold coin she was holding tightly in her hand began glowing. After seeing the resurrection gold coin take effect, Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Next, he would have to wait either 10 months or 10 years for the blonde girl to revive. Before that, he would first transfer her to the inner world. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and then sent the blonde girl and the resurrection gold coin into a room in the Palace of Winter. "Now, there's still this thing." Song Shuhang grabbed the core reactor, and looked up at the sky. When the blonde girl died, the clouds that were about to descend in the sky stopped, and began to dissipate. The core reactor plus blonde girl was equal to a practitioner who was about to transcend a heavenly tribulation of the third stage. Now that the two were separated, and the vitality of the host, the blonde girl, disappeared, the heavenly tribulation naturally dissipated. Song Shuhang said, "That's fortunate. Otherwise, if the core reactor was allowed to face the heavenly tribulation directly, it might be reduced to ashes." As if sensing the death of the blonde girl, all of the energy threads of the core reactor gathered back together. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a watermelon in Song Shuhang's hands. Even the energy that was previously stimulated by Song Shuhang's mental energy had converged once again. However, Song Shuhang could still sense the powerful energy hidden within this core reactor. This energy was not any weaker than the second golden cores within his body. In other words, if the power in this thing was completely drawn out, would it be equivalent to a golden core practitioner? I should bring it with me first, perhaps it will eventually come in handy. Senior White should find this kind of unscientific thing produced by the Department of Science to be very interesting. Song Shuhang gently tossed the watermelon-sized core reactor up. It was very light, like a balloon, and when he tossed it lightly, it felt like it was going to float. When Song Shuhang gently tossed the core reactor, a claw came out of thin air, and directly grabbed at the core reactor. Behind this claw was a long chain. Song Shuhang quickly reached out and grabbed the core reactor one step in advance. His consciousness then made a move, and quickly sent the core into his spatial bracelet. At the same time, he grabbed the chain attached to the claw with his other hand, and yanked it violently. In the sky, there seemed to be a layer of glass-like objects that was shattered, and a huge disc-shaped aircraft was pulled out by Song Shuhang with brute force. The variant steel hands technique, the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the holy ape dragon power technique, the three body tempering techniques, gave Song Shuhang's terrifying power. This aircraft had previously been covered by a layer of glass, which had made it invisible. I discovered you a long time ago. Do you really think that you're invisible just because you're sneakily hiding at the side with a cover on yourself? Do you think that the cover on your body is the almighty merchant's sheet? Song Shuhang's arm exerted force. In the sky, the disc-shaped flying magical treasure ejected 5 air currents to resist Song Shuhang's brute force. But, despite the power of the flying magical treasure having been increased to its maximum, it was still being dragged toward the island a little bit. Snap! Finally, the seemingly hard chain broke apart. The flying magical treasure took the initiative to disconnect the chain to prevent it from being pulled. Song Shuhang calmly pulled the chain and shook the metal claw on it. The material used wasn't bad, even under the full strength of his pull, the claw chain didn't look like it was going to break. Perhaps it could come in handy in the future. As such, Song Shuhang stored it in the inner world. Anyway, the inner world was so big and there was so much space that he could just throw it in there without much care. Ding ding ding, the flying magical treasure sent out hurried and brief alarm sounds. In the next moment, the upper folding compartment cover of the flying magical treasure opened. One figure after another emerged from the flying magical treasure. Die, 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 die. Unloyal people should die, die, die. Unfilial people should die, die, die. Song Shuhang's phone's ringtone rang out. It seemed to be providing the music for the debut of the group that was coming out. Song Shuhang opened the phone, and found it was a strange landline number. Song Shuhang asked, "Hello, who is this?" It couldn't be a multi-level marketing ad, could it? Shuhang, there's something quickly approaching your location. The puppet maiden's voice came from the phone. She should be using the restaurant phone. It might be that race from. If I can't beat them, I'll just be a coward, Song Shuhang. The puppet maiden curiously asked, "Huh? Is the signal bad?" Song Shuhang replied, "No, it's too late." The puppet maiden asked, "Too late? Did they already get there?" Song Shuhang said, I pulled them down. They were hiding in the dark, aiming for the core reactor in my hand by using a claw to try to take it. It turned out to be the golden core hunters. They wanted to snatch the reactor I had in my hands. The core reactor could attract a heavenly tribulation. To some extent, it was officially certified and recognized by the heavenly tribulation. Since it had been recognized, it was fine to regard it as a mutated golden core. Therefore, it was understandable that the golden core hunters wanted to snatch it. "Condolences," the puppet maiden said. "You have a golden core now. According to Senior Chu, for those of this race, you're equivalent to someone very dear to them. If they killed you, they would be able to acquire several cores in a single breath, and they could even be used to string together a bracelet." Song Shuhang triumphantly said, "Hey, if I had a core in every one of my dantians, the cores in my body could be used to string together an entire necklace." The puppet maiden said, "Good luck, I can't help you. My current body is the product of a mess of materials, and I can hardly exert much combat power." 10. Song Shuhang said, "Don't worry, I'm not that weak. If I can't fight them, can't I be a coward? If I wanted to be a coward, the inner world is so big, nobody could stop me from staying there for some time." The puppet maiden. "I'll be hanging up first. I'm going to have a look at what these golden core hunters are capable of," Song Shuhang said while turning off the phone. In the sky, members of the celestial race exited the flying magical treasure one by one. An entire 51 members of the celestial race were surprisingly squeezed in the small flying magical treasure. Wouldn't it have been a bit too cramped? This small disc-shaped flying treasure looked like it could only hold 7 seats. Could these 50-odd celestials all practice bone-shrinking techniques? They were all able to fit in there. Moreover, the driver hadn't come out yet. After the 51 celestial race members climbed out of the flying magical treasure, they distanced themselves from one another and stood in the air. Since they dared to run out to hunt for golden cores, they naturally had the corresponding strength that was needed for this task. All of them could stand in the air, so they should all be at or above the 5th stage realm. Among them was a particularly huge celestial, seemingly even possessing the strength of a 6th stage true monarch. It should only be due to them not practicing according to the cultivation system that they didn't condense golden cores. Perhaps it was for this reason that they were envious and longed for golden cores, causing them to run out to hunt for practitioners and monsters' cores? The hugely built celestial race member stretched out his hands and wore a serious expression on his face. On his neck, there were 2 shining golden cores. These 2 golden cores had been refined into magical treasures, providing him with extra spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the other 50 members of the celestial race stood by his side in 2 separate groups. The figures of the celestial race were similar to that of humans, their appearance being almost exactly the same. The only thing that distinguished them from humans was the rune at the center of their brows and their body shape. Every member of the celestial race had a complicated rune on their eyebrows, one that looked like a QR code. The 6th stage celestial looked at Song Shuhang and said in their native tongue, 5th stage golden core realm. So many golden cores? As golden core hunters, they developed a special technique to detect golden cores in their targets. When the 6th stage celestial saw Song Shuhang, it sensed that there were 4 golden cores in Song Shuhang's body. The 6th stage celestial excitedly said, "Be sure to take him down. He will be my greatest trophy this year. It is even more precious than the divine witch blood that I got from the witch clan last year." They hunted practitioners and monsters to obtain golden cores and monster cores, but sometimes they also hunted for treasures of equivalent value. One example of this was the core reactor in Song Shuhang's hand just now, which was equivalent to a golden core. Such things also aroused the interest of the celestial race. Therefore, in addition to cultivators and monsters, they would sometimes also attack practitioners of the ancient witch system to take the condensed divine witch blood from an ancient 5th stage witch's body. They would sometimes even make a move on evil demons of the netherworld in order to take the demon cores in their bodies. Following the orders of the 6th stage celestial, the 55th stage celestials each took out a strong bow and aimed at Song Shuhang. When the celestials hunted the 5th stage cultivators, they loved bullying the other party with numbers. When a team of 55th stage celestials shot together, even if the other party was the best in the golden core realm, they would still inevitably become prey. At this time, 50 powerful bows were locked onto Song Shuhang. "You don't recognize me? Oh. I forgot, the effect of 'nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me' had been weakened due to my resurrection." At this time, if Song Shuhang did not take the initiative to bring out the sage seal or demon seal, the effect of 'nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me' wouldn't be triggered. In addition, when these celestials looked at human beings, they would have the facial scrambling syndrome, so they couldn't link Song Shuhang with profound sage tyrannical song right away. Regardless, under normal circumstances, who would associate a 5th stage practitioner with the first sage in 1,000 years? Song Shuhang thought to himself, 50 at the 5th stage and 1 at the 6th stage. If I don't request Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to come out, I won't be able to face them head-on. Was no COV, of course, there was no need to be a coward. His 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure was no vegetarian. Shoot! The 6th stage celestial waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, countless arrows were shot toward Song Shuhang. These arrows were accompanied by 5th stage spiritual energy that wrapped around the tips of the arrows and carried various effects. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and shouted, Golden Lion King's Wall. The Golden Lion King's Wall of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure emerged, and erected itself right in front of Song Shuhang. Ding, 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 ding. The rain of arrows was completely blocked by the wall. Song Shuhang said, "I wanted to try using this kind of defense a long time ago." Its effectiveness was as good as he imagined. Although the combined magical treasure, impregnable holy city, would throw its master out of itself, in the end, the parts of combined magical treasure could still be used separately, and they'd each still be pretty effective. However, after the first wave of arrows was blocked, a second wave came right after, bypassing the Golden Lion King's wall, and going straight toward Song Shuhang. They have their own tracking function. By Song Shuhang's side, the Tyrant King expert's shield came out automatically to block all the arrows. Song Shuhang said, "If this is all they've got, I only need to bring out the Wall of the Four Kings plus the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gates. After that, I could simply lie down and sleep. They wouldn't be able to break such a defense. I should make them remember some fun times first." Song Shuhang's will moved, and the virtuous Lamia emerged. She stretched out her left hand, and placed it on Song Shuhang's eye socket. Song Shuhang's eye was then taken out. Fairy creation had returned to Dharma King creation, so the task of installing the scholarly sage's eye was left to the virtuous Lamia this time. With swift movement from the Lamia's hand, the scholarly sage's eye was quickly fitted into Song Shuhang's eye socket. Although Song Shuhang himself had learned the impregnating gaze, he wasn't very proficient at it. If he performed it with his own eyes, he could only use it on those with a realm lower than his. Even with the blessings of the sage seal, his ghost spirit, his magical treasures, and his light of virtue, he could only use it on those at the 6th stage, but the consumption would be huge. Currently, he would only be able to use it during duels that way. However, if he installed the scholarly sage's eye, then the impregnating gaze would become terrifying. More importantly, it wouldn't be limited to being used on a single target, but could be used on groups. After the scholarly sage's eye was installed, Song Shuhang blinked, and found himself increasingly getting used to the eye. In the sky, when the Celestials saw the arrows being blocked, they stopped. They began to switch from strong bows to more powerful siege crossbows. While they were changing weapons, Song Shuhang moved the Golden Lion King's wall away. With his hands behind him, he recited 2 lines. "What is love? What is filial piety?" Without the translation function of the profound sage speech, the Celestials couldn't understand what Song Shuhang was saying. However, Song Shuhang's posture and temperament when reciting the lines gave them a very familiar feeling. Even though they hadn't recognized Song Shuhang, their bodies already produced some uncomfortable reactions. For example, their lower abdomen began to twitch, and there was a faint feeling of pain. Even if they couldn't remember it in their minds, their bodies were still very honest. Experience maternal love. Song Shuhang let out a strange light from his left eye. Song Shuhang now used the impregnating gaze without any psychological pressure on himself. For the current him, the impregnating gaze was simply the best way to weaken enemies. The strange light in the scholarly sage's eye flashed away, and fell on the Celestials. Today, these Celestials finally remembered the fear they had when being under profound sage tyrannical Song impregnating gaze during the demonic sage speech, and the pain that they had felt when being at the peak of pregnancy. Your opponent, profound sage tyrannical Song, has launched a brutal skill, impregnating gaze, at you, and its effect is 10 seconds of pregnancy experience plus 1 hour of childbirth experience. Note, with your level, you have no way of being immune, resisting, or avoiding this skill. You may only grit your teeth and endure. The 10-second pregnancy experience began, and their bellies grew according to the ratio of 1 second to 1 month. In the next moment, the bellies of the Celestials quickly swelled up, and 10 seconds later, their bellies had risen to the size of the belly of a pregnant woman that was about to give birth. However, this was only the beginning. The pain of pregnancy was only present for 10 seconds. The next hour's worth of childbirth pain was what was truly terrifying. The hour-long childbirth experience began. In the next hour, they would experience the most extreme pain in the world. The Celestials kneeled on the ground as their legs went weak. The violent pain of labor made their faces go pale. One of them stretched out their hands and gripped at the air, as if doing so would relieve their pain. The sixth stage Celestial shouted, "Who are you? Why can you use the impregnating gaze?" Song Shuhang couldn't understand his words. However, by judging the other party's facial expressions and guessing his words, he could sort of understand what he was saying. Looking at the other party's expression, combined with actually seeing what the other party was saying, would basically allow one to guess what they were trying to say more than half of the time. He could see the agonized look on the face of the sixth stage Celestial, the other party's eyes fixed on him while a frightened and confused expression was plastered on the other party's face. It couldn't be anything else. He should be thanking him for allowing him to experience the joy of maternal love, right? Although his actions and his thoughts weren't really in harmony. Song Shuhang seemed to be able to see the swear words coming from the eyes and teeth of the sixth stage Celestial. "There's no need to thank me. You're golden core hunters, right? Although I can't give you golden cores, and though I do have more golden cores than others, I can't just let you dig them out for fun, right? As such, I'll give you each a nascent soul instead. From a level perspective, this is of a greater level than a golden core." Song Shuhang waved his Honda had decided. In the future, the impregnating gaze would be renamed, and it would be called Sending Nascent Soul Technique, which sounded more imposing and gave off a lofty feeling, something akin to, "This old man will now impart you with a nascent soul-level skill." The sixth stage Celestial could not understand what Song Shuhang was saying. He really hated not having studied more in the past. Being posed with a language barrier at such critical times really made one feel especially anxious. This guy can use the impregnating gaze, but he's only at the fifth stage realm. Moreover, he possesses a life-bound magical treasure far exceeding the strength of his realm. Then, there can only be one answer. This guy is a second-generation cultivator, likely the son of profound sage Tyrannical Song. This is why he can master profound sage Tyrannical Song's impregnating gaze and ignore the difference in our realms, causing even me to be affected. His powerful life-bound magical treasure must have been specially made for him by profound sage Tyrannical Song. Such a thought emerged in the mind of the sixth stage Celestial. Right, this guy must be the son of profound sage Tyrannical Song. The sixth stage Celestial clutched his stomach, and gravely said, "I can't be wrong, this guy should be the son of profound sage Tyrannical Song. Kill him. Dig his gold core out, then take his eyes. After finishing this, we must return to the celestial realm immediately." Profound sage Tyrannical Song was too strong, and they couldn't afford to go against him. Most importantly, profound sage Tyrannical Song had no golden core. They didn't see any value in anyone without a golden core. They only treasured golden cores, treating other things without much care. As for the dear son of profound sage Tyrannical Song, his value was great. He was the son of profound sage Tyrannical Song. As long as they brought his body back, many mysterious big shots in the celestial realm would definitely burst with joy. When the demonic sage speech had taken place, more than 80% of the members of the celestial realm had become pregnant, and among them were many mysterious big shots. The shame of suddenly becoming pregnant was still fresh in the memories of these big shots. At this time, if they were able to hunt down profound sage Tyrannical Song's own son, those who came for the body would definitely not be stingy with the rewards. The sixth stage Celestial shouted, "After finishing this, we must return. At that time, everyone will have the opportunity to raise their realms." In theory, with their current lineup, it was absolutely no problem for them to kill profound sage Tyrannical Song's son. After killing him, as long as they retreated quick enough and hid in the celestial realm, they wouldn't have to worry about profound sage tyrannical Song seeking revenge. Even if he was the first sage in 1,000 years, if he dared chase them into the celestial realm for revenge, there would only be one end for him, death. With his encouragement, all the celestials struggled and got up. Their eyes were fixed on Song Shuhang, their fighting spirit had been rekindled, while the feeling of having the chance to take revenge allowed them to display happiness on their faces. The celestials stared at Song Shuhang and shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." They had made up their minds to kill profound sage tyrannical Song's biological son. The pain of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth could be overcome by a strong will. Most importantly, it wasn't their first time anyway. No matter what it was, when the second time came around, one would become at least a bit more immune to it. They aimed their large crossbows at Song Shuhang at the same time. A portion of them went to bring out lightning javelins. In the next moment, the large crossbows, the javelins, and a golden ring that was personally released by the sixth stage celestial descended towards Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang softly said, "They can grit their teeth and get through the impregnating gaze? But it's not over yet." After releasing the impregnating gaze, he didn't become idle. At this time, he had already readied the embryonic gaze in his right eye. The impregnating gaze and the embryonic gaze were talents that could be combined. The target of the embryonic gaze was of course the strongest member of the other party, the huge sixth stage celestial. Song Shuhang had been waiting for this opportunity. Ding, 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 the shots of the large crossbows and the javelins rained down. The virtuous Lamia spat out Scarlet Heaven Sword while waving around the Black Panther commander's flag of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure which she had just borrowed from Song Shuhang with one of her hands. Black Panther commander's flag wasn't just a flag, it could also act as a spear. A flag in her left hand and a sword in her right. All of the things that were shot at Song Shuhang were blocked by the virtuous Lamia. They were blocked, pushed away, or parried such that they were sent right back towards the celestials in the sky. Although the strength of her body was only at the sixth stage, the swordsmanship and spear techniques displayed by the virtuous Lamia possessed an artistic conception far superior to that of her realm. Although Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was a sword, it could also be used as a saber. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia, who was fighting seriously, truly looked gorgeous. In the sky, the celestials kept on screaming. Some of them were struck by the javelins and arrows that had been sent back by the virtuous Lamia. Some even lost their combat ability on the spot. One of the most miserable celestials had his belly pierced by a javelin while his belly was still fully swollen. His stomach began leaking and making strange noises. However, since the effect of the impregnating gaze had not disappeared, after the belly was punctured, it did not shrink back to normal. Instead, there was a kind of power that continued to enlarge his belly. It looked like a ball that had been pierced, causing it to have a small hole and begin to leak, but then there suddenly was a high-power inflator that constantly pumped air into the ball. As a result, the blood of the celestial gushed out like a fountain, and it couldn't be stopped. Even the healing technique didn't work. Damn it, why is he so powerful? And this manifested light of virtue seems a bit familiar. Isn't this profound sage tyrannical Song's virtuous empress? He even made the manifestation of his light of virtue a bodyguard for his son. No wonder he let his son go out and explore by himself. The sixth stage celestial felt greatly wronged. But suddenly, he felt that there was something off. This virtuous Lamia, her strength is only at around the sixth stage? Could it be that it's a little clone of profound sage tyrannical Song's light of virtue? If this was the case, then they still had a chance. He secretly urged his golden ring to turn it into an ordinary javelin, preparing to conceal it with the attacks of the other celestials, and performing a sneak attack on the son of profound sage tyrannical Song. Almost there. Song Shuhang opened his right eye and locked on the sixth stage celestial. In the sky, a continuous stream of miserable screams sounded. Some were injured by the virtuous lamia, while some felt so much pain from their bellies that they couldn't help but scream. There was only one thrice reckless mad saber in the world. Not everyone could manage to endure under the effects of the impregnating gaze and still be able to exert their normal level of combat ability. At least, these fifth-stage celestials couldn't. Suddenly, for loud shouts sounded. It was a scream from profound sage tyrannical Song's son. The four tones in this scream were quite rhythmic, and the pitch kept on increasing with each one, making it sound like the one screaming was in intense pain. Did someone hit him? The members of the celestial race suddenly felt overjoyed. But then, under the excited gazes of the celestials, they saw the virtuous lamia slowly fall to the ground sideways and die. Before she died, she didn't forget to roll up her tail, wrapping herself and Song Shuhang with her tail. The remaining javelins and arrows all stabbed her tail. The fifth stage celestials. The light of his virtue can't be sustained. Our success is imminent, the sixth stage celestial exclaimed with joy. Use everything you've got and explode that light of virtue. Song Shuhang. My dear elder sister, what's wrong with you? Weren't you fighting really gorgeously just now? A flag in your left hand and a sword in your right, along with brilliant swordsmanship and spear techniques, I was seriously stunned by you. Why are you suddenly playing dead again? In fact, the virtuous lamia was very sad right now. She was so sad that she wanted to die. This was because she didn't get to seize the opportunity. Originally, when Song Shuhang had his hands behind him, and was about to perform the impregnating gaze, she was ready to cut in before Song Shuhang and say the "what is love and what is filial piety" line. But today, Song Shuhang spoke very quickly at that time. The celestials' crossbows were already drawn, and if Shuhang was not fast enough, they would not have given him the time to recite the lines, and simply start shooting him. Song Shuhang's rhythm had sped up, causing the virtuous lamia to miss her chance. She failed to steal the lines. Fairy at #%X was very tired and she wanted to die. As such, she naturally prepared for death. Of course, she couldn't just die. After all, Song Shuhang was currently fighting with others. It would be too childish of her to die casually. Even if she wanted to die, she had to seize the right time. Like right now. In Song Shuhang's right eye, the embryonic gaze was already ready. She made use of this opportunity to die. With her superb acting skills, she shocked the audience and attracted all their attention to her. In this way, it was equivalent to working together with Song Shuhang. While the enemy's attention was attracted, it was the best time for him to make use of the embryonic gaze. Song Shuhang seized this opportunity. The tides of battle changed rapidly, and every opportunity was fleeting. The embryonic gaze was successfully released, and the target was the sixth stage celestial. Previously, Song Shuhang cooperated with Little Sun T233's orbital attack, and released the combination of impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze against the deity of the Divine Kingdom. The deity of the Divine Kingdom had ended up becoming a big tree and bearing fruit. In the end, the core of its Divine Kingdom, the ancient heavenly city's canteen number 111, turned into a seed and fell. Now, this seed was still in Song Shuhang's inner world. As of the moment, he could only wonder as to when it would germinate and bear fruit. According to Senior White 2's explanation, the effect of the impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze combination was plunder. With good fortune, he could plunder something good from the target. No matter what it was, as long as it was on the other party's body, there was a chance of it being stolen. What's happening? Sixth stage celestial man asked in surprise. He had not turned into a big tree, but he was quickly petrified and became a statue. Chapter 1502 No longer having to worry about New Year's gifts for the disciples. Song Shuhang said, He actually didn't turn into a big tree? Normally, Wasn't it supposed to turn the other party into a big tree, have it bear fruit, and then let a seed come out from the fruit, which should contain the loot stolen by Song Shuhang's talent? With the other party having turned into a statue, how was he supposed to get his loot? Don't tell me that this stone statue is pregnant, and is going to have a baby. Petrification technique? Break. The sixth stage celestial frantically urged its celestial race's techniques, trying to get rid of the petrification property on itself. However, the state of his body and one brought about by the petrification technique weren't of the same principles at all. The more he urged his cultivation technique, the faster his body turned into a statue. After a while, he had completely turned into a stone sculpture. He stretched his hands forward, his face became filled with horror as he saw his belly rise up high. As a statue, he floated in the air, completely motionless. The fifth stage celestials at the side fell into a daze. At this time, an experienced fifth stage celestial shouted, "Stop being in a daze, we must shoot and kill profound sage tyrannical Song Sun." According to my experience, this kind of curse-like petrification technique can be dealt with by killing the caster. The pot-bellied fifth stage celestial then returned to launching a flurry of crazy attacks on Song Shuhang. At this time, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, "Shuhang, stop playing around. Grab that petrified statue, it is undergoing some interesting changes. Don't let them escape." Song Shuhang asked, "Interesting changes? Are there any treasures coming out?" After that, he bent over and picked up the Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword from the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia cooperated, loosening the hand she was using to hold Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang asked, "Should I use you, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword?" Scarlet Heaven Sword chuckled. "If you were to use me to perform the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, the weakest attack would already have power at the 8th stage. With one stab, these guys would all turn into ashes, including that statue. Therefore, don't even think about it. So I should only use sabers and spears to fight with them?" After saying that, Song Shuhang activated the spatial techniques of the Ancient Witch's Blessing, magical treasure on his left hand. In the next moment, Song Shuhang disappeared from his position. When he reappeared, he was already among the celestials. Song Shuhang softly shouted, "Clone." Song Shuhang too stepped out from behind him. He wore swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion on both hands, and held the invisible saber insect. The black iron godly armor appeared and covered Song Shuhang II's body. Immediately afterward, the clone activated its saber intent armor. The Tyrant King Expert's shield of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure also floated around him, turning him into a battle fortress. Even if he were to simply stand still right where he was, it would be difficult for the Celestials to break through his defenses. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy waiting for a promise, let's make this a quick fight." At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and summoned the divine lobster's chariot for the virtuous Lamia to drive. Fairy at #%X climbed up from the ground, holding the Black Panther commander's flag of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, and using it as a spear while driving the divine lobster's chariot and speeding into the group of celestials. The chariot's charge, combined with the virtuous Lamia's spear techniques, was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, and it was a group of pregnant sheep that couldn't run at that. At the same time, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand. The Shadow Serpent King's Thorn, Great Master Scholarly Donkey's Horsetail Whisk, Great Giant Deer Daoist Strong Bow, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox's Crossbow, Mangling Wolf Tooth Arrow, Tyrant Cuttlefish's Twin Blades, Holy Master Ape's Sword, and Dolphin's Giant Sound Cannon of the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure appeared one after another, floating around his body. Tyrant Wild Boar's ram descended from the air, and rushed through the celestials. Song Shuhang pushed his 3 body tempering exercises to full power. A large group of holy apes, each holding a scholarly scripture, appeared behind Song Shuhang, and began to cheer for their master. Each holy ape could provide Song Shuhang the power of a holy ape dragon elephant. The pregnant celestials could only scurry around chaotically. A celestial screamed, "Impossible, an ordinary fifth-stage cultivator can't be this powerful." How was this a fifth-stage cultivator? This was clearly an ancient T-Rex that had iron muscles and steel tendons, impenetrable by blade or spear. The Celestials could only abandon their bows and arrows, and instead use close combat techniques to fight Song Shuhang. However, since they were all pregnant right now, close combat didn't seem like it would go great for them. RIP. The virtuous Lamia relied on the powerful charge of the divine lobster's chariot, waved the flag in her hand, and pierced a celestial's throat. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. This celestial became the first to die in this battle. At the moment he died, there was a bloody tentacle that extended out of the statue which the sixth-stage celestial had transformed into, piercing into the body of the dead celestial. The corpse of the celestial was instantly drained before it shattered, and turned into crystal-clear fragments that looked like glass shards. As this took place, the blood-colored tentacle on the statue sprouted leaves as if it were a branch, and fruit began to grow from it. Song Shuhang's clone waved the invisible saber insect, and resisted the offensive of the other party with the thick defense on his body. After he got closer to the other party, he instantly struck out with the saber insect. This was a way of fighting that made others feel the greatest despair. At this moment, a new tentacle stretched out from the statue, and went and pierced this fifth-stage celestial's body. In the blink of an eye, the fifth-stage celestial was completely drained dry before shattering. After having extracted the energy from the second celestial, the stone statue seemed to have entered a berserk state. In an instant, dozens of bloody tentacles stretched out, madly piercing each fifth-stage celestial. As long as there was a wound on their body, the tentacles would directly enter them through it. Anguished cries rang out from the celestials. Song Shuhang frowned slightly, and he retreated. His clone similarly moved back. Only the virtuous Lamia, who didn't care about the blood-colored tentacles at all, continued to drive the chariot and kill whomever she ran into. She no longer personally killed the Celestials, and used the Black Panther commander's flag to swipe around instead, relying on her superb spear techniques to leave wounds on the body of the Celestials. As long as there was a wound on the body of a Celestial, the blood-colored tentacles that extended from the statue wouldn't let that Celestial off. And, as if it could distinguish between ally and foe, the blood-colored tentacles actively avoided the virtuous Lamia. Its targets were only the Celestials. Were Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, is this the interesting change you were referring to?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "It's a little different from what I thought." Song Shuhang asked, "What are these tentacles?" Scarlet Heaven Sword chuckled, and said, "Ancient divine witch blood, this is the source of power for a witch." Before the ancient era, the inheritance of the ancient witches was very prosperous. Due to the changes in the world, coupled with the severance of blood, the legacy of the ancient witches was now running low. The cultivation of witches was several times slower and several times more difficult than cultivation. The ancient witches cultivated neither golden cores nor nascent souls. They cultivated their blood and their flesh. As such, for an ancient witch, blood was of great importance. Song Shuhang asked, "This was what my impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze combo plundered?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "That's right." Originally, this ancient divine witch blood had been under layer upon layer of seals, and was collected by this sixth-stage celestial. But because of your abilities, this ancient divine witch blood was able to break out of the seals. The ancient witches master strange witchcraft. With it, they can still leave a curse on their body and blood even after dying. This ancient witch had been beheaded by the Celestials, and what he left in his own ancient divine witch blood should be a curse against Celestials. While he was speaking, the blood-colored tentacles that stretched out from the statue had finished piercing all the Celestials. All of the Celestials had now shattered into pieces. The things left behind by these celestials were all picked up by Song Shuhang's clone. Each of the 55th stage celestials had a set comprising some spirit stones, medicines, and even a piece of equipment similar to the size-reducing purse. The said equipment looked like a bottle, and it could shrink items and store them within it. Each bottle contained a large pile of spirit stones, pills, bows and arrows, and javelins. This team of celestials should have only just come out to hunt, and had yet to actually harvest any trophies. There wasn't a single golden core present in their small bottles. The only 2 golden cores they had were the 2 that had been hanging on the neck of the 6th stage celestial. Shuhang would remember to take them with him when the time came. Song Shuhang stored away the spirit stones and the 50 small bottles. In the world of cultivation, spatial storage treasures were very valuable, and many 5th stage practitioners might not even have a single one of such magical treasures. Therefore, most practitioners could only settle for something inferior, and use magical treasures like the size-reducing purse. This kind of magical treasure was also expensive. The 50 small bottles were quite valuable. For this year's New Year, I won't have to worry about having to look for gifts for my disciples anymore, Song Shuhang thought to himself. When New Year came, he could simply give each of his disciples a small bottle. If Loli Shi, Loli Zhu, and Little Guogua also came to pay their New Year's greetings, he could also give one to each of them. After all, he did just get an entire 50 of them. He currently had the inner world plus magical bracelet, and even had a precious rabbit-shaped, size-reducing purse. This kind of bottle-shaped magical treasure was mostly useless for him. Is there nobody piloting this flying magical treasure? Could it be unmanned? At this moment, Song Shuhang's clone was staring at the aircraft. He felt this aircraft looked very cool. It wasn't worse than the popular immortal boats of the world of cultivation. Song Shuhang had wanted a personal immortal boat for a long time now, and this aircraft could come in handy after some modifications. Song Shuhang speculated, could it be that the one that had been piloting it has joined the battle, and has already died? With a wave of his hand, he transferred this flying magical treasure directly into the inner world. The inner world was so big, so he didn't need to worry about casually putting good things like these into it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Song Shuhang, his clone, the virtuous Lamia, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword surrounded the stone statue and observed it. After the stone statue absorbed the energy of the 50 celestials, there were now 50 clusters of leaves with growing fruits. It honestly looked quite artistic. It was only the expression on this 6th stage celestial which was one full of terror while being petrified that affected the sense of beauty. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It's done, this should be the result." As soon as its voice fell, all of the branches began to merge together. The branches tangled with one another, and finally merged into a huge flower. The flower bloomed in an instant, and just as quickly decayed. After the flower fell, a crystal seed was left behind. There was a drop of golden blood in this seed. This was the mutated ancient divine witch blood, the result of having absorbed the power of 50 celestials. This should be the ancient divine witch blood that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was referring to, right? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and the seed fell into his palm. However, similar to the ancient heavenly city canteen that he got previously, due to it being wrapped inside a seed, it couldn't be directly used. Should I plant it somewhere and wait for it to grow? Song Shuhang sent it into his inner world, and his gaze fell on the 6th state celestial once again. The 6th stage celestial was still in the state of a statue. However, as the effect of impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze had already dissipated, the petrification was also lifted. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and laid it on the celestial's body. Afterward, he directly transferred him to the small black room of the inner world's Palace of Winter. Besides that, the caster who had been KO'd by Chu Chu was also transferred to the Palace of Winter by Song Shuhang. In the Palace of Winter, even the 7th stage Venerable couldn't escape, so Song Shuhang felt assured when locking them up there. After dealing with the two new prisoners, his gaze returned to the blonde girl. She gave herself the Chinese name Ling Xiao, right? Did that mean that she really knew the meaning of that name? Well, she wasn't like many foreigners who would casually tattoo any Chinese word they found rather cool-looking, such as "n", which could mean either chicken or prostitute. The blonde girl was still unconscious, and her body was shrouded in the light of the resurrection gold coin. Song Shuhang thought, is it 10 months? Or 10 years? Or perhaps her luck defies the heavens, and she ended up having the coin stand on its side? He transferred his consciousness out of the inner world. Song Shuhang said, "Fairy waiting for a promise, can you switch my eye back?" The scholarly sage's eye was cool and all, but if he had it on, he always felt some pressure. He kept on getting the feeling that if he looked at anyone, they would become pregnant. The virtuous Lamia went to him, and stretched out her hand over Song Shuhang's left eye socket, preparing to remove the scholarly sage's eye. But suddenly, Song Shuhang reached out his hand again, preventing the virtuous Lamia from taking his eyes. The virtuous Lamia looked at Song Shuhang with a puzzled look. "Go back first," I suddenly got a stroke of inspiration. Song Shuhang clutched his left eye. An inspiration for a golden core composition. This time the inspiration is related to the scholarly sage. At this point in time, Song Shuhang had already created two nearly complete golden core compositions. The forever impregnable holy city. The world-ending holy sword. The former belonged to the main world, and its theme was defense. This composition was found in his second golden core. The latter belonged to the netherworld, and its theme was offense. This composition was found in the colorful monster core. Both golden core compositions could be said to be magnificent, and could be said to be among the finest golden core compositions. However, to be honest, these two styles were not what Song Shuhang really wanted in his heart. Deep down in his heart, he still hadn't given up on his dream. He still dreamed of living out the unrestrainedness as a white-clothed swordsman while having the refined temperament of a scholar. This dream of his had still not died out. And now, the opportunity had come. The new inspiration in his heart was one related to the scholarly faction, and had something to do with the scholarly sage. This time, I might be able to create an amazing golden core composition. Song Shuhang said, go back quickly. I might need to close up for some time, meditate, and adjust my state. An inspiration for a golden core composition was similar to a stroke of enlightenment. It was something invaluable and shouldn't be missed. Song Shuhang had his clone return. The virtuous Lamia reached out, grabbed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and swallowed it in one mouthful. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Subsequently, the virtuous Lamia attached herself behind Song Shuhang, blessing his state. Song Shuhang returned to that restaurant as quickly as possible. There weren't any new customers in the restaurant, and the two invisible people who were responsible for making the desserts were squatting in a daze in the kitchen. Their memories had been erased by the puppet maiden. Currently, they were in an utter daze, not knowing why they had become pastry chefs in this restaurant. The restaurant had been repaired and cleaned again by the puppet maiden. After seeing Song Shuhang come back, the puppet maiden asked, "Have you dealt with everything?" Song Shuhang nodded, and replied, "Yup. I'm going to need to close up for some time. Are you going to ascend?" The puppet maiden looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang transmitted, "I want to work on my golden core composition." The puppet maiden nodded, and said, "Okay, then lend Choo Choo to me for a while. I want to continue running the restaurant while waiting for you to come out." Choo Choo is still in the middle of assimilating her combat experience, so I'll simply give you the permission to enter and exit the inner world at will temporarily. If you need to, you can go in and look for Choo Choo, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After their conversation, Song Shuhang entered the inner world. He circulated the True Self meditation scripture, taking the initiative to enter a state of meditation. After a while, his consciousness shifted to his third dantian, focusing on the virtuous diamond ball. He might have been unfamiliar with the process in the beginning, but this was no longer his first time. This was Song Shuhang's third time creating a golden core composition. If one counted him having experienced the life of the heavenly emperor in his dreamland, then this time was the fourth time he was creating a golden core composition. The virtuous diamond ball appeared giant in the perspective of Song Shuhang's consciousness, making it convenient for him to create the composition. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and touched the virtuous diamond ball. The diamond ball did not have any dragon patterns, but its brilliant light of virtue converged in Song Shuhang's hands, and turned into the paint for him to use for this golden core composition. Song Shuhang softly said, "This time, I will paint something related to the scholarly faction." Before composing the composition which was to be related to the scholarly faction, he first had to conceive events and scenes related to the scholarly faction in his mind. For example, when he went to True Monarch Eternal Fire's White Cloud Academy previously, or when he went to the sacred grounds of the scholarly faction, namely the Mountain of Myriad Books and the Still Pond of Wisdom. Besides these, there was also that time when he visited the spectacular White Cloud City. Song Shuhang explored his memories that were related to the scholarly faction. Immediately afterward, what appeared in his memory was the time when there was a limited number of flying swords in White Cloud City. The flying swords with the code govern are banned today, while those with country are banned tomorrow, then those with a manage for the day after tomorrow. However, you don't have to worry about the limit too much. White Cloud City also has a great flying sword taxi service. Experienced drivers can take you with them. The Mountain of Myriad Books had long legs and could perform handstands, but its two arms, which were extremely thin, would break off after doing so. The Still Pond of Wisdom hid the greatest secrets of the universe. Here, one would be able to see moments of the scholarly sage's life. The sage was cool when he was born, cool when he was a youth, and cool when he was raising his realm. In those years, there was nobody cooler than the scholarly sage in the entire universe. In other words, the sage equals cool. The scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus was great as well. Song Shuhang couldn't even remember how many times he died there back then, and he actually still had some episodes of trauma when he thought about it. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. WTF? Why are all of my memories that are related to the scholarly faction so weird? Could I have looked into the wrong part of my memories? How about I think of something else, like memories of how the scholarly faction and I are related? One would find many points of relation between the two when one thought about it. There was his ghost spirit which was taken by the Tribulation transcender, lustrous scholar of the scholarly faction, who later disappeared, leaving his heart stifled. He practiced the scholarly faction's, scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, but why did the scholarly faction's indestructible body have to be so unfitting for the style of his cultivation technique? This also left his heart stifled. Each of his, Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, holy apes held a scholarly scripture. Whenever they were brought out, they would open their scholarly scriptures and start chanting and cheering for their master, but this left his heart stifled as well. He also ate the lotus seeds of the virtuous golden lotus from the scholarly faction, and got the ability Lotus Blossoming Tongue. Every time it was displayed, a very delicious lotus flower could be created. When combined with the saber intent condensing grass, he could make quite the tasty lotus seeds, heart stifled. He also had the scholarly sage's eye, which was pretty great. When he put it on, there would not be many people in the universe who would dare to look into Song Shuhang's eyes, heart stifled. I'm going to flip a table. Why was it like this? What about the refined and noble style of the scholarly faction? Why were all the things that happened between the scholarly faction and him all heartrending? No, he couldn't add these things to the golden core composition. I want to compose something grand. Be tranquil and calm. Dig deep into your heart, and find the true and beautiful memories of the scholarly faction. Come out, the picture of a noble and refined scholar that I want." In an instant, Song Shuhang's inspiration for the golden core composition exploded. He opened his eyes, and his fingers danced quickly on the virtuous diamond ball. The sage preaching from this, he took only its wonderful and beautiful essence. This was what he decided to do. The sage delivering a speech on the Tao, and everyone listening intently. The theme had been set, and the golden core composition appeared vividly like paper. Along with Song Shuhang's finger strokes, mountains, bamboo forests, and lotus ponds appeared. An obscure sage was sitting under a tree, holding a scroll, his eyes slightly sunken, preaching, "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted." Song Shuhang's heart became firm. Then, beneath the sage, listeners appeared one after another. There were humans, monster races, sea races, spirits, and even entities like ghost spirits. Those on the ground weren't everyone either, there were hidden figures in the clouds listening to the sage's teaching as well. Even in the void, there were some evil creatures who were quietly hiding, and listening to the words of the sage. The sage's speech was something that everyone in the universe could come and listen to, regardless of race, status, and whether they were alive or not. Anyone who had ears, as long as they were willing, could come and listen. The theme of this golden core composition was already clear: it was teaching. Its name had also emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. The once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, the voice of the sage was now extinct. This golden core composition will become my favorite. Song Shuhang was convinced of this. His fingers continued to move about. One after another, more figures appeared among the listeners. As long as things continued this way, he could fill up the entire virtuous diamond ball with a vast sea of listeners. Time flew by just like this. Success! Song Shuhang let out a soft cry. In the end, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the sage's eyes. This was the final stroke. Chapter 1504: A Magnificent Sight, or Not. This time's golden core composition seemed like one that he could finish in one go. After he had reached the finishing touch portion, he didn't feel any sense of having to stop. In addition, the 4 golden cores that he had in his body had now become an endless source of spiritual energy supporting him. With his current amount of spiritual energy, he could even fully endure completing an entire complicated golden core composition in one go. He even felt that he had so much spiritual energy right now that he could go on and do another one right after. If he had a 5th golden core at this moment, perhaps he would have directly finished 2 golden core compositions in one sitting. My state is really good. This virtuous diamond core is very likely going to be my first golden core that gets past the finishing touch stage. Song Shuhang had this premonition in his heart. His finger firmly pointed toward the sage's slightly sunken eyes. After finishing the eyes, this virtuous diamond core could become a lustrous golden core, and the next step was for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage and become a true monarch. However, he hadn't gotten to finish a golden core composition on his whale core yet. With that being the case, if the virtuous diamond core were to transcend the tribulation first, would there be any changes? At that time, would he be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation? When the time came for him to transcend his heavenly tribulation, would there be a tribulation for every core? Should he wait until he made every single one of his cores a lustrous golden core before transcending? Point. Song Shuhang's finger smoothly touched the sage's left eye. He had touched upon it very smoothly, and he still had the feeling that he could continue. Moreover, the spiritual energy in his body was still extremely abundant. One more eye. No, even one more eyeball wouldn't be a problem. Ha ha ha. Everything was going smoothly. Song Shuhang lifted his finger and went on to the sage's right eye. But then, at this moment, the head of the sage on the virtuous diamond core slightly moved to the side, avoiding Song Shuhang's final stroke. Song Shuhang. What happened just now? Was it just me, or did the sage on my virtuous diamond core move just now? Song Shuhang was stunned. He stretched out his hand again, and moved it towards the right eye of the sage. On the virtuous diamond core, the sage's head tilted, avoiding Song Shuhang's final stroke. Song Shuhang. F***ck, he really dodged. He hadn't seen it incorrectly. He was a cultivator now, and with this, he had great eyesight. Just now, he had clearly seen the sage in the painting move and avoid his fingers in a cool manner. The composition on the virtuous diamond core could move? Song Shuhang said, I'm the one who drew this golden core composition, right? If it's a composition, it isn't supposed to be able to move, right? Since it was a picture, how in the world did it move? Song Shuhang said, the final stroke, my inspiration is simply bursting now, I don't feel like stopping, and I'm even full of spiritual energy. Let me touch it. At this moment, the sage in the picture moved again. The scroll in his hand moved slightly, and some patterns appeared out of thin air behind him. It was the picture of apes, and each ape was holding a scholarly scripture. The mouths of these apes opened and closed, and although there was no sound, Song Shuhang seemed to hear a string of 666, 1, ringing in his ears. It turned out that even the apes behind the sage would chant 666. Song Shuhang. I don't seem to remember painting apes behind the sage. There was no point in time from when I started to paint this composition until now when I painted these apes, right? So how did these apes appear? Immediately afterward, the sage in the picture opened his mouth again, and crystal lotus flowers appeared, surrounding him. Song Shuhang. Apes appeared, and now even lotus flowers appeared. What next? At this time, the sage's originally half-closed left eye opened forcefully. A strange light appeared in his eye. Ah, this familiar, weird light. This was the light of love. As he watched the sage's left eye open, Song Shuhang's ears seemed to hear the sage's majestic voice. What is filial piety? What is love? Mr. Tyrannical Song felt a sense of anxiety. Why is this happening? The virtuous diamond core composition inside the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, the strange light from the left eye of the sage enveloped the entire golden core composition. The light of love spread to the whole universe. Whether it was a human or a monster, whether it was a spirit, a plant, or even a stone, whether it was flying in the sky, walking on the ground, or swimming in the sea, whether it was old or young, whether it was in the main world or the netherworld, whether it was those with status or those without. Under this light of love, all beings were equal. Within the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, the bellies of the listeners swelled silently like balloons. This process looked exactly like it was a moving picture. The process of the listeners' belly swelling was like a domino effect. As it started from the circle of listeners that were closest to the sage, and spread in all directions circle after circle. One after the other, bellies of listeners would start swelling, and then the ones behind them would follow. It was as if they were flower buds blooming. Flowers blooming one after another. It was a magnificent sight, or not. After a while, all of the listeners in the golden core composition were kneeling on the ground while clutching their stomachs. The painting was silent, but the sound of sorrow seemed to directly reach Song Shuhang's ear, reaching even his soul, and resounding unceasingly for quite some time. Song Shuhang. WTF? Why did golden core composition change from a still picture to a moving one? What were the principles behind this? Why can my golden core composition move? Why? My cultivation time has been short, but don't you dare lie to me. In this world of cultivation, there has never been an occurrence where a golden core composition started moving, right? This made sense from the perspective of neither cultivation nor science. This no longer belonged under the meaning of picture. The once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times? That no longer fitted this composition. The name of this golden core composition should be changed to, Tremble Beneath Me. Accept the Love of the Sage. When everyone became pregnant, the composition seemed to have paused. It stopped moving as if it had returned to being a proper picture. Song Shuhang felt that his consciousness was going to collapse. His heart was so stifled and tired. It felt like it had truly been pierced right then and there. He even felt like he had truly learned the meaning of a heart being pierced by 10,000 arrows. The content of this golden core composition must absolutely not be seen or known by anyone else. Song Shuhang silently vowed to himself. While he was in thought, the composition on the virtuous diamond core had reverted back to how the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times originally was, as if time had been reversed. In the picture, the sage was motionless. As there were no apes chanting behind him, nor any lotus flowers coming out from his mouth. The sage's eyes were back to being slightly sunken. The left eye could already be seen in its eye socket, while the right eye was still not there. Song Shuhang. Should he continue? He could feel that he was still full of spiritual energy, and that the stroke of inspiration for the golden core composition had not ended. In theory, he could still complete this composition. Song Shuhang said, "Continue, why not continue? Anyway, my heart has already been completely rent, what else do I have to fear?" Then, he stretched out his hand and moved it to the sage's right eye once more. The left eye was already there. Wouldn't it be very asymmetrical if the right eye wasn't present? That would simply be horrible. Just as he stretched out his hand, the sage in the composition moved again. He tilted his head and escaped Song Shuhang's fingers. Immediately afterward, he tilted his head again and again, as if provoking Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. After tilting his head 3 times in a row, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times began to move again. The same things happened again. First, the apes that chanted 666 appeared, and then came the lotus blossoming tongue. After that, there was the impregnating gaze. In the end, similar to a domino effect, the people who were listening quickly became pregnant. Song Shuhang. After this segment of actions finished, it was as if time flowed back once again, and the composition returned to how it originally was. In the composition, the sage's eyes were slightly sunken once again, and his left eye was complete, but his right eye wasn't. It was something that could probably drive someone with OCD to death. The sage was just sitting there, and Song Shuhang felt that he was constantly provoking him. "Go ahead, try and do a stroke on my eye, I will reward you. Try to do so, I will conduct another impregnating gaze animation." Song Shuhang gave up. He already knew in his heart that it might not be the time for him to complete the finishing touch. Compared to when he had done the previous 2 golden core composition, he had already improved a lot. In the first composition, the forever impregnable holy city, Song Shuhang didn't know what it was that it lacked even until now. In the second composition, the world-ending holy sword, he vaguely knew that what was missing was the final boss, but he had no idea how to use one last stroke to complete the composition. And for this third composition, the once absolute voice of the sage of ancient times, it was very clear that what it was lacking was the right eye of the sage. Song Shuhang muttered, "It's good to make progress, this means that I'm not stagnating." He was comforting himself, using the excuse of progress to soothe his rent heart. Song Shuhang said, "I am a man with a heart as tough as steel. I've lived the life on an onion for several hundred years, lived the lonely life of a Chenglin fragment, wherein I was studied for several hundred years, and experienced dreamlands time and again. I'm not someone who would have his heart rent so easily." After saying that, his consciousness firmly withdrew from the golden core space. Tuesday, October 15, 2019. It was the beginning of a new day. Early in the morning, Western Orchid Island was covered with clouds, and it felt like wind and rain were coming. Song Shuhang exited the inner world. The door of the restaurant was closed, and it had not opened yet. The puppet maiden and Choo Choo were both missing. The two pastry chefs in the kitchen weren't present, either. Song Shuhang wondered, strange, where did they go? They hadn't returned to the inner world, either. Could it be that something happened outside? While he was in thought, spatial fluctuations appeared in the air. Then, a sorry figure drilled out. Song Shuhang asked in surprise, Senior White? It was Senior White's clone who had traversed space. At this time, half of his figure was lignified, and sprouts could be seen shooting out. Song Shuhang asked, what happened? Senior White's clone muttered, I accidentally activated a formation while breaking into the secret realm. It's strange, this time I didn't have good luck. After that, he handed a phone-like object to Song Shuhang. I'll leave this to you for safekeeping. Then, Shuhang. If fate allows it, I'll see you in the future. After he finished saying that, this clone of Senior White broke apart with a snap. 1. Slang for amazing. This was Senior White's clone taking the initiative to dissipate. Song Shuhang held the thing that looked like a phone, weighing it in his hand. It had quite some weight to it. With Senior White's clone's luck value, he actually still suffered in that secret realm? That secret realm is that terrifying? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Although the luck value of Senior White's clone wasn't as heaven-defying as the actual Senior White's, his luck value was still really high. With that said, there should only be one reason for this. Could it be that this time's clone suffered the retribution of Senior White's main body after he had been thrown as a pathfinder? Having said that, Senior White's clones were really amazing. It seemed that every time a clone was formed, there were always some small differences between their personalities. There were mature and reliable ones, such as the ones that appeared in the heavenly tribulation realm. There were those who sought death to an extremely high degree and those who were dedicated to seeking death by provoking the main body. There were some who had expressionless faces. There were some who were completely unreliable types, yes, like the one this time. Nevertheless, every single one of them had Senior White's appearance and possessed his abilities. It was only the change in character that made them seem like different individuals. In addition, the last words of this clone just now made Song Shuhang a little concerned. If fate permits it, I'll see you in the future. Would he get the chance to see him again? Could it be that Senior White's clones were actually of serial numbered character models, and every time one came out, it would have been randomly selected from that pool of characters and extracted? Song Shuhang's brain visualized a giant claw machine. Its inside was filled with various kinds of Senior White characters. Every time a Senior White's clone was summoned, the robotic arm would randomly grab one of the characters. Then, after the clone was released, it was plugged back into the machine. Song Shuhang said, when I have the time, I should ask Senior White about this. Speaking of Senior White. Song Shuhang looked in the restaurant, and found that the Senior White statue was gone. Did the puppet maiden take away the Senior White statue? Could it be that Island Master Tian Kong sent someone over and picked them up? Song Shuhang took out his phone, and opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Today's 9 Provinces number 1 group was very lively. A message in the group would move past the screen quickly. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, by the way, were you also attacked? Rivoli Purple Mist used Medicine Master's account to send a message. I was with Medicine Master at the time. Both of us were attacked out of nowhere. Fortunately, Medicine Master had just refined a highly poisonous magical treasure. With this magical treasure, we were able to force the attackers back. Fairy Lychee, I was also attacked out of nowhere. It was when I was going back to the sect with 2 of my junior sisters. But strangely, the other party only attacked my 2 juniors at first. It seemed that they didn't want to have anything to do with me at all. After we killed 6 of them, they fled back to their aircraft and escaped. My 2 junior sisters were slightly injured, so I didn't get the chance to pursue them. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Same here. There was a sudden attack right by my immortal cave. At that time, Zhou Li was practicing outside, and was sneak attacked by a guy who had suddenly appeared. The attackers consisted of 12 figures at the 5th stage. In the end, they were all beheaded by me. Northern River's loose cultivator, I haven't been attacked. However, when I was heading to Sword Valley to temper the power of my life-bound sword orb, I saw a 5th stage loose cultivator suddenly get attacked. I was quite a bit away from him at the time, but I did sense that there were as many as 12 assailants attacking him. The 5th stage loose cultivator was quickly killed, and when I arrived, the assailants just glanced at me before hurrying away. Their flying magical treasure was really fast, so I didn't get to chase them. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I was also attacked on the way to Western Orchid Island. However, after the attackers sent one wave of attacks, they suddenly stopped and quickly fled. The whole process was puzzling. I swear, I'm definitely going to catch those guys, then beat them up and find out what exactly they're trying to do. F***ck, I now regret swearing to do so, damn oaths. I'd like to ask, who among you got to catch any? Can you let me know the origin of those guys so that I can finish this oath quickly? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, I have a few over here. I was making some dried fish when a group of 6 suddenly came out and attacked me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, the dried fish I made would be wasted. After that, I had a hard fight with these 6 guys. During this period, I used transforming shoals, shattering grounds to capture 3 of them. The other ones escaped. The 3 I got are still kicking in my bottle right now. Since fellow Daoist 7 Lives Talisman wants them, should I mail them to you? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, after I go to Western Orchid Island and take an evil cultivator off the hands of little friend Song Shuhang, I'll head to your place to fetch those assailants. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, ha ha ha, it turns out that you have all been attacked. I can rest easy now. I thought that I was the only one who got attacked out of nowhere, and I felt very upset. Now that I found out that everyone was attacked, I've calmed down. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, Song Shuhang, judging from the description of the assailants by the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. These assailants targeted the 5th stage practitioners, and they had a very fast aircraft. And finally, all of the assailants were at or above the 5th stage realm. Song Shuhang got a very familiar feeling from all of this. Song Shuhang asked, Seniors, can you tell me of the appearance of the assailants? Northern River's loose cultivator, Shuhang is online? Is Senior White back? Song Shuhang said, he got back yesterday, but he was still in a closed-up state, and was teleported by his clone. However, when I got up early this morning, the puppet maiden seemed to have taken the Senior White statue and choo-choo, and left the restaurant. I came online to ask Senior Tian Tian Kong and Senior Tian Tian Wei if they had come and picked them up. Northern River's loose cultivator, pushing glasses up emoji, in other words, Senior White isn't with you. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, oh, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, oh, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Song Shuhang, Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I have an attacker over here, but I have been quite heavy-handed. This attacker's death was quite bloody, but anyway, I'll take a photo and upload it. Should I add a mosaic before uploading it? Senior Yellow Mountain was always so considerate. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, no, the mosaic would make it look weird, so don't add it anymore. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, just send it. After a while, Senior Yellow Mountain uploaded the photo. The attackers basically had the same appearance as humans, and their faces were quite good-looking. However, there was a rune at the center of their eyebrows, which looked like a QR code. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, is that a QR code at the center of their eyebrows? Can you scan it? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, it's useless, I scanned it and didn't get any information. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Senior Thrice Reckless, you really scanned it? Afterward, he sent a message. I've got some information on them. These guys are from the celestial race of the celestial realm. What they most like hunting for are the golden cores of practitioners and monsters at the 5th stage. If they can't find any suitable targets, they could also choose to go for objects similar to golden cores, such as the blood core of an ancient witch. They really like golden cores. If the other party is at the 6th stage or above, or at the 4th stage or below, they don't have any interest in them at all. Hunt for golden cores? There is such a race? Fairy Lychee frowned. If this was the case, then this race and cultivators should have quite the enmity with one another. The next time they ran into them, they would definitely kill them directly, and not allow the other party to escape. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "It turns out to be the celestial race. I've seen descriptions of them in ancient books. The celestial realm has not been connected to our world for a long time. It is normal for the young members of the cultivation world not to know of them. Northern River's loose cultivator, the current heavens are undergoing great changes. The passages between different worlds in the universe are reconnecting, and an increasing number of troublesome matters is emerging. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Does Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue have any more detailed information about the celestial race? Like how they appear, their weaknesses, and their abilities? Everyone, send me all the information you have. I will sort it out, then share it with everyone. For now, fellow Taoists at the 5th stage, you must be more attentive. It would be best for you to travel in groups when moving around. If you encounter anyone from the celestial race and you can kill them, then you must absolutely not let them go. They have very fast aircraft that can let them escape really quickly. You must not let them get back to their aircraft. They actually dare pick golden core practitioners as hunting targets. It's been a long time since I've encountered such savage guys, Sioux Clan 7 regretfully said. Unfortunately, I've already ascended to the 6th stage. If I had known of this earlier, I wouldn't have ascended so quickly. Those at the 6th stage didn't attract the celestial race. It seemed like he would have to look for an opportunity to work together with his 5th stage juniors. When the time came, his 5th stage juniors could draw their interest, while he hid in the dark, waiting for them to jump out so that he could make a move. That would definitely be very refreshing. Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, Senior Song, you also encountered the celestial race? We've never been attacked on Spirit Butterfly Island. Is the celestial race strong? Song Shuhang replied, what I met was a large hunting party. There was a total of 51 celestials among them. 50 were at the 5th stage, and 1 was at the 6th stage. There can also be 6th stage celestials in the hunting parties? Yellow Mountain frowned. Since everyone had encountered teams at the 5th stage, he had subconsciously believed that the hunters were all at the 5th stage. If there were also 6th stage realm hunters, then the celestials' danger level had increased by an entire realm. Song Shuhang said, he's locked in my private space right now. If seniors are interested in him, I could bring him out for you to try and get some information from him at that time. However, we don't have any common languages, and I can't communicate with him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Song Shuhang was faced with 51 celestials, and still managed to capture the 6th stage celestial? Phoenix Slayer fell deep into thought. He remembered that when he first met Song Shuhang, he was still a little newbie in the group. At that time, the cute little Song Shuhang would still borrow young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to practice. In the blink of an eye, the original little and cute newbie of the past had grown to the point where he could directly go against 50 at the 5th stage and 1 at the 6th stage at the same time. Young Master Phoenix Slayer always felt that the cute and little Song Shuhang he remembered had existed just yesterday. Time flew by so fast, or not. The cute and little Song Shuhang had clearly been a Song Shuhang from only 3.5 months ago. For cultivators who had long lives, 3 months really was just like yesterday. Young Master Phoenix Slayer's heart felt so stifled that he even felt tired and wanted to leave the group. Senior Yellow Mountain said, Shuhang, what methods of attacks do those 6th stage celestials have? Well, he didn't actually get the chance to do anything, Song Shuhang said. As soon as we ran into one another, I immediately equipped the scholarly sage's eye, and used it on them. After that, I set up some defenses and blocked their rain of arrows and javelins. I then took the opportunity to send the 6th stage celestial the embryonic gaze as well. Following that, the curse left on the 6th stage celestial by an ancient witch was activated, and it eventually completely destroyed the celestials who were kneeling from the pain from the impregnating gaze at the time. In the end, I transferred the 6th stage celestial who became petrified due to the impregnating gaze plus embryonic gaze combo in my private world. Northern River's loose cultivator. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little sorry for the celestials. Those guys were clearly the mortal enemies of cultivators. As long as the celestials didn't stop hunting cultivators down for their golden cores, the enmity between the world of cultivation, along with the monster races, and the celestials wouldn't cease. However, after listening to Song Shuhang's description, everyone's mind came to visualize the scene of the celestials holding their swelling bellies, and trembling under Song Shuhang's eye. Song Shuhang said, if Senior Yellow Mountain wants to study them, should I send you the 6th stage celestial? However, I have to wait for Senior White to come out of his seclusion first. When the bright moon appears, you can leave researching the 6th stage celestial to me. I'm about to take a trip to Western Orchid Island and see if Tian Tian Kong and Tian Tian Wei need help. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, who is when the bright moon appears? Is there such a person in our group? I don't have an impression of him at all. Senior Yellow Mountain, is it a new fellow Taoist? When the bright moon appears, it's Scholar Drunken King, Idiot Thrice Reckless, Fairy Lychee scolded. If you really can't remember, then the scholar's heart will feel very sad. When the bright moon appears, what would feel sad? To me, having my heart hurt has long become impossible. And that's because I've no longer had a heart. Senior Yellow Mountain said, you can hand him over to the scholar then. Of course, Senior Yellow Mountain had also forgotten the Taoist name of when the bright moon appears. With that being the case, he chose not to try mentioning his Taoist name, and simply called him Scholar instead. This was honestly quite clever. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber then asked, Scholar Drunken King, aren't you only at the 6th stage realm? Are you sure that you can handle studying the 6th stage celestial? When the bright moon appears sighed, and said, 7th stage. Venerable Drunken King. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was shocked. None of them knew when the scholar had become a venerable. When the bright moon appears said, I've ascended to the venerable realm quite some time ago. Actually, on the day that I ascended, I had even sent a message in the group. Northern River's loose cultivator. He did? There was such a thing? Why did he not have any impression of it? He quickly flipped through his notebook. Even his notebook did not have any records of this incident. Northern River's loose cultivator said, Congratulations to the scholar, your realm has advanced even further. The 8th stage is now in your sights. Everyone knew that the biggest wish of Scholar Drunken King was to ascend to the 8th stage so that he could show his divinity in front of the entire universe, and gain the effects of nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me, having his Taoist name not forgotten by others. Now, with the scholar having already ascended to the 7th stage, and with his qualifications, he truly had the 8th stage within reach. Right, speaking of this. How many dragon patterns did the scholar even have? Although everyone was puzzled, nobody asked this question, because asking this would simply rend the scholar's heart even more. Regarding the matter of the celestials, everyone, send me your own intelligence, data, and any information you have on the methods of attack that the celestials have. I'll sort it out for everyone. Anyway, fellow Taoists at the 5th stage, do be careful when you go out, Senior Yellow Mountain concluded. In addition, 7, if you have plans on fighting the Celestials, then you have to find a way to get their aircraft. I'll study it and try to understand its structure. After that, we can directly go against the Celestials, cutting their routes so that they have no chance of escape. Yellow Mountain understood Sioux Clan 7's character very well. When he encountered such savage Celestials, 7 would certainly be unable to stop himself from making a move. Sioux Clan 7 said, "I will try." Song Shuhang saw this, and typed, "Wait, if it's an aircraft, I have one here. I originally wanted to remodel it and change it into an immortal boat. However, if Senior Yellow Mountain needs it, I can find a way to send it to you." Senior Yellow Mountain, beautifully done, Shuhang. If I really am able to understand their aircraft, you'll be the first I'll remember. If you want an immortal boat, then I'll get someone to design one especially for you. Senior Yellow Mountain was very prestigious and well-connected in the cultivation world. Song Shuhang said, "Thank you, Senior Yellow Mountain." Yellow Mountain, 7, don't give up on capturing the aircraft over on your side. If we're able to study the aircraft together, we'll be able to make progress much quicker. Sioux Clan 7 said, "Got it. I'll make some arrangements and get to hunting Celestials immediately." After going offline, Sioux Clan 7 contacted Sioux Clan 16. He hoped that Sioux Clan 16 could participate in this plan of hunting Celestials as it could prove beneficial to her in the future. The discussion about the Celestials came to an end for now. Song Shuhang, by the way, I almost forgot my main purpose for coming online. At Island Master Tian Tian Kong, at Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei. Are the two seniors online? He wondered if the puppet maiden, Chu Chu, and the statue Senior White had moved to Heavenly Field Island. When the puppet maiden left, there wasn't even a single note left behind. I'm afraid that Tian Tian Kong and Tian Tian Wei have been very busy. They haven't been online to reply to any messages today, Northern River's loose cultivator said. Their Heavenly Field Island is an actual spatial node of the universe. They've been extremely busy because of this recently. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, little friend Shuhang, I am about to arrive at Western Orchid Island. Let's meet up first. I'll take you to Heavenly Field Island afterward. I have an entry token for Heavenly Field Island, and we can enter the island directly. Song Shuhang, alright, Senior 7 Lives Talisman. I'm at my restaurant on Western Orchid Island. I'll send you the coordinates of the restaurant right now. 2 hours later, there was a knock on the door outside the restaurant. Song Shuhang finished his meditation practice, and got up to open the door. Outside the door, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was still the same. He had a majestic expression on his face, and wore a cool black trench coat. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Senior, you've finally arrived." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman sighed, and said, "On the way here, I encountered another wave of attacks from Celestials. Similar to the first time, those guys came out, then attacked me. Afterward, they suddenly ran away. If it weren't for me being in a hurry and not having brought powerful runes, I would have definitely killed them right away, and not wasted my time." Song Shuhang said, "I think that, the Celestials ran away as soon as they met you because of the 'nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me' effect on your body." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was currently at the 5th stage realm with 8 dragon patterns on his golden core. However, at the same time, he carried a sage seal on his body. Those Celestials should have sensed the aura of a golden core on Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's body, and ran over happily, wanting to beat him up and take his golden core. However, as soon as they met him, they suddenly discovered that the golden core cultivator was merely someone strong pretending to be weak. He was the new profound sage 7 Lives Talisman. As a result, those Celestials ran away like their lives depended on it. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman looked up at the sky, his heart stifled. At least the other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group would be able to kill a few of the Celestials after they came and attacked them, but when it came to him, he couldn't even kill a single one of them. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "Let's not talk about that first. Anyway, how's the evil cultivator? He used a secret technique, and he hasn't fully recuperated from it yet." Song Shuhang laughed, stretched out his hand, and the evil caster was transported out of the inner world. As soon as he appeared, the evil caster opened his eyes and looked at Song Shuhang and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Profound Sage 7 Lives Talisman. The caster felt his heart go cold. It was another profound sage. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman coldly said, "Boy, do you remember the mountain people you killed on Canine Tooth Mountain back then? It's the Canine Tooth Mountain incident again? I'm done for. I'm afraid that I'm really done for this time." The evil caster's heart was trembling. He was wondering if he still had the chance to commit suicide and resurrect smoothly. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "It looks like you can't remember it. However, it doesn't matter if you can't remember, I will let you remember it." After saying that, he took out his little notebook and scratched a line on it. Another oath had been completed. At this time, Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Senior 7 Lives Talisman, this guy might have a secret resurrection technique, you should be more prepared. Relying on my experience of having resurrected many times, I can smell something similar from him. According to my guess, his resurrection method should be very low in level, having a really high cost, but not having that of a great success rate. But in the end, it is still a resurrection technique, so you need to take some measures to stop him from killing himself." In any case, he was a man who had been resurrected a lot of times by now. He had some kind of intuition when it came to resurrection methods. Evil caster. What the hell was up with this ability to smell the aura of resurrection? This ability to sense his resurrection method made the evil caster so surprised that he couldn't breathe. "I got it," Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, reached out, and summoned several runes, which then fell on the evil caster. Afterward, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman handed a small bottle to Song Shuhang. "This is a gift for you." Song Shuhang. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "It's your reward for helping me catch this guy. Don't worry, it's not something precious. It's just some pills that can prolong one's life. Moreover, the efficacy of the medicine is very weak, and it's of no use to the practitioners. However, you can give them to ordinary people." Song Shuhang's heart was moved. "Thank you, Senior. This should be a gift specially prepared for him by Senior 7 Lives Talisman." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "Let's go, I will take you to Heavenly Field Island now." While he said that, Song Shuhang got a message on his phone. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Island Master Tian Tian Kong. "Little friend stressed by a mountain of books, where are you? We're coming to pick you up." Little friend stressed by a mountain of books. Stressed by a mountain of books was Song Shuhang's earliest chat group nickname. Later, he changed his nickname in the 9 provinces number 1 group many times. He once rotated between 7 Taoist names, but the ones he recently used a lot more were Tyrannical Song and Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Currently, none of the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group called him Little Friend Stressed by a Mountain of Books anymore. Unless it was a private message for Song Shuhang, and they had only seen Song Shuhang's account name. However, Island Master Tian Tian Kong was an acquaintance. Even if it was a private message, it would still be impossible for him to call him Little Friend Stressed by a Mountain of Books. Unless it wasn't Island Master Tian Tian Kong himself who was the one that sent the message. At the side, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman brought out a clean jade bottle, and placed the evil caster inside the bottle, imprisoning him. After that, he looked at Song Shuhang, and found that Shuhang's expression to be slightly strange. "What's wrong?" Song Shuhang handed over his phone. Senior Tian Kong just sent me a message. I might be thinking too much, but I feel like there's a problem with Island Master Tian Kong. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman looked at Song Shuhang's phone, and saw the little friend stressed by a mountain of books message sent by Island Master Tian Kong, which caused his eyebrows to rise. Reply to fellow Daoist Tian Kong first, and tell him that you've got some urgent matters today, so he should come pick you up tomorrow instead, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. After that, I'll take you directly to the island. Anyway, I have a token on me. No matter what happened to Island Master Tian Kong, they could simply go to the island first, and personally figure out what was happening when they got there. Song Shuhang said, okay. He replied to Island Master Tian Kong's message, saying, Senior Tian Kong, I've suddenly got some urgent matters today. Can you pick me up tomorrow instead? Island Master Tian Kong, okay, little friend stressed by a mountain of books. See you tomorrow then. Song Shuhang put away his phone. After he locked the door to the restaurant, he and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman flew on their saber and sword, respectively, and directly headed toward Heavenly Field Island. On the way, Song Shuhang had been paying attention to the connection between himself and the inner world. No matter what danger he encountered, as long as his connection with the inner world was not blocked, then he wouldn't be driven to absolute despair. When the time came and he encountered some danger he couldn't deal with, he could simply retreat and hide for some time. But the problem was, there were times when the inner world was faster than him. If he wasn't careful, the inner world might hide before he could hide in it. As such, after getting the feeling that there might have been an incident at Heavenly Field Island, Song Shuhang repeatedly checked if there were any changes in his inner world. If the inner world cowered, then he would immediately retreat with Senior 7 Lives Talisman. An existence that could make the inner world cower was definitely not something that he and Senior 7 Lives Talisman could deal with at the moment. Anyway, he could absolutely not let the inner world be the first to be run this time. The distance between Heavenly Field Island and Western Orchid Island was quite close, and it did not take long for them to arrive. Along the way, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The connection between the inner world and Song Shuhang remained very stable, and there was no sign of either of them having to hide. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, "Follow me, we have to speed up a little bit." Song Shuhang replied, "No problem." At this time, he was using the treasured saber Broken Tyrant, and it had its guardrails raised up high. With the complete sense of security that it gave him, he wouldn't feel any fear even if they sped up a bit. At Jiangnan University Town, Gao Mumu, Tu Bo, and Yangde discovered that Song Shuhang had become much more normal today. Although he still appeared very careful as well as very feminine in some aspects in general, it was already at a normal level. In addition, Gao Mumu recently discovered that Song Shuhang would always go window shopping on major shopping websites, and he seemed to have taken a strong interest in online shopping. What he saw was very complicated, with there having been a huge variety of things as well. When Gao Mumu passed by Song Shuhang a few times, he would see him looking at some beautiful women's clothing with great interest. Of course, it wasn't that weird for men to look at women's clothing. Who knew? It might just be so that they could prepare a gift for their girlfriend. Gao Mumu himself would secretly buy a lot of cute clothes for Yai every now and then. In addition to looking at women's clothing, Gao Mumu saw that Song Shuhang had also been spending some time searching for things like nutrient soil, fertilizer, and general plant nutrient solution. Could Shuhang be planning on growing some kind of plant inside the dormitory? But why haven't I seen him buy any plants, then? We're here. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took Song Shuhang, and landed in a seemingly ordinary part of the sea. This was where Heavenly Field Island was. It was usually surrounded by illusory formations, and ordinary people would not be able to see it. At this time, The island-guarding formation on Heavenly Field Island was active, and the illusory formation that encompassed the entire island had even been strengthened. As such, it wasn't easy to see through the illusion even for practitioners. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took Song Shuhang, and descended toward the sea. He made some hand seals, calculating and determining the coordinates of the island. Afterward, he stretched out his hand, and took out a leaf-shaped shield from his spatial magical treasure. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, "Follow me, we'll be entering Heavenly Field Island now." He raised his leaf-shaped shield, and entered the sea. Song Shuhang followed him closely. This shield was the token, and had extremely high authority. Even if the island-guarding formation was active, as long as one was holding this shield and found the coordinates, they could enter the island. This shield was bound to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, and no one other than him could activate or use it. Song Shuhang walked behind him, surrounded by mist. Even with his current eyesight, he couldn't see anything more than a meter from himself. During this time, his connection with the inner world remained very stable, and it did not waver at all. About 20 seconds later, Song Shuhang's eyes shone brightly. He and the Palace Master had already passed through the large formation that was protecting the island. What appeared in front of him was a small pond with lotus leaves growing on its surface, along with several lotus flowers of various colors atop them. On the edge of the pond, there were 4 statues seated. The statues on the left and the right had huge heads, but their bodies were small and pitiful, being only 1/10 the size of their heads. The statues at the front and back were the exact opposite. They had huge bodies, but their heads were only the size of a fist. If one didn't look closely, they might assume that they were headless statues. There was a small stream between each of the 4 statues. There were 3 streams that were flowing inward, while one was flowing outward. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman whispered, "Follow me." He put away the leaf-shaped shield, leaped forward, and landed on a lotus leaf in the pond. After he stepped on the lotus leaf, they quickly sped toward the stream flowing outward. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk movement technique and followed closely. He followed the movements of the Palace Master, tapping his foot lightly on the lotus leaf, and then moving forward with the help of the buoyancy of the lotus leaf. However, when his feet tapped on the lotus leaf, a black lotus bloomed out of thin air and supported his body. The Lotus Blossoming Walk. As Song Shuhang's realm went higher and higher, the consumption of the Lotus Blossoming Walk became increasingly lesser, and it pretty much became a passive skill. There were times when as long as Song Shuhang walked in the air, a black lotus would come out on its own initiative. Song Shuhang. Under the lead of Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, they walked along the stream, passing through a bamboo forest, and then through a maze of bends and turns. In the end, they arrived at the back door of a classical immortal residence. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman came in front of the ancient mirror at the entrance of the immortal residence, and said, "Fellow Taoist Tian Tian Kong, I'm here. Are you here?" There was a light that came from the ancient mirror, confirming Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's identity. Subsequently, the door to the immortal residence opened. Song Shuhang asked, "Is this Island Master Tian Tian Kong and Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's immortal cave?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman replied, "This place is Tian Tian Kong's immortal cave, Tian Tianwei's immortal cave is somewhere else." Song Shuhang said, I thought they lived together." Oh, he thought so because Tian Tian Kong and Tian Tianwei always chatted simultaneously in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. When Song Shuhang had just joined the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, still had yet to meet Soft Feather, and had thought that the seniors in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group were suffering from the Chinibyu disease, he had once wondered if Tian Tian Kong and Tian Tianwei were the same person, just with 2 separate chat accounts. The inside of Tian Tian Kong's immortal cave was very modern, and even had a touch of science fiction to it. There were 2 completely different styles when it came to the inside and outside of this immortal residence. In the passage, they would be faced with a heavy metal door every once in a while. The doors were engraved with defensive formations and runes. After passing through 7 doors in a row, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman stopped. There are no traces of damage to the defensive doors, and the defensive system of the Immortal Cave is also intact. It seems that Taoist Tian Tiankong is safe. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman let out a breath of relief. He came to the last door and knocked on the door with a smile. Fellow Taoist Tian Tiankong, I am coming. In addition, I also brought little friend Shuhang. The last door did not open for a long while. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman wondered, is he not inside his immortal cave? He took out his phone, opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and sent a message to Island Master Tian Tiankong. Tian Tiankong, where are you? Island Master Tian Tiankong quickly replied, fellow Taoist, I won't casually make an oath again, I am in my immortal cave. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's face suddenly changed. Similar to Song Shuhang's, stressed by a mountain of books, I won't casually make an oath again was his account's nickname. Given the relationship between Island Master Tian Tiankong and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, it was impossible for Tian Tiankong to call him by that name. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman put away his phone, stretched out his hand, and laid it on the last door, ready to forcibly open the door. When he put his hand on the door, the last door opened with a clatter. What appeared in front of Song Shuhang was a small room of only a dozen square meters. There were a computer desk and a chair in the room. Besides this, there were doors everywhere in the room, large and small. These doors should be passages leading to all parts of the immortal cave. There was no one at the computer desk. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman frowned and hurried forward. In front of the computer, the chat software was turned on and logged into the chat interface of 9 Provinces number 1 group. On the chat interface, the fellow Taoists in the 9 Provinces number 1 group could be seen quickly sending messages. In the background, there were several smaller windows. Among them were chat windows with Song Shuhang and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. There was also a chat window with Fairy Lychee and some fellow Taoists who weren't in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. In the chat window with 7 Lives Talisman, there was the message, fellow Taoist, I won't casually make an oath again, I am in my immortal cave. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman stretched out his hand, took out his phone, and once again sent a message to Island Master Tian Tiankong. Where are you? At this moment, the keyboard by the computer automatically started typing. Island Master Tian Tiankong, fellow Taoist, I won't casually make an oath again, I'm in my room. Program chat. Song Shuhang was surprised. How high-tech was this? Chapter 1508 I'm dead and no longer exist. Song Shuhang said, sure enough, I'm still too naive. What's so great about a clone that's specially dedicated to chatting online? What's so great about an online warrior that could stay online 24/7? Neither of those can compare to this automated chat technology. It could reply by itself with haste, and it could even take on the style of one's messages. It was simply beyond cool. Other than the loophole of it using the account name of the other party when sending messages, this chat function was simply magnificent. Could it be artificial intelligence? Gao Momu would probably like this thing a lot. Since it could chat on its own, then it should also be able to write his novels for him, right? If it really was a pre-programmed chat function, should he take it with him and give it to Gao Momu as a gift? No, that's not right. Wait. Am I really this shallow? Suddenly, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. There had been typing on the keyboard. There was clearly nobody sitting in front of the computer, yet when it was chatting, Island Master Tian Tiankong's keyboard was typing on its own, and actively replied to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's message. Recalling it carefully, it was actually very scary. It was a scene that would appear in horror movies. However, since Song Shuhang had come into contact with the realm of cultivation, he subconsciously moved some strange things that he encountered into the "I need to change my worldview" section of his brain. As such, there were times when he would encounter such terrifying things, but his first reaction wouldn't be, "Not good, I'm so scared that I might piss my pants," but instead, I need to change my three views again." There seemed to have been some serious damage to his mental state. Song Shuhang said, the computer keyboard was typing by itself. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman nodded. Song Shuhang took out his phone and sent a message to Island Master Tian Kong. "Hello, Island Master Tian Kong, do you want a monkey today?" Soon after, Island Master Tian Kong's computer keyboard began typing on its own again. Tap, 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 and it subsequently replied to Song Shuhang's message. "Little friend stressed by a mountain of books, what are you talking about? Why would I want a monkey? When will you be free tomorrow, what time should I pick you up?" The reply was pretty much perfect besides the part where it would directly use the account name. If this scene were to be accompanied by ominous music, it would undoubtedly fit a horror film. Song Shuhang said, this is absolutely not some programmed chat function. At the same time, he thought of another possibility. This was the world of cultivation, and some unscientific things could be explained from the perspective of cultivation. For example, a stone could gain intelligence and become a stone giant. As another example, a banknote could also gain intelligence and become a great immortal banknote. Even a sheet had a chance of becoming a spirit. One example of this was the sheet on the Almighty Merchant. He always felt like the sheet was his main body. With that said, couldn't a computer also become a spirit? Song Shuhang said, is it a computer spirit? In theory, it took a long time for something to be able to gain a spirit. In particular, it was even more difficult for this kind of inanimate thing to give birth to some type of consciousness. A small computer like the one in front of them had only been made not that long ago. Did it even meet the conditions for gaining a spirit? Or could it simply have some great fate, and somehow gained intelligence? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, impossible, if it was a spirit, we should be able to sense it. He pinched his chin and looked around. The whole room was neat and tidy without any mess. Other than this computer that was turned on and automatically responding to messages, there was nothing unusual. The Palace Master said, maybe Tian Kong has gone out, let's look for other places on the island to see if fellow Taoist Tian Kong is there. While the Palace Master was talking, he saw Song Shuhang suddenly transform into his smoke form. Afterward, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and laid it on the computer. Since discovering that his smoke form was immune to the side effects of the wounds caused by the secret appraisal technique, Song Shuhang had begun to use the secret appraisal technique even more unscrupulously. Anyway, his body wouldn't actually sustain any more injuries, the only thing he had to deal with now was some mental pain. However, such mental pain barely caused Song Shuhang to feel anything. In addition, if he didn't sustain any pain a few times every day, his body would feel uncomfortable. After activating the secret appraisal technique, injuries due to the usage of the technique appeared on Song Shuhang's body, causing some smoke to be detached from his body. However, as long as he willed it, the smoke would quickly return. Song Shuhang dismissed his smoke form and gnashed his teeth. In the next moment, the information from the secret appraisal technique appeared in his mind. Taoist priest Tian Kong's personal computer, it was assembled by Taoist priest Tian Kong by himself, and it had been strengthened to a certain extent. This computer is mainly used to contact the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. It is also used for shopping and processing photos. Remarks: there is a folder, My Little Sister is the Cutest, inside the music song sheets English to Chinese song sheets. Within this folder is a collection of Fairy Tian Tianwei's childhood photos. This is the most precious treasure of Taoist priest Tian Tian Kong. Song Shuhang. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Song Shuhang solemnly said, I did find something. There's no saving fellow Taoist Tian Tian Kong. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Song Shuhang quickly waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing. What I was referring to when I said there's no saving him was some of his personal hobbies." He continued to urge his secret appraisal techniques. What he wanted was not information on the "my little sister is the cutest" folder. Instead, what he wanted to know was why this computer was able to type and reply to other people's messages on its own. A small remnant of Taoist priest Tian Tiankong's soul has been left inside the computer. It exists in a parasitic manner towards the computer which he has personally modified. More information appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. A remnant soul? Song Shuhang's face changed. A remnant soul would only appear after one died. Moreover, this only happened when the complete soul could not be saved, and only a portion of their soul remained, this portion becoming called the remnant soul. What did you find this time? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman saw Song Shuhang's face change drastically, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Song Shuhang raised his head, and said, "Right inside this computer is a part of Senior Tian Tiankong's remnant soul. It's something parasitic to the computer. How is that possible? If there really is a remnant soul, why can't I sense it at all?" Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman stretched out his hand, laid it on the computer, and sensed carefully. After a while, his face suddenly changed. Inside a strengthening formation at the core of the computer, there was indeed a remnant soul that was left behind, and it had Island Master Tian Tiankong's aura. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly said, "Tian Tian Kong should have a means of resurrection. If his remnant soul is still here, he should still have a chance to revive." At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's number. If something happened to Tian Tian Kong, then what about Tian Tianwei? Nobody was answering the call. This is really the worst-case scenario. Something really did happen here at Heavenly Field Island, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said solemnly with an anxious look on his face. Song Shuhang once again communicated with his inner world, and the inner world hadn't cowered yet. This meant that, at least for now, he and Senior 7 Lives Talisman were still safe. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly sent a message in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. There's something wrong with Heavenly Field Island, who has methods for protecting souls. Please come to Heavenly Field Island as quickly as possible. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Something happened at Heavenly Field Island? But fellow Taoist Tian Tian Kong was still chatting with me just now. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly said, "Tian Tian Kong is dead, and only a remnant soul of his is left behind. I only brought a rune that can stop a soul from dissipating. However, I don't have any materials to make a talisman on me, which is why I'm asking for someone who has the means to preserve souls. I need them to come quickly to Heavenly Field Island." Tian Tian Kong must have saved himself a means of resurrection before he died to save this remnant soul. There's still hope for him to be resurrected. At this time, Song Shuhang saw the computer's keyboard typing again. Island Master Tian Tian Kong, what? I'm dead? Aren't I here just fine? Fellow Taoist, I won't casually make an oath again. Are you sick? Thrice reckless Mad Saber. Fairy Lychee. Previously, Thrice Reckless and Lychee had also been chatting with Island Master Tian Tian Kong. However, Thrice Reckless and Lychee's account names were their Taoist names, so they didn't notice anything strange. But now, as soon as they saw Island Master Tian Tian Kong's message, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Tian Tian Kong and fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman had a very good relationship, so there was no way that he would call 7 Lives Talisman by, I won't casually make an oath again. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. If you're looking for people who are good with souls, then you've got to invite at Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, at soon-to-be a Holy Maiden Dongfang 6, and at Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Daluo Sect's True Monarch Rain Moon, I need some time to deal with things over at my side first. After I'm done here, I'll go to Western Orchid Island. Soon-to-be a Holy Maiden Dongfang 6 replied, there is a passage between the worlds right by the Daluo sect. True Monarch Rain Moon has been having a headache recently due to having to deal with that. She might not be able to go. I am setting off first to see if I can help, but honestly speaking, I've mostly done research on attacking souls, not much on protecting them. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I will set off right away, but I am quite far away at the moment. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was a reliable senior in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He was an all-around cultivator with almost no shortcomings. He had even done research on the path of the soul. In order to free Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, the path of the soul was something that he had to study in depth. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked, what is Tian Tiankong's status right now, why can he still reply to messages? Island Master Tian Tiankong, I'm fine, my condition is great. I even feel like I can be online 24 hours a day. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, he is currently attached to the formation at a computer core. He had practically become a computer spirit. I will first use some runes to stabilize his remnant soul. I don't know what happened at Heavenly Field Island. The island guarding formation is still intact. Tian Tiankong's immortal cave is also safe and sound. After that, he said to Song Shuhang, little friend Shuhang, you should guard this computer first. If there is any change to Tian Tiankong's remnant soul, you must notify me immediately. I will go to Tian Tianwei's immortal cave, and see if she's there. After saying that, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman quickly left Tian Tiankong's immortal cave, and headed to Fairy Tian Tianwei's place. Song Shuhang sighed. He pulled out the computer chair and sat down. He watched the constant beating of the computer keyboard as Island Master Tian Tiankong continued to communicate with the fellow Taoists in the group. He didn't seem to realize that he was dead. Song Shuhang thought to himself, if Island Master Tian Tiankong has a means of resurrection, why hasn't he revived? Could it be that his resurrection method failed? If so, would it be effective if he used a resurrection gold coin on Tian Tiankong's remnant soul? Chapter 1509 I'll try it out, it might just work. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and took out a resurrection gold coin from his inner world. Anyway, he still had a good number of resurrection gold coins in stock. If he could use one to save Senior Tian Tiankong, he would definitely not be stingy. The seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group were all special to Song Shuhang, and they all had a very special place in his heart. Even Island Master Tian Tiankong, whom he had never seen in reality, was the same. Song Shuhang thought to himself, however, how high is Senior Tian Tiankong's cultivation base? Despite often appearing in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Island Master Tian Tiankong and Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's cultivation realms were never mentioned in the chat. Were they at the 5th stage? Or at the 6th stage? If he was at the 6th stage, then the resurrection gold coin wouldn't work on him. Moreover, Island Master Tian Tiankong was only left with a remnant soul right now, so would he still be able to activate the resurrection gold coin? Song Shuhang took out his phone again, opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, and asked, Senior Tian Tiankong, what realm are you at now? Island Master Tian Tiankong replied, my realm? Well, of course it's the realm that great wizards reach after being single for several hundred years. After being single for so long, my magic power has accumulated to a terrifying level. Tyrannical Song. The realm that great wizards reach after being single for hundreds of years? I don't think that was what I was asking about, though. Moreover, Senior Tian Kong, you're a character that's somewhat beyond saving. If you don't delete the hidden folder on your computer, the realm of divine wizards just might beckon at you. Soft Feather, who still doesn't have a new Daoist name today, Senior Tian Kong, Senior Song is asking about your cultivation realm. Island Master Tian Kong, oh, that, if you're asking about my cultivation realm, I should be at about the divine wizard realm. Soft Feather, who still doesn't have a new Daoist name today, Senior Tian Kong is a wizard? Island Master Tian Kong replied, of course. Tyrannical Song. Soft Feather, you're being led along by him. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Fellow Daoist Tian Kong is an old spiritual emperor. I recently heard that he had made a breakthrough, so he might already be at the 6th stage. Little friend Shuhang, did you find something? I have extra resurrection magical treasures with me, but they can only be used on those below the 6th stage. If Senior Tian Kong was still at the 5th stage, then my resurrection magical treasures might have been able to come in handy, Song Shuhang said. Senior Tian Kong's remnant soul hasn't revived until now. I'm worried that a problem has emerged with his resurrection, which is causing his resurrection to be delayed. Northern River's loose cultivator, didn't you already use your resurrection magical treasure a few days ago? You are Reserve Easier, Song Shuhang replied, only one was used that time, and I still have some more with me. Since I have been dying more frequently recently, I bought a whole set of resurrection magical treasures from Fairy Almighty Seller in one go. The world of cultivation really was a cruel place. He could still clearly remember when he first decided to come in contact with cultivation with great determination, typing his first message in the 9 provinces #1 group. He never would have thought that he would end up dying so many times during the short period of the following 5 months. Other than the incident at the scholarly faction's World of the Golden Lotus, there was not a single time when the way he died was repeated. After gaining the knowledge of the correct path, would you be able to die without regrets? Yes, of course. If you weren't ready to die 8 out of 10 times, then how could you say that you have the determination to pursue the Tao? Northern River's loose cultivator. He felt a little relieved to see that Song Shuhang was still alive and kicking now. How much difficulty did one have to go through to be able to speak such grave words like, I've died more frequently recently, while still maintaining a positive and optimistic attitude? Fairy Lychee, Shuhang's speculation is reasonable. Tian Kong's resurrection might have encountered some trouble. I have a set of resurrection formations that can be used on those below the Venerable Realm. If necessary, please contact me. I will head over at the fastest speed to set up the formation. Island Master Tian Kong, There's no need. I thank everyone for your kindness, but I feel that I am in a great state right now. I even feel like I can stay in the group for 24 hours to chat. Moreover, I'm like a salted fish now, I don't need anything. Think about it, I've no longer got anything to worry about. There's no need to worry about my resurrection so much. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Tian Kong has lost his mind. Everyone should move faster. If we're too late, even if Tian Kong resurrects, his IQ might drop, and that would be horrible. Island Master Tian Kong, System Prompt, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber has already been blacklisted by you. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Inside Tian Kong's immortal cave. Song Shuhang sighed and put his phone aside. Afterward, he activated the smoke body state again, and reached out toward the main part of the computer. The seniors in the group didn't know Island Master Tian Kong's realm, so he planned on using the secret appraisal technique to appraise him again. Song Shuhang said, this time, I want to appraise Senior Tian Kong's realm. I hope that this remnant soul can prove useful for this. His fingers touched the box. The metal cover of the desktop was cold, but there was no electric shock. After making contact with it, he concentrated. The secret appraisal technique was activated once again. The target of this appraisal was the remnant soul of Island Master Tian Kong that was hidden in the computer. Song Shuhang spewed out a few patches of smoke, but they soon returned to his body. The result of the secret appraisal technique emerged in his mind. Remnant soul of Island Master Tian Kong. This remnant soul has only 1/10 of Tian Kong's memories, and it has strength at the second stage. Strength at the second stage? Island Master Tian Kong was only at the second stage realm? Senior Yellow Mountain said that Tian Kong was a veteran 5th stage spiritual emperor, and that he might have even broken through to the 6th stage realm. That information was wrong then. Could the information that says he's at the second stage be referring to the strength of Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "It seems the secret appraisal technique is not omnipotent." At the same time, he tried to continue stimulating the secret appraisal technique to see if he could acquire more useful information. For example, why did Island Master Tian Kong's resurrection method not activate? After a while, another piece of information emerged in his mind. The remaining soul of Island Master Tian Kong was drawn into a sealed space. The degree of fragmentation of his soul had exceeded the limit, resulting in the resurrection method prepared by Island Master Tian Kong being unable to activate. The results of this appraisal gave Song Shuhang a surprise. Sealed space. Island Master Tian Kong's soul had not been wiped out, but had been drawn into this sealed space. In other words, if there was a chance to bring back Island Master Tian Kong's soul, the resurrection method that he had prepared for himself could be activated. The question was, where was this sealed space? Song Shuhang attempted to continue urging the secret appraisal technique. But this time, the secret appraisal technique could no longer provide him with any more information. Song Shuhang hurriedly fetched his phone. The phone's screen was still on, and it was still on the chat interface of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang asked, "Seniors, does any of you know where sealed space is?" "Northern River's loose cultivator, I've never heard of it, and it sounds like it's describing the place rather than being the name of the place." Soft Feather, who still doesn't have a new Daoist name today, "Senior Song, did you find another clue?" Song Shuhang replied, "Yes, the other remnant souls of Senior Tian Kong were drawn into this sealed space. I was thinking that if the remaining remnant souls could be brought back, Senior Tian Kong could still be saved." Daluo Sect's true monarch Rain Moon, where did little friend Shuhang find this clue? Are there any other clues pertaining to this sealed space? Song Shuhang said, "No, the only useful clue I found was the words, sealed space, and I couldn't get anything more, which is why I'm asking seniors about it now." "Senior Song is like a detective today," Soft Feather said. "Song, Detective Shuhang." Song Shuhang asked, "It's the secret technique, the one that gives me information on things I appraise." At Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, do you have anything on this? Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, I don't have a single clue. As fellow Daoist Northern River said, the sealed space you were talking about sounds like it's talking about some closed space. If you are looking for such a place, there are countless worlds of this kind in the universe. Even secret realms would be able to fit that description. Soft Feather, who still doesn't have a new Daoist name today, Senior Song, I suddenly have an idea. Let's talk privately. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, private chat. As soon as he heard this word, he felt his fingers start to move. With that, he couldn't help but send a few pictures. A man with a wicked smile, private chat. Chatting in private can get you pregnant. A serious gynecologist, I heard someone say something about getting pregnant from chatting in private. Where is it? I will deliver the baby for them right away. A handsome policeman, attention, all units, private chats can lead to pregnancy, private chats can lead to pregnancy. Song Shuhang. After a while, Song Shuhang silently took out his phone and took a clear picture of his left eye. Then, he sent this photo to thrice reckless Mad Saber in private chats. He sent a picture of the scholarly sage's left eye to his dear senior thrice reckless. In the photo, Song Shuhang's left eye seemed to emit a strange light, giving people a heavy pressure. It gave off the feeling that whoever it stared at would get pregnant. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. Meanwhile, Soft Feather sent a message to Song Shuhang, Senior Song, I just got an idea, can you do this with your secret appraisal technique? First, you take a piece of paper out, and write the words, sealed space, on it. After that, use the secret appraisal technique on the words. Could you get information about the sealed space this way? Soft Feather's way of thinking was completely different from that of ordinary people. However, it sounded really feasible. Song Shuhang said, that might actually work. As long as I think about appraising the words, sealed space, it might really work. I'll try it out right away, Soft Feather, Senior Song, you got this. Song Shuhang took out a pen and paper from his inner world, and wrote the words, sealed space, on the paper. He whispered, I'll try it out, it might just work. At this time, he hadn't released his smoke state yet. And so, he directly stretched out his hands onto the words. Then, Song Shuhang whispered, secret appraisal technique. In his mind, there were no other distracting thoughts, only one thought was present to appraise, sealed space. What was this sealed space, and where was it? Anyway, when he used the secret appraisal technique now, he no longer needed to shed any blood, which resulted in Song Shuhang being a lot more liberal in using it. Using it more would also give him more experience in using the ability. Unlimited tries for free. After a while, a small wound appeared on the smoky Song Shuhang's arm. If a wound of this degree were to appear when he was in his normal state, it would merely be a small scratch on his arm. With Song Shuhang's current physical strength, the wound would heal before blood could flow out of it. Song Shuhang felt disappointed. He didn't even need to look at the results of the appraisal to know that this little experiment had failed. What useful information could he have possibly gotten from appraising something that only cost him such a small price? A piece of ordinary paper, produced on May 20, 2019. There are some words which do not contain any spiritual energy written on it by profound sage tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang. It really didn't work. Soft Feather asked, did it succeed? Song Shuhang replied, it failed, only the information regarding the paper was appraised. That's a pity. If it had succeeded, I would have had a lot of interesting and bold ideas for you to try out, Soft Feather said with some disappointment. Song Shuhang. He was suddenly a little grateful that the experiment had failed. He got the feeling that Soft Feather's interesting and bold ideas would eventually bring him disasters. Soft Feather said, by the way, Senior Song, please send me a picture of Island Master Tian Tienkong's room. Song Shuhang. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, you previously mentioned in the 9 provinces number 1 group that only Island Master Tian Tienkong's computer was left turned on in his room. Besides that, the entire defensive formation of his immortal cave and the island guarding formation were intact, that the whole room was neat and tidy, and there were no signs of fighting. In other words, Senior Tian Tienkong could have possibly been killed in a single blow, resulting in his defensive formations not having a chance to activate. With this, his body dissipated, and his soul was shattered, this entire process not letting a single drop of his blood spill anywhere. Island Master Tian Tienkong's was also drawn into that sealed space. That said, I want to see a picture of his room, and see if I can find any clues. Soft Feather had just finished a day of practice, so she was currently idle, and she had a lot of spare time to conduct some research. Song Shuhang said, okay. He went back to the entrance, then took a picture of Island Master Tian Tienkong's room, and sent the picture to Soft Feather. A few minutes later. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, I have a bold idea. Song Shuhang. His heartbeat could not help speeding up a bit. Soft Feather seriously said, how about you appraise the air? Song Shuhang. Your Senior Song will die, Soft Feather. Identifying the air is the same as identifying Mother Earth. It's a very dangerous thing, and if I'm not careful, I might even die. Moreover, under normal circumstances, air could not be identified. Soft Feather said, I have carefully looked at every part of the photo, and it made me wonder whether the other party had directly attacked Senior Tian Kong through space. In this case, Senior Song, you should try appraising the air, or more specifically, appraising the space in Island Master Tian Kong's room. Isn't there a chance you might find a clue this way? Perhaps the entrance of that sealed space is still in Senior Tian Kong's room? An attack that crossed space. Was she saying it could have been a 9th stage Tribulation transcender? Song Shuhang subconsciously tried to make contact with his inner world again. Fortunately, it hadn't cowered yet. With this touching upon space, it would have been nice if Senior White was present. Having said that, at this moment, it was apparent that the puppet maiden, Senior White, and Chu Chu hadn't been invited to the island by Island Master Tian Kong. That being said, where did the puppet maiden take the Senior White statue? It couldn't be that the puppet maiden suddenly fell in love with the Senior White statue, and eloped with it, right? Song Shuhang suddenly thought of a ridiculous idea. While in thought, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and directed it toward the air. Secret appraisal technique, this time, I want to appraise the space here. Song Shuhang activated the secret appraisal technique again. His current smoky body prevented him from having to worry about dying due to excessive bleeding. Moreover, with his current mastery of the secret appraisal technique, he could also control the degree of danger that it would present him, limiting it within his own acceptable range. He was going to try it out. Who knew? It might just work. Would he be able to appraise space? The secret appraisal technique was activated, and the target was not captured. Was it failed? The thought of space might not have been enough. If I want to activate the secret appraisal technique, touching the object with my finger is the easiest method of doing so. If I could see the space, I might be able to appraise it. Just as Song Shuhang thought this, the scholarly sage's eye which was in his left eye socket activated. As Song Shuhang performed the impregnating gaze time and time again, the compatibility between him and the scholarly sage's eye increased more and more. This time, when it sensed that Song Shuhang thought of seeing space, the scholarly sage's eye provided timely help. The scholarly sage was a figure who had truly stood at the top of the universe, being second only to the heavens. If he was willing, his eyes could directly see countless spatial nodes. Through the eye of the sage, Song Shuhang saw 3 spatial nodes in the room. I can see them. Song Shuhang was overjoyed. The sealed space was likely one of the 3 space nodes. Thank you, Soft Feather. Since there are only 3 nodes, I can check them out one by one. Song Shuhang reached out, and brought his hand toward the first spatial node. If there were dozens of spatial nodes, the pain that the secret appraisal technique brought his mind might just bring him to the brink of despair. However, with there only being 3, the mental pain he would have to endure would barely amount to anything, and so, the secret appraisal technique was activated. On his smoky body, another wound had appeared. The price is so small? Song Shuhang was puzzled. Did the appraisal fail? At this time, the results of the appraisal were transmitted to his mind. Inner world of profound sage tyrannical Song, this is a strange personal world, and it is owned by profound sage tyrannical Song. It is connected to the world of the Black Lotus, and it also has a passage that is connected to the world of the Golden Lotus, but this passage is currently closed. Song Shuhang. F***ck, it turned out that it was actually his inner world spatial node. No wonder the price he paid was so small. And he actually thought that the appraisal had failed. Anyway, it appeared that there was also a link between the inner world and the world of the Golden Lotus. However, that passage was in a closed or sealed state. It should have been closed back when that incident at the scholarly faction had taken place. With his assistance, the world of the Golden Lotus was completely closed, cutting off its connection with the world of the Black Lotus. In a similar manner, the passage between it and Song Shuhang's inner world was also closed. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, stretched out his hand again, and brought his hand toward the second spatial node. The secret appraisal technique was activated once more. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's smoky body dissipated wildly, and within a few breaths, only his skeleton was left. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "Heavens, such a great price." If he were in his normal state, a price of this degree would have resulted in all the blood and water in his body being squeezed out. Fortunately, he was currently in his smoke state. All the smoke returned, and recondensed into Song Shuhang's body. What followed was pain that could not be described in words. The tremendous pain almost caused Song Shuhang to faint. Despite his current willpower and his tremendous degree of tolerance for pain, he almost couldn't bear it. I actually almost reached my limit. Song Shuhang let out heavy breaths. This pain continued on for an extended period of time. The price he paid this time was nothing small. If this node wasn't the sealed space, then he could only choose to wait for some time before appraising the next spatial node. It's a 1 in 3 chance, there's no reason for my luck to be so bad, right? Sealed space spatial node, this is a strange space. It is a world that completely overlaps with the main world, but is completely different at the same time. It seems to be a shadow of the world. This is a very dangerous world. The information sent back by the secret appraisal technique was very meager. It worked. Song Shuhang's eyes shone with joy. As Soft Feather had guessed, the entrance to the sealed space really was still in the Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. It was great that he was able to find it. Next, he should inform the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and then look for signs of Senior White. Currently, within 9 provinces number 1 group, it was only Senior White that possessed spatial talents. Senior Spirit Butterfly possessed the ability to influence spatial formations, but he was probably closed up right now, or even in the midst of transcending his tribulation. Song Shuhang's fingers retreated from the spatial node, and he curled up into a ball from the pain. It had been a long time since he'd last experienced pain of this degree. This reminded him of the days when he had just mastered the secret appraisal technique. However, at that time, his lovely number 1 ghost spirit would often carry him through the process, and take on most of the pain of the secret appraisal technique in his place. Hiss. Song Shuhang hissed in pain. Meanwhile, he reached out and grabbed his phone. The phone's screen was still on, and he was still in the Soft Feather's private chat. Song Shuhang sent a voice message to Soft Feather he couldn't type because of the pain he was in. The pain made him want to cry, and it made even breathing hurt. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "Soft Feather, it worked." Soft Feather asked, "You found the sealed space?" Song Shuhang said, "Yes, I found it. Tell the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group that the sealed space is still in Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. In addition, please ask the seniors in the group to help me look for Senior White. Senior White's assistance will be needed at that time." Soft Feather said, "Senior Song, are you alright? Your tone seems to be off." Song Shuhang responded, "I'm fine, but I'm in a lot of pain. The price of the secret appraisal technique was really colossal this time. I have to rest for a while." Soft Feather asked, "Should I sing a song to ease your pain?" Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, but I'd prefer to just curl up quietly for some time." It was most likely going to be the 7 Deaths song, so he should just forget about it. Even if Soft Feather's singing was sweet and beautiful, he felt like hearing it would only make the pain even more painful. After finishing the conversation with Soft Feather, Song Shuhang curled up on the ground. Every part of the body was hurting, and there wasn't a single part that was let off. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the 3 spatial nodes in the air. Next time, I'm not going to do such a death-seeking thing like appraise spatial nodes again. Just as he was in thought, he suddenly discovered the sealed space spatial node began to expand. Song Shuhang's heart thumped. He turned his head again and looked at the first spatial node. Sure enough, the node of the inner world was slowly becoming blurry, as if it was being suppressed. No, the inner world is running away. Everything about the inner world was great. It was convenient and practical, and Song Shuhang felt like he could never go without it. The only problem was that it always ran away too quickly. But this time, Song Shuhang was prepared. What should he do with the inner world running away? Of course, before it could completely run away, he had to escape into it. However, he still had one thing to do before running away himself. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, Song Shuhang 2, I'm leaving everything to you. He endured the severe pain that was pulsating all over his body, and sent his clone out. After going through so much, he had finally found a clue about the sealed space, so he couldn't just miss the chance to do something. Fortunately, he had his own clone, and it could replace him in exploring the sealed space, and look for clues by itself. After sending his clone out, he stretched his hand outward a little. Before the inner world could be completely blocked by that sealed space, he dove into it. Safe. I'm safe. Song Shuhang was lying on the edge of the living spring inside the inner world, curled up into a ball. Some of the spring water overflowed from the living spring, and touched Song Shuhang's body. The cold spring water slightly eased his mental pain. Inside Island Master Tian Tiankong's room, Song Shuhang's clone was also curled up into a ball, his face pale as a sheet of paper. He tremblingly stretched out his hand, and grabbed the phone on the ground. The clone exclaimed, the main body ran too fast, he didn't even spare the time to bring his phone with him. The clone stretched out his hand toward the air, preparing to send the phone to the inner world. However, the inner world had been completely blocked at this time, and communication with it was no longer possible. It really did run away quickly. If his main body was any bit slower, it might have been locked out of the inner world. That was close. At this time, that strange sealed space had expanded enough to encompass the entire room. The clone stretched out his hand and flicked on the phone, trying to see if the phone still had a signal. The clone thought to itself, sure enough, even the signal has been blocked. If there had been some signal, he would have sent a message to warn Senior 7 Lives Talisman. However, there was nothing that he could do now. Fortunately, his main body was inside the inner world. After the sealed space retreated, he could notify Senior 7 Lives Talisman through his main body. Song Shuhang controlled the clone, and put the phone aside. He wanted to use the clone to do several tests. In order to avoid the phone being destroyed in these tests, he placed it aside first, and waited for the sealed space to dissipate so that his main body could come and retrieve it. Afterward, Song Shuhang controlled the clone, and walked towards the door he wanted to figure out the scope of the sealed space. And when he did reach the edge of the sealed space, he would be able to break out of the spatial locking and free himself. The sealed space seemed to be only the size of a room. When he reached the door, Song Shuhang felt himself being pushed back by an invisible wall. He stretched out his hand to press against the wall, but this invisible wall did not budge. Other than this invisible wall, nothing in the room had changed. This sealed space was similar to a shadow. Even if it was present, the people of the main world would not be able to sense it. It completely overlapped with the main world without conflict. Basic Buddhist fist technique. Song Shuhang slammed his fist at the invisible wall. His punches were like meteors, with every punch carrying immense power. Boom, 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 ripples appeared in the space due to the punches. Despite this, the invisible wall still did not budge. Upon seeing this, Song Shuhang switched to using the more powerful, demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, employing it along with the steel hands technique. After this series of punches, similar to before, the space rippling was the only result, and nothing actually seemed to change. Song Shuhang said, "It seems that I will have to use an even stronger fist technique." He retracted his fist, changed his posture, and got ready to use a stronger fist technique. After a while, Song Shuhang discovered a very serious matter: the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique was the strongest fist technique that he knew. Despite being a dignified 5th-stage Golden Core spiritual emperor, someone a lot of newbies in the world of cultivation looked up to, the strongest fist technique that he knew was actually one of the 2nd stage. It was truly shameful. Song Shuhang's clone comforted himself, "Fortunately, the thing that I am best at isn't fist techniques, but saber techniques." Subsequently, an order flashed through his mind. 21 ancient holy apes appeared behind him, each holding a scholarly scripture, and wearing a serious expression on its face. Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, plus, Scholarly Indestructible Body of the Buddha, plus, Steel Hands Technique. Immediately afterward, the whale core got to work. A drop of golden spiritual energy appeared on Song Shuhang's fingers, becoming a treasured saber under the urging of his saber intent. The invisible saber insect, tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades, and treasured saber broken tyrant were all in the inner world, and could not be taken out at the moment. Therefore, he had to use his own spiritual energy to create a saber for himself to use. Song Shuhang had mastered 3 great saber techniques. The strongest was undoubtedly the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that had been taught to him by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. However, Song Shuhang had only comprehended a pitifully small part of this saber technique. Without the assistance of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, the power he would be able to bring out by using it would be nothing great. The second was the inverted scale saber technique, which consisted of the dragon dance style, dragon scale style, and inverted scale style. This was a set of extremely powerful saber techniques, though it was still incomplete. At this time, Song Shuhang had yet to complete it. But most importantly, it was a defensive saber technique, and it had no offensive power. The third was the strong gale saber, also known as the strong whale saber. This set of saber techniques was crazy, and even Song Shuhang himself was afraid of it. Of the 10 saber slashes that were sent out, each would be faster and more ferocious than the last. However, this was a saber technique practiced by those at the 3rd stage. Song Shuhang. If word of this went out, nobody would believe the first sage in 1,000 years. Profound sage tyrannical Song was at the 5th stage realm, and he was most proficient at saber techniques, but besides the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, which he had barely even grasped, the strongest saber technique he knew was at the 3rd stage. As for the strongest fist technique he knew, it was merely at the 2nd stage. Besides this, the strongest movement technique he had, which was the upgraded version of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, the celestial sprint, was merely at the 2nd stage as well. On the contrary, when it came to his body-tempering techniques, each was of immense power. The Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, and Scholarly Indestructible Body of the Buddha, were both top-notch body-tempering techniques known throughout the entire universe. Even his Steel Hands technique was a mutated version of the original technique. Song Shuhang's heart felt stifled. My overemphasis on specific parts of my cultivation is something I have to take seriously. I have to learn some cool saber techniques when I have the chance. He wanted something similar to Senior Su Clan 7's Heavenly Saber Burying the Starry Sea, which was not only a cool move, but it even sounded cool. Of course, he didn't want to learn the Heavenly Sword Buries the Starry Sea itself, as it was something unique to the Spirit River Sioux clan. Since he was not from the Sioux clan, he would be killed if he dared learn it. He simply wanted to learn something like the cool, powerful, and violent Heaven Sword buries the Starry Sea sword technique. Take my saber. Song Shuhang waved the treasured saber created with his spiritual energy, and used the strong gale saber to send slashes towards the invisible wall of the sealed space. Each saber strike was faster and more ferocious than the previous one. Coupled with the help of his 3 body tempering techniques and the vast amount of spiritual energy from his 4 golden cores, the attack power of the strong gale saber he performed was close to the 6th stage, or maybe even at the 6th stage. Boom, boom, boom. Similar to before, the only thing that happened was ripples appearing in the space. The invisible wall did not budge. After that, Song Shuhang controlled his clone again, and tried using the lightning palm, and also the Heavenly Master's Techniques Thunder Chapter, lightning finger. However, it was of no use either. Whether it was fist techniques, saber techniques, or even magical techniques, none of them could do anything. Song Shuhang's clone said, perhaps it's only spatial power that might be able to break it. He had not given up yet, as everything he had been doing was for the sake of probing. After his tests failed, he simply turned around and went back to Island Master Tian Tiankong's computer. Now, I should already be inside the sealed space, right? Song Shuhang said, but for some reason, he could not find Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul. Is Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul not here? Moreover, there was another problem. Song Shuhang thought, how did Island Master Tian Tiankong die? Who had been able to kill him such that even his flesh, and most of his soul, was swept away? After the sealed space opened, other than trapping him in the room, there hadn't been anything lethal that came up. So at that time, how did Island Master Tian Tiankong die? Could it be the 3rd spatial node? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Could the existence that killed Island Master Tian Tiankong be lurking in the last spatial node? Just as Song Shuhang thought this, the sealed space began to shrink. The sealed space that enveloped the entire room began to shrink back into a spatial node. Song Shuhang's clone, the only living creature in the room, was also drawn into the sealed space node. Song Shuhang's clone was completely unable to resist this kind of pulling force. People who hadn't mastered the power of space could not resist the power of space at all. Song Shuhang thought to himself, if I had the ancestral witch's blessing with me, I might have been able to escape the spatial suction by using its instant teleportation function. Sadly, it was on the hand of his main body, and there was no way of transferring it out from the inner world at the moment. In addition, if Island Master Tian Tiankong also faced this kind of suction at that time, could his body and soul have both been drawn into this sealed spatial node? While he was in thought, Song Shuhang's clone suddenly felt a sharp pain. His body seemed to have been thrown into a crusher, being crushed into powder. The suction force of the sealed space engulfed the powder which was his body, and sent it into the spatial node. Song Shuhang could almost figure out how Island Master Tian Tiankong might have died. Bang! After the clone was crushed, the clone technique was released. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang, who was originally curled up like a shrimp, breathing with difficulty by the living spring, found his face turning even paler. After the clone died, the sharp pain that the clone experienced and caused it to die was wholly shared with the main body. Song Shuhang was already on the verge of collapse from having to face the aftereffects of the secret appraisal technique. After the pain of being crushed this time was transmitted back to him, it became the last straw that crushed the camel's back. This is as painful as dying, Song Shuhang screamed, his eyes rolled, and he passed out happily. This was the first time Song Shuhang had passed out due to severe pain after his heart became as firm as steel. For the current him, passing out was for the best. While passed out, Song Shuhang's body still continued to convulse due to the intense mental pain he was feeling. Pavilion Master Chu raised her eyes and looked at Song Shuhang, speechless. She was considering whether to wake him up. But at this time, from within Song Shuhang's body, a figure suddenly sat up. It was as if his soul left his body, sitting up. Did he just sit up in shock while fatally ill? Pavilion Master Chu could sense that Song Shuhang was in so much pain that he was about to cry, but for some reason, she found this oddly cute. As such, she was actually considering whether or not she should wake Song Shuhang. At this moment, a figure suddenly sat up from Song Shuhang's body, causing Pavilion Master Chu's head to jump in shock. The figure that suddenly sat up was wearing a purple dress. She had long brown hair, which was carefully braided and hanging by her shoulders. Besides this, she also had long bangs that slightly covered her eyes. "It hurts." This figure screamed quickly after getting up. Her eyes were red, and tears kept falling from her eyes. It was Yi Si. As Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, under normal circumstances, her senses were connected to Song Shuhang's. Therefore, when Song Shuhang was in a lot of pain, the pain that she would feel wouldn't be anything weak either. This kind of pain almost directly made her fall unconscious. Yi Si quickly cut off her sensory sharing with Song Shuhang. Phew. After letting out a long breath of relief, Yi Si turned her head and looked at Pavilion Master Chu, who was only left with her head. Pavilion Master. Yi Si's eyes were red again, and her tears kept falling. As soon as she saw Pavilion Master Chu, who only had her head left of her, the tome of never-ending tears began to cause tears to crazily stream down her face. Pavilion Master Chu. The tome of never-ending tears was really good, and it was even really powerful. As long as Yi Si continued to push forward, the tome of never-ending tears had the potential to bring her all the way to the Tribulation Transcender realm. Moreover, if the path of emotion had yet to be taken by someone else, Yi Si could use the tome of never-ending tears to reach the immortal realm in the future. However, it causing Yi Si to start crying so frequently made her heart feel very stifled. After finally getting a hold of herself, Yi Si sat next to the living spring, and asked, "Pavilion Master, when will you recover?" Pavilion Master Chu comforted, "I've got not a clue on how long I'll be like this. However, I'm already in much better condition than I was, my neck has grown out, and even my collarbones have begun to grow out." Yi Si said, "Pavilion Master, your collarbone is so beautiful." Pavilion Master Chu. Yi Si suddenly said, "I'm leaving, Pavilion Master." Pavilion Master Chu. Yi Si held her thick, life-bound golden book in her arms. "I'm going to be away for some time." Not that long ago, the Heavenly Emperor recovered. After that, the Heavenly Emperor's aura suddenly weakened, while the current wielder of the will's deterioration appeared to slow down. Lin speculated that the current wielder of the will is trying to recover and complete itself through the Heavenly Emperor. Pavilion Master Chu frowned, and asked, "Are you afraid that the Heavenly Emperor will cause you trouble because of Lin?" After all, Lin was one of the main culprits that led to the destruction of the ancient heavenly city. Yi Si said, "That is indeed one of the things I'm currently worrying about, but that is not the main reason for why I'm leaving. I can't speak of the specific reason for my departure as of the moment, because if I were to speak of it, you might become involved with it as well." In fact, Lin was a divine ghost fragment. The Heavenly Emperor was similarly a divine fragment that the current wielder of the heavens will had raised. In addition, the current wielder of the will had secretly used the Heavenly Emperor and his ancient heavenly city path to try and complete itself. However, due to Lin taking action back then, the ancient heavenly city was destroyed, and its plan was ruined. It seemed as though the current wielder of the will's plans had already failed. However, who could say that the destruction of the ancient heavenly city back then wasn't a part of the wielder of the will's plans? Yi Si whispered, "After I leave, please take care of Shuhang for me." Pavilion Master Chu nodded lightly. "Pavilion Master, I will be leaving now." See you again next time. As she spoke, Yi Si's figure split into two. One of these halves was still Yi Si. However, the other part was a pure, high-level ghost spirit. This high-level ghost spirit had an obscure face, appearing to have no gender nor special characteristics. There wasn't a single bit of Yi Si or Cheng Lin's aura emanating from it. After splitting out this high-level ghost spirit, Yi Si stretched out her hand. This high-level ghost spirit replaced her, inherited her and Song Shuhang's ghost spirit contract, and entered his body. Yi Si squatted beside Song Shuhang, reaching out to stroke his hair lightly before saying, "Goodbye, Shuhang." Suddenly, Song Shuhang's eyes opened abruptly. His eyes were staring at Yi Si intently. Yi Si was taken aback. "How did you wake up?" "Hey, don't underestimate my firm heart. No matter how intense the pain is, I can bear it by gritting my teeth until it passes. Although the pain is at the level where it could cause me to faint, as long as I get used to this level of pain, my pain-bearing heart can rise by another level," Song Shuhang said triumphantly. If his body hadn't been convulsing rather violently while he was saying this, he would have appeared quite domineering. "I'll be gone for some time." Seeing Song Shuhang wake up, Yi Si softly said, "When I leave, the parts of your memory that are related to me will become blurred, just like when you entered the small black room. If you suddenly forget about me, don't panic." Song Shuhang's face was pale, and his body continued to convulse. "How long will you be away?" Yi Si said, "It shouldn't take too long." Song Shuhang, "Will Fairy Qinglin be with you?" Yi Si said, "To some extent, she has completely disappeared." Song Shuhang, the mother of a man surnamed Zhang, once said that the more beautiful a woman was, the more deceptive she was. Song Shuhang believed that Qinglin very much fitted this saying, so he didn't believe a word about her disappearance. Yi Si's little hand continued to gently stroke Song Shuhang's head. "When we meet again in the future," when she said this, her hand stopped. Song Shuhang, "I will be in color," Yi Si announced triumphantly. Song Shuhang, "What do you mean?" "I know what each of those words mean separately, but when you put them together like that, I'm quite unable to understand what you're trying to say." "Colorful, beautiful colors," Yi Si said again, and her little hand went back to rubbing Song Shuhang's head again. At this time, Song Shuhang had a crew cut. Yi Si finally said, "This is much more comfortable to touch than when your head was bald." Song Shuhang, Yi Si said, "By the way, there's one more thing." Song Shuhang responded, Yi Si said, "When we meet again, don't be surprised if I become you." Song Shuhang responded, "Huh? Don't be surprised. I am a ghost spirit, after all." After Yi Si said that, she stood up. "It's time." She got up and stepped away. A passage split open inside the inner world, and Yi Si entered it. It wasn't the spatial abilities that 9th stage Tribulation transcenders had, nor was it spatial talents like the ones Senior White possessed. Instead, this was the inner world working together with Yi Si, opening a passage for her to leave. At the moment when Yi Si's figure disappeared, a small hand suddenly stretched out from Song Shuhang's chest, grabbing towards the void. However, this small hand wasn't able to grab onto anything. It was the virtuous Lamia's hand. Song Shuhang softly asked, "Did Fairy Qinglin also leave with Yi Si?" It was only when she was in the presence of Empress Qinglin that Fairy at #%X would forget herself. The small hand that stretched out from Song Shuhang's chest clenched into a fist, and became motionless. Pavilion Master Chu blew bubbles in the living spring. "You've got quite the number of fairies in your body." Some time ago, Song Shuhang had Yi Si in his body, and Yi Si was accompanied by Qinglin. Then, there was the virtuous Lamia, and also Fairy Creation. There was also Lady Onion, who was stuck on the Enlightenment Stone. Song Shuhang patted the virtuous Lamia's hand lightly. "Fairy waiting for a promise, can you retract your hand first? Look at it, your fist looks like it's stuck in my chest, and it's very strange. After a while, the virtuous Lamia's fist retracted from Song Shuhang's chest. Then, it stretched out from the top of Song Shuhang's head, still clenched. Song Shuhang. If it weren't for the pain I'm feeling right now, I would definitely be pulling you out of my body and having a serious talk with you. Beginning to disappear. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia's voice sounded. Song Shuhang asked, "What's disappearing?" While he said that, he suddenly felt that some of his memories were becoming blurred. It was his memories of Yi Si. All the clues related to Yi Si were disappearing. The parts of his memory about Yi Si were all replaced by a ghost spirit with an obscured face. This was the same as what the others felt when Song Shuhang and his party had been sent into the Wielder's small black room. All of the traces of Yi Si's existence were erased from the roots. Even the photos and videos of Yi Si that existed in the main world were all erased. Senior Chu, is Yi Si avoiding something? Song Shuhang asked before his memories of Yi Si completely disappeared. He wanted to know whom Yi Si wanted to hide from. If it was a Tribulation transcender or immortal, there wouldn't have been a need to go to this extent. If worse came to worst, he could try to hold on to Senior White 2's thigh and come up with some jokes. Even if the other party was an immortal, they would have to kneel when faced with Senior White 2. Pavilion Master Chu said, although Yi Si didn't say who it is, it's probably the current wielder of the will. Song Shuhang asked, isn't the current wielder of the will weakening? It has entered a state of degradation a very long time ago. However, no matter what, it is still the wielder of the will, and it definitely has backup plans. Anyway, I am merely speculating here, Pavilion Master Chu said. After saying that, she went back to blowing bubbles in the spring. After a few more minutes, Song Shuhang's, the virtuous Lamia's, and Pavilion Master Chu's memories of Yi Si had completely disappeared. Even their memories of Chenglin had become messy like a sieve, full of holes and no longer complete. The virtuous Lamia's other hand stretched out from Song Shuhang's head, and grabbed firmly at the air. However, it didn't get to grab onto anything. Her hands were clenched into fists, poking out of Song Shuhang's head, completely motionless. Song Shuhang. I remember that I've still got things to do. Song Shuhang scratched his hair. Right, I have to go out. The sealed space should have already returned to being a spatial node by now. I should go and take a look at it. After saying that, Song Shuhang's body left the inner world. When his body stepped into Island Master Tian Tiankong's room, he felt his body lighten. Then, his soul emerged from this body, and what appeared in front of him was a door. It was an entrance to the sealed space. It seemed to be inviting him to enter. Ha! Song Shuhang gently laughed. Do you think that just because you leave me a door and invite me in, I'll go in all willy-nilly? You're too naive, there's no way I'd be so intent on seeking death. Every time I seek death, I make mental preparations, calculate the cost, and then decide on whether to go through with it. Without any protection for his soul, there was absolutely no way he would willingly enter the sealed space. Moreover, his resurrection gold coins had yet to cool down, so he could not afford to die at the moment. As such, Song Shuhang's soul lay back down in his physical body on the ground. The separation of one's soul from one's body was a disaster-like experience for ordinary people. If they were not careful, their body could enter a vegetative state, and it would no longer be able to move. However, for practitioners, especially 5th stage Golden Core spiritual emperors, it was not that big a deal for their soul to be outside their body. For Golden Core practitioners, this was called soul departure. After Song Shuhang reached the 5th stage, he had gained the qualifications to use this 5th stage talent, but he hadn't gotten to try it out yet. Therefore, even if his soul was pulled out of his body by external forces, he simply needed to lie back down into his body. After doing so, there was practically nothing to worry about. Song Shuhang's soul lay down in his body. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that something followed his soul, and entered his body with him. Is this some kind of possession? Song Shuhang's heart thumped. Could it be that after his soul was drawn out of his body by the sealed space door, something had taken the opportunity to try to take over his body? Something wants to possess my body? Hee. His body was protected by fairy at #%X, the materialization of his huge amounts of virtue, and he also had 4 cores and the protection of his ghost spirit, as well as the sage seal and the demon seal. In addition, he practiced the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, and the holy ape dragon power technique. Even if it were a 9th stage tribulation transcender, the other party would still have to weigh whether he could cope with such a huge amount of virtue and the threat of the 2 sage seals before trying to take possession of his body. Song Shuhang said, "Let me see just what it is that is trying to take my body from me." With a movement from his will, he quickly discovered what it was that entered his body. To be precise, this thing had not entered his body, but was attached to his thumb finger. At the same time, a thought was transmitted to his mind. I lost my connection to the internet. Why did I lose connection? I can't send messages anymore. There's no signal, no chat, no internet. What am I supposed to do now? I'm simply like a salted fish. Song Shuhang. I'm already like a salted fish. If I lose the internet as well, I can't even be considered a salted fish. A salted fish without internet is like one who has lost their dreams and is worthless. Song Shuhang. It's you, boss salted fish. No, I mean, it's you, Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul. It was unexpectedly Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul that had entered his body. It appeared that, for some reason, Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul crawled out of the computer, and went into Song Shuhang's virtuous finger. Am I back online? Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul said in surprise. He seemed to have sensed Song Shuhang's consciousness. But after a while, he again wondered, strange, what happened to the chat interface? Song Shuhang responded, no, you aren't back online. Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul replied, not back online? Heavens, when can I get back online? I'm going crazy. Song Shuhang answered, if you continue to stay on my virtuous finger, you will never be able to connect to the internet. Never be able to connect to the internet? Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul went silent. After some time, he seriously said, let me die. Senior Tian Tiankong's internet addiction was very serious. Maybe he needed some special therapy. Song Shuhang said, Senior Tian Tiankong, go back. The sealed space spatial node has reverted to how it originally was, so you should be able to go online again after you go back. After saying that, he squatted down and put his virtuous finger beside the computer. I wonder if the Island Master's remnant soul can return inside the computer? All that's left of him is a remnant soul, so would this going back and forth end up consuming it as well? Song Shuhang became a little worried. Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul smoothly left Song Shuhang's virtuous finger. The remnant soul turned into a fluffy spot of light, and moved toward the computer. Song Shuhang secretly let out a breath of relief when he saw this. He already had enough fairy maidens in his body, and he had no desire of adding Island Master Tian Tiankong to that list. Therefore, it would be great if the Island Master could return to the computer. Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul drew closer to the computer. However, after reaching it, he was bounced back. Song Shuhang. What happened? Why was Island Master Tian Tiankong pushed away? The fluffy spot of light did not give up, and continued to drill toward the computer. However, as soon as he got close to the computer, he would be bounced back away. Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul was rejected by his own protective formation. For some reason, Song Shuhang's heart throbbed a little. He thought of his own impregnable holy city. Afterward, he felt pity for the island master for suffering the same problem. Senior Tian Kong, I guess you can stay attached to my virtuous finger for now, Song Shuhang said. Before Senior Tian Kong revives, I guess I can carry him with me. It shouldn't take that long anyway. However, the fluffy spot of light did not seem to have any intention of coming back. What's the point of being alive without access to the internet? And so, Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul continued to charge towards the computer. Song Shuhang sighed, and stretched out his hand to catch Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul. I can't let him continue. If I do, his remnant soul might end up getting destroyed. At that time, even the hope for a resurrection would be gone. Song Shuhang gently caught Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul. At the same time, he accidentally touched the computer. In that instant, a powerful, rebound force acted on Song Shuhang's wrist. Song Shuhang. This can't be right. The computer that housed Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul can't possibly have such power, right? Moreover, the feeling that he felt when his wrist touched the computer was like hitting an invisible wall. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Song Shuhang stretched out his finger and poked the computer vigorously. Thud! A layer of ripples emerged, and an invisible wall vaguely seemed to appear between him and the computer, preventing him from touching it. The sealed space? But hadn't the enclosed space already receded? The channel between the inner world and the main world had also reconnected. Song Shuhang raised his head, and used the scholarly sage's eye to look at that spatial node. There, he saw that the sealed space spatial node that transformed into a large door still existed. Song Shuhang immediately tried to connect to his inner world. The inner world had not hidden away, and was still there. Then what's wrong with me right now? Song Shuhang frowned, and he reached out to grab his phone. Thud! Before his finger could touch his phone, his hand seemed to have hit an invisible wall. It wasn't only the computer or phone, but the same went for everything inside Island Master Tian Kong's room. Song Shuhang couldn't touch anything. It was as if Song Shuhang and these things were in two different dimensions. The feeling of discomfort in Song Shuhang's heart became heavier. I couldn't have been brought into the sealed space, could I? Perhaps he was already drawn into the sealed space at the moment when his soul and body separated. Even so, could the door in front of him then be a passage to leave the sealed space? Would he be able to leave if he went through it? When he thought this, the door in front of him seemed to have become a lot more attractive. Over my dead body. Song Shuhang chuckled. He stretched out his hand and brought Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul with him as he returned to his inner world. As long as the inner world was not hiding, it could be said to be all-powerful. It didn't matter if the entrance and exit to the inner world remained within the sealed space. Song Shuhang's inner world was connected to Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus. He could simply use the world of the Black Lotus as a springboard to first head to the Netherworld realm, and then back to the main world from the Netherworld realm. I have a back door and I'm proud of it. Do you think that you'd be able to corner me with just this? After returning to the inner world smoothly, Song Shuhang's heart felt at ease for some time. He first returned to the edge of the living spring. The living spring of the inner world had a special recovery effect. It could even help Pavilion Master Chu's body recover, so maybe it could also nourish Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul. In the living spring, Pavilion Master Chu was in a daze. She stared at the sky blankly, making others only able to question as to what she was thinking about. Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, I will be leaving Island Master Tian Kong's remnant soul on the edge of the living spring first. Can you help me take care of him? Pavilion Master Chu didn't respond. It was as if she couldn't hear Song Shuhang's voice at all. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Chu. He stretched out his hand and shook it before Senior Chu's eyes. However, Pavilion Master Chu didn't respond at all, it was as if she really couldn't see him. Song Shuhang's heart went cold. That sealed space couldn't have also invaded his inner world, right? However, the inner world was his domain, it was the work of the third wielder of the will. If the sealed space had invaded this place, the inner world should have reacted. While in thought, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and brought his finger toward Pavilion Master Chu's cheek. Ripples appeared in the void, and Song Shuhang's fingers failed to touch Pavilion Master Chu. In the living spring, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly looked around. She softly muttered to herself, "Strange, why do I feel like someone poked me just now?" Song Shuhang frowned, and he thought of another possibility. Perhaps it was not the inner world that changed, and it was him instead. His body might have been affected, and it seemed as if he was in another dimension from the main world and the inner world. If that was the case. Song Shuhang reached out and touched Pavilion Master Chu's head. Although it was separated by an invisible barrier, Song Shuhang's hand did seem to be touching Pavilion Master Chu's head. "I've been wanting to do this for such a long time." In the living spring, Pavilion Master Chu felt uncomfortable. She kept changing her position, but no matter what she did, she kept on feeling like someone was touching her head. No matter how she moved, she couldn't avoid it. Pavilion Master Chu. She puffed up her cheeks and sank to the bottom of the living spring. Song Shuhang smiled and retracted his hands. "For now, I'll go to Senior White 2. Although Senior White 2 always said that he shouldn't disturb him if there was nothing important, the situation right now was quite serious, and he felt that he needed to call him. Who knew, perhaps Senior White 2 would even find his sealed space state very interesting. Song Shuhang took Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul to a stretch of pasture in the inner world. This was the place that the inner world was first wholly composed of, and it was also the place where the world of the Black Lotus first connected to the inner world. Every once in a while, the world of the Black Lotus and inner world would randomly create a passage between one another. At the very beginning, Lady Onion had run along this passage to Senior White 2's place. But at this moment, the passage to the world of the Black Lotus wasn't open. He was left with no other choice, he could only manually call out. Song Shuhang shouted, "Senior White, Senior White." Senior White 2 did not respond to his call. Song Shuhang continued to try reaching him for some time. It was as if Senior White 2 could not hear him at all. Song Shuhang thought to himself, could it be that when I am in this state, even Senior White 2 cannot sense me? This strange dimensional state is too OP if it can even block the ruler of the netherworld. If that's the case, I'm afraid that this sealed space is related to some wielder of the will. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Senior White 2 to also be affected by it. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. This isn't good. If I can't contact Senior White 2, does that mean that I have to stay in this state forever? If so, I'd only be able to communicate with Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul. I'm going to end up going crazy at this pace. However, if Senior White 2 really couldn't sense him right now, then should he wait days for the passage between the world of the Black Lotus and the inner world to open so that he could go through the passage, find Senior White 2, and see what he was doing? Senior White 2 couldn't sense him right now. At that time, perhaps he could stumble upon some of Senior White 2's little secrets. Thinking about it further, if Senior White 2 could not see him, that meant the fat ball couldn't either. With that being the case, he could casually go to the fat ball's lair and see what plot it was cooking up recently. It made him excited just thinking about it. If he wanted to look, he simply needed to go and do so. The secrets of a ruler of the netherworld were right there for him to see. Wasn't that quite amazing? Moreover, these were the secrets of 2 rulers of the netherworld. If he were to get a hold of them, they would belong to SSS-level intelligence, which would be priceless. If he could meet up with the almighty merchant, perhaps he could even sell the information. Ha ha ha, when you get killed by that fat ball, don't blame me for not saying anything. That fat ball has been wanting to get you, so if you were to deliver yourself to its doorstep, it would definitely be overjoyed. Senior White 2's voice directly sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang. This is rather embarrassing. He rubbed his face. Senior White, you're here. By the way, when did you get here? Senior White 2 calmly said, ever since you thought of going to the world of the Black Lotus to peek at what I was doing. Song Shuhang. Things like mind-reading techniques really did take away all of a person's privacy. If I become the wielder of the heavens in the future, I will definitely make mind-reading techniques disappear from the universe. There is no need for something like mind-reading to exist in the world. Senior White 2 laughed. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, stop reading my mind. We won't be able to have a good conversation if you keep on doing that. Senior White 2 said, I'm not using any mind-reading techniques. I only need to take a look at your expression to know what you're thinking. Song Shuhang. In addition to being frank, did he also have a really easy-to-read face? While they were talking, the passage between the inner world and the world of the Black Lotus opened. A projection of Senior White 2 drilled out of the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang saw Senior White 2's projected body draped with a sheet that gave him a familiar feeling. Song Shuhang. Wait, this sheet. Is it that one? The Almighty Merchant's sheet. Song Shuhang curiously asked, Senior White, did the Almighty Merchant lose the game of hide-and-seek? Calculating the time, the game between the Almighty Merchant and Senior White 2 should be already over, right? Senior White 2 replied, speaking of him, that guy was really able to hide well. In the end, he managed to hide until the end of the game. I wasn't able to catch him. The sheet on his body was indeed extraordinary. Then, what's with this sheet on your body? Song Shuhang asked, pointing to the sheet on Senior White 2's body. Senior White 2 said, It's the one that's usually on his body. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Didn't Senior White 2 say that if the Almighty Merchant won the hide-and-seek game, he would give up on capturing him? Senior White 2 laughed, and said, Ha ha ha, did you really believe what I said? I am the ruler of the netherworld, yet you actually believed my words? Did you really think that I would give up? The Almighty Merchant came out soon after the game ended to trade with someone, and I captured him right at that instant. Song Shuhang. Heavens, what can I even say? However, what Senior White 2 said was reasonable should you really believe the words of the ruler of the netherworld. Since he had believed it, he could only blame himself for having been cheated. Song Shuhang looked at the sheet with some pity and guilt because this sheet was probably the main body of the Almighty Merchant. This sheet is truly interesting. It took several days of research before I could discover the principles behind it. I'm now making some imitations. After the imitations are made, I can return this sheet to the Almighty Merchant, Senior White 2 said while waving the sheet around. Song Shuhang said, This is not the main body of the Almighty Merchant? I thought he was a sheet of cloth. Senior White 2 responded, a sheet? TSK, your way of thinking is very interesting. It turned out that the Almighty Merchant was actually not a sheet. Senior White 2 asked, Alright, I don't have time to waste on you. I'm quite busy lately, so hurry up and tell me what you're looking for me for. Song Shuhang quickly pointed at himself and said, Senior White, look at me, am I different now? Senior White 2 replied, 5th stage realm, 4 golden cores. Song Shuhang said, No, I'm not talking about my realm. I'm referring to my state. I should be in a sealed space state right now. Currently, I can't touch anything in the main world. Even when it comes to other people in the inner world, I can't touch them. Besides, others can't see me. Just now, even Pavilion Master Chu couldn't see me, and she's at the immortal realm. Senior White 2 said, seriously speaking, she's currently only half into the immortal realm. Her ascension was interrupted in the middle. Song Shuhang said, that's besides the point. The main point is my state. Do you know of this special state, Senior White? Senior White 2 said, I haven't seen it before. This state is indeed quite special, and this is the first time I'm seeing it. Song Shuhang asked, is there a way to deal with it? Senior White 2 said, the one who tied the bell should be able to untie it. Whatever caused you to become like this, do it again to reverse it. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, you can't fix my state. It might be possible by reversing the time on your body, but for properly doing so, I would need some time for research, Senior White 2 said. However, there are already a lot of things that I'm studying right now. I'm too busy. Moreover, the fat ball has found my old lair, so I'll seize the opportunity to give it a lesson. For Senior White 2, giving a lesson to the fat ball was more important than fixing the problem with Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang. If you want to reverse your state, I could lend this to you. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A black sheet was pulled out, which he threw to Song Shuhang. This is a failed copy. Although it is a failed product, its effects should still be good enough for you. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to pick up the black sheet. But when his hand touched the sheet, that invisible barrier resurfaced again, and he was unable to take the sheet that Senior White 2 lent him. Song Shuhang. Your state is really troublesome. Senior White 2 took back the failed imitation. Forget it, let's go. Song Shuhang. I will accompany you to take a look at the main world. I can run some experiments with the sheet at the same time. Senior White 2 wrapped the sheet around him tightly. The original sheet was very special. When the almighty merchant wore it, even Senior White 2 couldn't lock onto his position. He could test it out now and see how much of an effect it would have in the main world by wrapping it on himself. Senior White, are you going to accompany me out? Song Shuhang asked in surprise. Originally, he just wanted to find Senior White 2 to see if he could get any clues regarding the sealed space, and find out if there was a way to deal with the strange state he was in. Unexpectedly, Senior White 2 was willing to accompany him out to deal with what the sealed space had done to him. This was simply going out to buy a sesame seed but getting a big watermelon. Not giving Senior White 2 the time to go back on his word, Song Shuhang's will moved. The inner world opened, and Song Shuhang and Senior White 2 appeared in Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. Nothing had changed in Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. On the computer, the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group were still chatting after Senior White 2 came out. He immediately saw the sealed space spatial gate. The door bore the same aura and state as Song Shuhang's body. Oh. This space seems similar to the shadow world? No, it seems to be of an even more advanced level. It's quite interesting, Senior White 2 said. Come on, let's go in. Is it okay to directly go in? Song Shuhang said. When my clone was drawn in, it was quickly crushed to pieces. Stop wasting my time, I'm in a hurry. Senior White 2 stretched out his hand and gently pushed, and a strange ripple appeared beside Song Shuhang, but this ripple couldn't stop Senior White 2 at all. A force acted on Song Shuhang, sending him towards the sealed space door. Immediately afterward, Senior White 2 similarly stepped into the sealed space door. The two disappeared. Then, the door to the sealed space closed, disappearing as well. After a while, in the corner of the Island Master Tian Tiankong's room, Yixi's figure appeared. However, this wasn't her real body, but rather a mere projection. Shuhang disappeared, and there's another aura that went with him, that of the terrifying Senior White 2. Yixi sniffed around gently. After reaching this conclusion, she felt relieved. If Song Shuhang was with Senior White 2, then she didn't need to worry about anything. Her projection dissipated. Yi Si's real body was in a golden desert. In this desert, there were gold statues erected around the place. Yi Si stepped on air, and leaped up a few times before descending and landing on the hand of a huge statue. This statue was the statue of a fairy wearing a phoenix crown. This was the statue of the Jade Lake Empress, Chenglin. Beside her statue was the statue of a Taoist with great bearing. There was a Taoist priest in red robes sitting on the palms of this statue with his eyes closed and meditating. Above this Taoist's head, there was a disk of light that was like a bright moon, exuding the brilliance of a path. As long as a practitioner saw this light disk, all kinds of emotions would flow into their heart. The light disk was like a mirror. A practitioner of any level would see their reflection after looking at this light, and gain different realizations with it. This was something that belonged solely to immortals. If Song Shuhang was here, he could easily recognize this Taoist. He was the owner of Scarlet Heaven Sword and the creator of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Even among immortals, he was one of the strongest. Opposite Yi Si, there was the statue of a scholarly cultivator. On the palm of this statue was a seemingly crazed scholar. His clothes were in a mess, and he only had one shoe on. At this moment, he was holding a volume of the Scriptures of the Sage, reading it silently. He was the head of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction Daozi. Before the ancient era, he already had a cultivation base at the Tribulation Transcender, and he then became the head of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders of the scholarly faction. After the Great Tribulation the scholarly faction faced, he fell into a state of madness, running wildly around the sea. But now, there was a moon-like light disk above his head. Daozi was now also at the immortal realm. However, nobody knew when Daozi entered this realm. Beside the statue of Daozi, there was a muscular statue of a Buddhist warrior. As Yi Si looked at this statue, she got a certain feeling in her heart. It was as if the muscles of the whole world were concentrated on this statue. The statue had one palm upright and another lying flat. Sitting on his flat palm was an equally dazzling monk. The appearance of this monk was slightly similar to slow-witted Song's when he went to rescue Pavilion Master Chu. However, this monk was not slow-witted Song. The monk had his palms clasped together and recited scriptures silently. Above his head, there was also a light disk floating at this moment. Scarlet Heaven raised his head, looked at Yi Si, and smiled. "Will fellow Taoist Northern Emperor be coming?" Yi Si replied, "Senior Northern Emperor isn't willing to meet with me." Everyone here was an immortal, while she was a cute little 6th-stage realm practitioner. This caused her to feel great pressure. She had to appear here because she represented Chenglin. Anyway, this was the first time that all these immortals had gathered together. At this time, Daozi put down the scriptures in his hand, and said, "I'll speak first. I agree to join this. The wielder of the will must step down alliance, but my goal is to become the wielder of the will." Scarlet Heaven said, "The goal of this humble Taoist is to merely teach and raise a wielder of the will. If fellow Taoist Daozi gets the chance and has the ability to do so, this humble Taoist will definitely lend you his assistance." In the past, on a sudden whim, he had felt that the green onion he was holding could become the wielder of the heaven's will. Thinking about it now, he felt that he must have been crazy back then. The several immortals present and the several others who were not here yet, all of them, had gathered together because of a common goal. Daozi wanted to follow the sage and suppress the entire universe, then rise to the top to become the new wielder of the heaven's will. He wished to bring the scholarly faction to the pinnacle of the universe once more. However, before that, he had to make sure that the current wielder of the will could not recover. Scarlet Heaven's goal was to train a wielder of the heaven's will. Unlike other immortals, he had no interest in the position of wielder of the will. In fact, even Scarlet Heaven himself wondered why he couldn't feel any interest when he heard of becoming a wielder of the will. Scarlet Heaven had given out a lot of opportunities to others in his life, causing him to form a lot of connections with many lucky practitioners. He had given opportunities even to some who hadn't been practitioners beforehand, for example, Lady Onion. As for the Buddhist master who had grown the muscles of the entire world on his own body, he had an old grudge against the current wielder of the will. His only goal was to enact his vengeance on the current wielder of the heaven's will. Nobody asked about what had specifically happened in his past, nor did he speak of it. Fairy Chenglin needed no introduction. She was among the people who had destroyed the ancient heavenly city. None doubted her skills. Dozy asked, if we want to prevent the recovery of the wielder of the will, what we have to do is to prevent the ancient heavenly city from being rebuilt, right? Yi Si replied, yes. I have a question. At this moment, the great Buddhist master who had been meditating suddenly raised his head. Yi Si said, Great Master, please speak. The great Buddhist master seriously said, can you change the name of the alliance? This name is a bit too silly. Yi Si's eyes shone, and tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face. The great Buddhist master. Did I say something wrong? I've been wanting to change this name for such a long time, but none of you mentioned it, and it was not convenient for me to mention it, Yi Si said. I support the notion. Dozy solemnly said, names are merely vanity, I don't mind. As long as the current wielder of the will ended up stepping down, even if the name of the alliance was Sheet, he would still join without hesitation. The name it had was completely meaningless to him. Scarlet Heaven smiled, and said, this humble Taoist agrees. In the past few days, he had gone to take Scarlet Heaven's sword back, but when he was about to get moving, his main body entered a space similar to the wielder's small black room, cutting off everybody's impression of him. Then let's talk about the main matter at hand. The great Buddhist master raised his head, and said, the easiest way to prevent the rebuilding of the ancient heavenly city is to take down the resurrected heavenly emperor, right? Dozy raised his head, and said, after the sage, another existence that managed to suppress the entire universe, the heavenly emperor. I am very interested in them, but I can only wonder how much of their strength has recovered. With that, the first course of action has been determined, we must first take down the heavenly emperor. At this time, a statue rose up in the desert. This statue had a hideous face, and looked like an ancient demon. On this statue stood an ancient demon with 8 arms, and the light disk of an immortal could also be seen floating behind his head. After the 8-armed ancient demon appeared, he looked at Daozi. I'm not interested in the position of wielder of the will. If anyone is interested, I can also provide them with support. I only have one request, no matter who becomes the wielder of the will, please remove the curse affecting my race. Among the fellow Taoists present, only Daozi had a strong desire for the position of wielder of the will. Daozi nodded slightly in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the sealed space, Song Shuhang and Senior White 2 passed through a spatial gate. What appeared in front of them was a lifeless, gray world. Their specific location was Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. Whether it was the computer, the doors all over the room, or even Song Shuhang's phone on the ground, everything was exactly the same. The only thing that was different was that everything was only of the 2 colors of gray and white. It was like a black and white comic in gray tones. Song Shuhang said, it's like an exact copy of Island Master Tian Tiankong's room. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and tried to communicate with his inner world. The result was not unexpected. The inner world was blocked. In this sealed space, the inner world could not be opened. Fortunately, Senior White 2 was with him this time. Even if the inner world can't be opened, I don't have anything to worry about. Song Shuhang comforted himself in his heart. Let's go out and have a look. Senior White 2 tightened the sheet around his body and left the room. Song Shuhang followed behind him. Outside the room, there were gates inscribed with runes. However, these gates were now open. Senior White 2 and Song Shuhang left the immortal cave. Even the appearance of the immortal cave was exactly as Song Shuhang remembered it. Let's have a look up in the air. Senior White 2 leaped up slightly and rose to the sky. Song Shuhang followed, his feet stepping on the air, carrying him up into the air. After rising to a high altitude, he could see the entire Heavenly Field Island. The whole Heavenly Field Island was dark gray, and even the ocean surrounding it had turned gray. Song Shuhang wondered, what exactly is this world? Beside him, Senior White 2 frowned and fell into thought. I originally thought that this was a shadow world, something akin to the shadow of the main world, but now it seems that it hides something a lot more interesting. Song Shuhang echoed, something more interesting? Something that is very interesting. For example, 01, @ and #0, and degree # over there, while there is a over there. Senior White 2's fingers would constantly point at various places in the air, and then he'd mix some language of the ancient era into his words. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded, and could not understand what Senior White 2 was saying at all. The little newbie could only watch as the big boss talked, while the technical vocabulary that the boss uttered from time to time made the newbie anxious. Anyway, what he was saying sounded very great and profound. Although he couldn't understand it, he felt that it was pretty awesome. Senior White 2 said, in addition, I also discovered another interesting thing. Perhaps this space is related to me. Song Shuhang asked, could this be an experimental product of yours? Senior White 2 said, to be precise, it might be the experimental product of the other me. Song Shuhang's right fist lightly hammered his left hand in a eureka gesture. Are you talking about that willful wielder of the heaven's will? He had always been speculating about how a ruler of the netherworld would be born in the netherworld every time someone became a wielder of the will. The fat ball, who was the current wielder of the will, should be the counterpart of the netherworld's fat ball. Consequently, Senior White 2 should be the counterpart of the previous wielder of the will, right? Senior White 2 said, your strength has only gone up by a few golden cores, yet you've already learned of so much gossip, eh? Song Shuhang. Hasn't my realm already been rising really quickly? I've only been cultivating for around 5 months, and I already have a few golden cores. If this continues, I have a feeling that I might even reach the 6th stage realm by the end of the month. Senior White 2 said, you stay here and don't move. I'll go up and take a look. If this is really another product of mine, perhaps I can find some clues. His counterpart suddenly disappeared. As the ruler of the netherworld, he hadn't vanished, and he had to fight the fat ball every day. He was also rather desperate. He didn't know what his counterpart had done. If there were any clues, he also wanted to know what exactly his counterpart had arranged back then. Ah, right, put on this sheet. Senior White 2 took out the failed sheet again, and threw it to Song Shuhang. After entering the sealed space, the sheet was no longer rejecting him, because the sheet was now in the same state as Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang wrapped the sheet on his body. Will there be danger? Senior White 2 warningly said, perhaps. If this space is a failed experiment, then there might even be terrifying monsters that ended up being born in it. Nevertheless, stay here and don't move around, wait for me to come back to pick you up. After saying that, his figure rose to the sky, and he disappeared from Song Shuhang's sight after a few breaths. Song Shuhang descended from the air. He returned to the entrance of Island Master's immortal cave on Heavenly Field Island and sat right down. In the sealed space, the temperature gradually dropped. The chill reached his soul. Even with Song Shuhang's physique, he was unable to hinder it. Because of this, he couldn't help tighten the sheet around his body. In this cold world, only the sheet on his body could bring him a trace of warmth. Involuntarily, his figure curled up into a ball. This posture was quite similar to how the almighty merchant looked. Song Shuhang murmured, if the inner world could still be opened at this time, that would be great. If it were so, I could simply hide in the inner world to avoid the cold. He opened his mouth and exhaled, his breath formed a cold mist in front of him. Within the sheet, Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul moved about, and shrank into the sheet as he became motionless. Song Shuhang asked, "Right, Senior Tian Tiankong, can you sense your other remnant souls?" According to the feedback from the secret appraisal technique, the remaining remnant souls of Island Master Tian Tiankong were scattered in this sealed space. Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul slightly brightened, and a moment later, a thought came to Song Shuhang's mind. When can I reconnect to the internet? Song Shuhang gnashed his teeth, and said, "Stop thinking about the internet right now. You should be first focusing on finding your other remnant souls and reviving yourself." Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul. While he was talking, Song Shuhang felt that the surrounding temperature began to rise again. The temperature rose quickly. After a few breaths, it was like summer had come and broken the cold winter. Immediately afterward, figures appeared one after the other in front of Song Shuhang's eyes. They were members of Heavenly Field Island. As the temperature rose, the figures of these members emerged out of thin air. After these Heavenly Field Island members appeared, they looked like they were in a rigid state. After a while, as if recovering from having been frozen in time, they began to move. This scene was very much like what had taken place back in the crystal-clear water pavilion. When Pavilion Master Chu woke up from her sleep, all the members of the crystal-clear water pavilion would be released from what seemed to be a freezing of time, and start to move about. Chapter 15-16 Look at my Heavenly Master's technique. Argh, forget it. At this time, the members of the Heavenly Field Island who were in the sealed space were just like the members of the original crystal-clear water pavilion. They appeared out of thin air, and, as if recovering from a state of temporal freezing, they began to act. There was someone running quickly, seemingly having an important task at hand. There was someone walking and chatting with their companions in a leisurely manner. There was even someone simply heading someplace to eat. The people on Heavenly Field Island weren't all practitioners. In fact, many of them were ordinary people or little practitioners who were only at the first stage realm. Most of these ordinary people were family members of the practitioners. In order to take care of the ordinary people on these islands, Heavenly Field Island also provided various restaurants and places for entertainment. The restaurants here mostly serve things like spiritual rice, so even the ordinary people who lived here could lead longer lives. However, in Song Shuhang's eyes, the entire sealed space was still in a grayscale, including these members of Heavenly Field Island who had just appeared. The members of Heavenly Field Island did not seem to notice this. If Heavenly Field Island wasn't experiencing this disaster, it would be a place very suitable for ordinary people to live in. If it can survive this tribulation safely, then taking my parents here after some time passes should be a pretty good decision. Song Shuhang had such a thought emerge in his mind. With the characters of Papa Song and Mama Song, it was very impractical for them to go live in seclusion deep in the mountains and/or forests. The lifestyle seen on Heavenly Field Island was much more suitable for them. Song Shuhang tightened the sheet around him. Should I get up and take a stroll around Heavenly Field Island? It would probably be best to look for a few people to appraise and see what's going on. While in thought, several members of Heavenly Field Island passed by him. However, as if these Heavenly Field Island members couldn't see Song Shuhang, they came and went hurriedly. Song Shuhang thought, could it be because of the body-concealing effect of the sheet? This was fine as well. With this, he could appraise the other party in secret. And so, Song Shuhang quietly stretched out his right hand toward a passerby. First, I'll catch a member of Heavenly Field Island and use the secret appraisal technique on them. Who are you? Why are you sitting here wrapped in sheets? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Song Shuhang's right hand stiffened slightly, and he raised his head to look towards the source of the voice. There, he saw a woman with long blonde hair looking at him with a puzzled look. She had appeared out of thin air, so Song Shuhang had not sensed her at all. The woman's hair looked fluffy, like a perm, and it looked very bulky with it being larger than her body. Her eyes were aquamarine, and they were also big, so big that they would probably make others feel like they were photoshopped on. Blonde hair, blue eyes, filled with a European feel. However, her facial features were obviously Eastern. "You can see me?" Song Shuhang pointed at himself. The blonde fairy said, "Why wouldn't I be able to see you? Moreover, you're the one sitting here all rolled up in a sheet. It looks really stupid." Song Shuhang. "Wait. This fairy is in color." Her long golden fluffy hair, big blue eyes, and red suspenders were all colored. She was obviously a special existence. Song Shuhang asked, "Hello, I'm Song Shuhang. May I know what I can call this fairy?" The blonde fairy said, "Huh? You're on my island, but don't know me?" Song Shuhang's eyes shone. "Island Master Tian Tian Kong." Tian Tian Wei angrily said, "Idiot, I am Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei." Song Shuhang pointed at himself, and said, "Sorry, Senior Tian Tian Wei. I misspoke. I'm Song Shuhang from the 9 Provinces No. 1 Group." Song Shuhang? 9 Provinces No. 1 Group? The blonde fairy was confused. "Who are you? And what is this 9 Provinces No. 1 Group you speak of?" Song Shuhang. She didn't know. No matter what, they'd been together in the group chat for half a year now. Although they hadn't gotten to see each other in real life yet, he had already shown his divinity twice. All of the seniors in the group should already be quite familiar with his face. Sure enough, there was a problem. Was the Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei in front of him also a remnant soul? Unlike Island Master Tian Tian Kong, who only remembered or cared about surfing the internet, could Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei have lost all of her memories related to the internet? If this was the case, there was no point in continuing to communicate with her. That being said, he should just directly touch her. Rather than wasting more time, it would be better for him to simply use the secret appraisal technique. Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand while the part of the defiant whale warrior's glove that was at his fingertips receded to reveal his fingers. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "Senior Tian Tian Wei, please excuse me." In the next moment, his figure moved and appeared beside Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei. He stretched his hand out to touch her gently. Rumble the moment Song Shuhang appeared behind Tian Tian Wei, a terrifying wave of energy condensed in the sky. Violent lightning, a huge meteor half the size of Heavenly Field Island, and fire poured down from the sky as if the end of the world had come. Heavenly Field Island's island guarding formation was activated, covering the entire island. And right where Fairy Tian Tian Wei was standing, a spike had pierced out of the ground. Song Shuhang had to change his movements. His finger gently moved upward, causing Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's to be picked up by him and sent into the air. At the same time, he kicked the spike. 21 ancient holy ape projections appeared behind him, with each of the holy apes holding a scholarly scripture, and posing along with Song Shuhang in an angry kick pose. Song Shuhang kicked the ground spike into 2 parts, and the lower part of the spike was directly sent back into the ground. At the same time, several wounds appeared on Song Shuhang's right hand. This was the price he had to pay for appraising Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei. Fairy Tian Tianwei's remnant soul that was projected in the sealed space. It possesses a portion of the knowledge and memories of her main body. She has second-stage combat power in the sealed space. If this projection dies, her remnant soul will be extinguished. In the air, Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei rolled over coolly and landed stably. She raised her head and looked at the island guarding formation. "Damn it, who's attacking my Heavenly Field Island?" The defiant whale warrior's glove on Song Shuhang's arm reverted to how it originally was. If the projection dies, her remnant soul will be shattered? This isn't good news. If Fairy Tian Tianwei is a projection, then what about the other members on Heavenly Field Island? Are they also projections formed from the members' remnant souls? Fairy Tian Tianwei gritted her teeth, and said, "Stand right there and don't move. I have to go and manage the Great Formation. When I return, we will have a proper talk about how exactly you got on my island." After saying that, she got up and left in haste, heading towards the location of her immortal cave, which was also the place where she could control Heavenly Field Island's great island guarding formation. Song Shuhang looked at the doomsday-like scene in the sky and let out a sigh. Afterward, his figure moved, and he followed Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei. The remnant soul projection of Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei was only at the second sage realm. Once the projection died, her remnant soul would be extinguished. Therefore, he couldn't let anything happen to her projection. In the sky, disasters continued to fall. All the possible disaster scenes in doomsday movies could be found coming down from the sky. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "I'm afraid that the island guarding formation won't be able to last that long." In addition, this catastrophe came at such a strange time, and it brought along an unreasonable number of variables as well. If Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's remnant soul had formed a projection in the sealed space, then what about the other remnant souls of Island Master Tian Tiankong? They couldn't have already fallen to these disasters, right? Argh. At this moment, an angry voice was transmitted from the sky. When this voice sounded, Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul that was in Song Shuhang's sheet seemed to have received a summon. It quickly jumped out of the sheet and flew into the air. At the same time, beams of light converged from all over Heavenly Field Island and merged. Song Shuhang stopped. In the air, the figure of a man with blonde hair and blue eyes had formed. There was not even a need to say anything. As soon as he saw his equally fluffy blonde hair, Song Shuhang knew that he was Island Master Tian Tiankong. After the projection of Island Master Tian Tiankong appeared, he clasped his hands together and pointed at the sky. Tian Clan Defensive Technique No. 35, Heaven Carrying Divine Turtle, along with his shout, a divine turtle made of spiritual energy appeared outside the formation. In addition, this divine turtle was carrying a giant monument on its back. A part of the disasters that were descending from the sky was blocked by this divine turtle. Island Master Tian Tiankong continued to roar loudly. Tian Clan Defensive Technique No. 36, Coffin-Pulling Death Dragon. It was as if these magical techniques of his could only be used to their full potential when cast together with a loud roar. A black dragon emerged, and it was pulling a large black coffin behind it. Unlike the divine turtle, the black dragon holding the giant coffin wandered around unceasingly, and the giant coffin behind it blocked some of the lightning and heavenly fire pouring down. Island Master Tian Tiankong continued to cast magical techniques. Tian Clan Defensive Technique No. 37, Sea Burning Fire Sparrow. A little sparrow appeared. It was about the same size as Little Kai. After the little sparrow appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a terrifying sea of flames which then went on to block a portion of the disasters. So strong. The seniors in the 9 provinces No. 1 group all had their own tricks. In addition, when Island Master Tian Tiankong's remnant soul was chatting in the group, he had mentioned that he was a wizard. Looking at things now, it really did appear to be true. He should be taking the path of a magical technique-focused cultivator. It was the type that Song Shuhang admired very much. Compared to those who trained their fists and resolved matters without using much of their brains, he had always found practitioners who were more focused on magical techniques to be cooler. Song Shuhang secretly said in his mind, a turtle, a dragon, and a firebird have all appeared. Isn't the white tiger still missing? Tian Clan Defensive Technique. The name was a little lame, but its effects were very strong. Tian Clan Defensive Technique Number 38, Savage Tiger, Island Master Tian Kong had yet to finish casting the magical technique when his body suddenly broke down. His figure collapsed into 30-odd small spots of light. Boom! A huge meteor broke through the defensive formation, and came bearing down toward where Island Master Tian Kong was. Vice Island Master Tian Wei anxiously called out, "Brother! It looks like it's time for me to make my move. Look at my Heavenly Master's technique, Lighten, Argh." Forget it, Song Shuhang gave up on using a magical technique. He didn't want to embarrass himself with his half-baked, Heavenly Master's technique. "Come out, my ultimate defense impregnable holy city." Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand toward the sky. The combined magical treasure appeared and turned into a majestic holy city. The walls of the four kings expanded, and with the support of the vast amount of spiritual energy from the four golden cores Song Shuhang had in his body, he was able to unlock the sixth stage seal on his life-bound magical treasure, allowing it to exhibit a size at the true monarch level. The size of the holy city skyrocketed, reaching a height of over 100 meters. A pagoda, war drum, bugle, zither, and war flag appeared. The impregnable holy city came out with its own background music. Although only the sixth stage seal had been unlocked, Song Shuhang's combined magical treasure was still mainly composed of 8th stage materials, so it still possessed strength at the 8th stage. Unlike before, Song Shuhang's main body did not appear in front of the holy city. This time, the holy city had come out to protect Island Master Tian Kong. Shuhang's body was similarly fully armed, but at this moment, he was still on the ground of Heavenly Field Island, having yet to rise up into the air. This was the first time that Song Shuhang found himself standing behind the impregnable holy city. Boom! The meteor hit the holy city. Compared to the meteor, the holy city, which was over 100 meters tall, was about the same size. The impregnable holy city shook violently. The spiritual energy of Song Shuhang's four golden cores was quickly consumed. Song Shuhang said, "Holy city, send it back." The impregnable holy city slightly tilted, and simultaneously exerted a rebounding force. With that, the huge meteor was sent flying all the way into the sea near Heavenly Field Island, setting off a huge wave. The defensive prowess of the holy city was much stronger compared to the 3 Tian clan defensive techniques that were successively cast by Island Master Tian Kong. Perhaps what I need to do is not to learn all kinds of defensive magical techniques, and instead focus on refining some really powerful defensive magical treasures? This strange thought emerged in Song Shuhang's mind at this moment. However, he immediately threw this idea away. Magical treasures were magical treasures, and magical techniques were magical techniques. The two were completely different. Moreover, magical techniques could be used together with other magical treasures, resulting in an effect greater than a simple sum. After the meteor was sent flying, Song Shuhang's impregnable holy city covered the gap in Heavenly Field Island's island guarding formation. Heavenly Field Island's island guarding formation was an assembled type, so even if a part of it was destroyed, it wouldn't affect the rest of the formation. In the air, pillars of lightning, heavenly flames, and icebergs continued to fall. Despite this, the impregnable holy city remained completely motionless, just like a rock in a vast sea. The fully armed Song Shuhang, who was riding on the divine lobster's chariot, raised his head and looked at the holy city. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of his second golden core's golden core composition. The second golden core's golden core composition the forever impregnable holy city, was somewhat similar to the calamity Song Shuhang was currently experiencing. That picture was also filled with all kinds of endless disasters. However, in the golden core composition, the scene was even more terrifying and direr. In the air, all the remnant souls of Island Master Tian Kong gathered once again. As a result, a projection of Island Master Tian Kong appeared in the sky. He glanced at Song Shuhang gratefully, and said, "Apologies, little friend Shuhang. You ended up getting involved in this calamity related to Heavenly Field Island." After saying that, he immediately went back to resisting the disasters. Unlike Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei's projection, which was only a part of her soul, Island Master Tian Tiankong's soul was now all here. With the last piece that was brought by Song Shuhang, his memory was now complete, and he knew who Song Shuhang was. Island Master Tian Tiankong called out, "Tian Tianwei, initiate the air defense system, and blow up all of the meteors and icebergs." Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei replied, "Stupid brother, I've long since prepared it." In the next moment, something completely unrelated to cultivation emerged in every corner of Heavenly Field Island. A large number of ground-to-air missiles and AA guns emerged. Under the control of Vice Island Master Tian Tianwei, the missiles and guns were fired frantically. Rumble the sound produced was deafening. Song Shuhang murmured, "This is indeed the style of the 9 provinces number 1 group. One should not regard the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group as people who would always maintain the grand style of cultivators. Most of the members of the group were pragmatic. A long time ago, Song Shuhang learned from Soft Feather that there were a large number of high-tech weapons hidden near Spirit Butterfly Island. Venerable Spirit Butterfly seemed to have a hobby of collecting weapons with great firepower, and he had built a strong air defense system near Spirit Butterfly Island. Heavenly Field Island was no exception to this behavior. There were various projectiles and missiles sent into the sky, targeting objects such as meteors and icebergs. Boom! 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 Up in the sky, the ringing of explosions resounded unceasingly. In this world, there is nothing that can't be solved with an explosion. If there is, then simply use a bigger explosion. Song Shuhang's mind once again thought about the truth of explosions. At the same time, the practitioners on Heavenly Field Island also launched their attacks. The projection of Island Master Tian Tiankong made his move again, continuously using his Tian clan defensive technique wherever it was needed. He hurriedly rushed around filling up the holes in the defense. Song Shuhang only felt the impregnable holy city being slightly pressured. Great, if things continue like this, we should be able to hold off this wave, he thought to himself. A few hours later, the disasters in the sky finally stopped coming. It's finally over. Song Shuhang took out a pill to replenish his spiritual energy from his magical bracelet. The pill he had taken out was the Purple Master Pill, produced by Medicine Master. The spiritual energy replenishment of this pill was top of the line. The only problem was that one would feel extremely full after swallowing it. Island Master Tian Tiankong's projection descended to Song Shuhang's side. "Little friend Shuhang, I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, my Heavenly Field Island would have probably been destroyed." Song Shuhang asked, "If the projections of those residents of the island die, do their souls collapse?" Island Master Tian Tiankong nodded. Song Shuhang then asked, "How did you all get here?" "1 second we weren't, and in the next, we were here." Island Master Tian Tiankong smiled bitterly, and said, "In the beginning, Heavenly Field Island was dealing with 2 passages between the universe and the main world. Since people on the other side of the spatial passage didn't seem to have any good intentions, we activated the island guarding formation. However, our 2 parties had not even gotten the chance to make contact with one another when our Heavenly Field Island was suddenly covered by some strange power. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves here. However, other than Tian Tianwei and I, all the other residents of the island had turned gray." Song Shuhang asked, "Senior, what's the matter with your current state?" Tian Tiankong's soul had been broken into dozens of pieces. "Ever since I was drawn into this weird space, more than 20 waves of this kind of calamity have occurred. I lost my physical body ever since I was first drawn into here. Afterward, every time a calamity ended, a portion of my soul would be split off. I had no idea how much longer I could hold on. There was a tinge of despair in Island Master Tian Tiankong's voice. He couldn't find a way to break out of this space. Only a part of his younger sister Tian Tianwei's soul had entered this space, and he had no idea where the rest of her remnant souls were. After each calamity ended, his soul would be forcibly split apart, getting scattered around Heavenly Field Island. Every time, he could only wait for the next wave of calamity to descend before he could recover for a brief period of time. Even the method of resurrection that he had prepared long ago wasn't working. This weird space is like a cruel game space. After each calamity, Heavenly Field Island will be restored to its original state. Other than me, everyone's memories on the island would be reverted to their state from before the calamity. Even the memories of Tian Tianwei are no exception. From beginning to end, only I have been able to keep my memories. As for the residents who died accidentally in the previous calamities, they vanished forever, never to reappear again. Island Master Tian Tiankong spoke to this point, and then suddenly jumped up. Damn it, my body hasn't broken up yet this time, so the calamity hasn't ended? He raised his head and stared at the sky. Previously, his body would split apart and be scattered around Heavenly Field Island after every calamity ended. Did it mean that the disaster hadn't ended yet? Or, was this the end of the game? Island Master Tian Tiankong hoped that it was the latter. Unfortunately, the pillars of lightning and heavenly fire that suddenly emerged in the sky shattered his hopes. Sure enough, it hasn't ended yet. Island Master Tian Tiankong rose into the sky. There were still many questions that Song Shuhang had in mind, but he decided to hold off the calamity first. In the sky, the impregnable holy city had not returned yet. Another wave of heavenly fire and lightning descended on the impregnable holy city. However, these were just appetizers. After a while, missiles and cannons appeared in the sky, and they locked onto the impregnable holy city. Did the calamity rise in level? Boom! 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 Missiles, artillery shells, armor-piercing shells, and all kinds of projectiles that Song Shuhang didn't recognize began pouring down wildly towards the holy city. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, "This guy, is he the F***king little brother of the heavenly tribulation or something?" The heavenly tribulation in the main world had modernized, and now even the calamity in this sealed space had modernized. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly. The power of the weapons was also constantly improving. The scene now was about 70% similar to the scene in the forever impregnable holy city. Flames, bolts of lightning, ice tribulations, and all kinds of elemental attacks. Afterward, the bombardment of various modern weapons came. In the sealed space, the weapons that appeared were originally copies of the ones found on Heavenly Field Island. However, they seemed to have their own computing system. As they kept improving, the weapons were getting more advanced, and the power of the explosions was getting bigger and bigger. Song Shuhang's heart became uneasy. If this continued, would a nuclear bomb eventually appear? He had just thought of this when a nuclear bomb really emerged in the sky. A nuclear bomb, really? I can't let that fall to the ground. Song Shuhang urged the impregnable holy city, commanding the dolphin's giant sound cannon and the colorful stone martin's pagoda on it to furiously assault the nuclear bomb. Boom! A familiar and spectacular mushroom cloud exploded in the sky. Then, the impregnable holy city fell apart. The magical treasures weren't damaged as they were mainly made from materials of the 8th stage. It was just that they could no longer maintain the form of the holy city, and they scattered into the separate magical treasures that returned to Song Shuhang. At the same time that the holy city fell apart, Song Shuhang's second golden core's golden core composition also changed. The holy city in his second golden core's golden core composition also fell apart. Chapter 15:18 Be brave and jump out. The scene on the golden core composition had actually experienced a change. The impregnable holy city on it had begun to collapse. If Song Shuhang were to speak of this, all of the practitioners in the universe would definitely spit in his face. After all 5th stage practitioners knew that golden core compositions could not be changed. Whatever it was that you drew on it, it would always remain the same. There hadn't ever been anyone who was able to modify their composition, and it was even more unlikely for any changes to occur on its own. This was a very serious matter. Emphasis on very serious. If a golden core composition could be changed, then would it still be a golden core without regrets? Of course not. It would be a golden core where it was fine to casually regret. For a moment, Song Shuhang himself was very surprised. After he ascended to the 5th stage, he was naturally provided with knowledge related to 5th stage spiritual emperors, and he also knew of the saying, a golden core without regrets. However, he quickly recovered his calm. My 4th core's golden core composition is actually animated. Compared to that, the change in this other golden core composition isn't anything much at all. If you want to collapse, go ahead and do it. As long as you're happy, I'm fine with it. Song Shuhang felt that his heart had become especially accommodating. No matter what his golden core composition turned into, he wouldn't be too surprised. In the sky, the combined magical treasure had fallen apart, and Heavenly Field Island's island guarding formation was now lacking an entire portion. The nuclear weapon was detonated in mid-air by Song Shuhang, and the power of the resulting explosion was blocked by the holy city. However, the aftermath of the explosion, the heavenly fire, and the lightning bolts rushed toward the area where the holy city was no longer at. Song Shuhang said solemnly, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword." The virtuous Lamia appeared. She opened her mouth to spit out Scarlet Heaven Sword, giving it to Song Shuhang. Then, she quickly went to guard her master. Scarlet Heaven Sword murmured, "Why do you always think of me at the end? Can't you let me come out earlier?" "Because Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is my trump card. How can I have you come out as soon as I make a move?" After Song Shuhang said that, he spun his right wrist. He was getting ready to use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. "What you said makes sense. After all, my power is so great." Scarlet Heaven Sword was very satisfied with Song Shuhang's answer. "I'm ready. What level of power do you need?" Song Shuhang said, "The 8th stage should be fine. If we unleash power at the 9th stage, we'll only be able to let out a single slash. That would simply be too wasteful." He had maintained the 6th stage state of the impregnable holy city the entire time to resist the natural disaster. Were it not for him having 4 golden cores, he would have long been unable to sustain the consumption. In addition, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had yet to recover its spiritual energy. If Scarlet Heaven Sword was full of energy, without even the need for Song Shuhang's help, it could slash out immortal-level saber intent. Scarlet Heaven Sword was a magical treasure. Compared to practitioners, it recovered spiritual energy at a slower pace. For the current situation, an 8th stage level slash should be good enough. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Song Shuhang waved Scarlet Heaven Sword. A blazing flame emerged from the sword. In an instant, a lot of mist appeared around Song Shuhang. This was due to the surrounding water vapor instantly evaporating. The flowers, grass, and trees near Song Shuhang withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the ground below him quickly dried up. The saber intent emanating from Scarlet Heaven Sword was both powerful and domineering. It felt as if it could burn the heavens. This slash had exactly the right attitude for the situation. Today, this slash was truly going to be burning the heavens. In the distance, Vice Island Master Tian Wei looked toward Song Shuhang with surprise. Song Shuhang's sword sent heaven-burning flames rolling upward, which rose straight to the sky. These flames that could burn anything and everything easily covered for the holy city. Anything that entered the zone of the heaven-burning flame was quickly obliterated. Whether it was lightning, heavenly fire, ice, meteorites, tentacles, or mysterious water, as soon as it touched the flames, they turned into ashes, becoming additional fuel for the flames. Song Shuhang took Scarlet Heaven's sword back and gasped slightly. This is quite taxing with only 4 golden cores, it would be so much better if I had more. Scarlet Heaven's sword said, do you seriously want a belly full of golden cores? It doesn't have to be a belly full, a string of them would already be fine, joked Song Shuhang. His eyes were fixed on the sky, the calamity did not seem to be over yet. If this were to continue, even with Scarlet Heaven's sword, he wouldn't be able to solve the situation. What was even more frustrating was that Heavenly Field Island's Great Island Guarding Formation was likely to be the first to give in. Crack, 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 and just as he thought of this, in the sky, 7 more areas of the Island Guarding Formation shattered, each piece being the size of the Holy City. Song Shuhang said, it's over. With 7 portions of their defense rendered inoperative in a single breath, they would no longer be able to resist. If this sealed space really was some sinister game like Island Master Tian Kong had said, then their gaming experience could only be described as horrible. Scarlet Heaven's sword said, with so many holes, even I won't be able to handle it. Unless you have a way to let me recover to my best state immediately, there really is nothing I can do here. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, if I had such means, would have used them long ago. Even the projection of Island Master Tian Kong's soul could only remain frozen in midair. Heavenly Field Island's Great Island Guarding Formation had already been activated, and even the backup formation was activated, which had patched up the various holes. At this moment, he really had no other tricks left. Song Shuhang said, at this time, we can only pray. Scarlet Heaven's sword asked suspiciously, are you religious? Song Shuhang said, Senior White or Senior White 2, at this time, no matter who it is, please come and help. Boom, the lightning was the fastest, striking down straight through the holes in the island guarding formation. As the pillars of lightning struck down, they dispersed and turned into snakes of lightning, coursing through all the members of Heavenly Field Island. The virtuous Lamia took out the flat imperial hat and put it on her head. The power of virtue in the flat imperial hat had only recovered a little, and this amount was barely enough to protect Song Shuhang. As for the other members on Heavenly Field Island, they were not within the responsibilities of the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang mobilized the strength in his dantian, opened his mouth, and used the lion's roar technique. Senior White, we're done for. Please help. The lion's roar technique was one of the spoils of war that Song Shuhang acquired from Lady Onion. Song Shuhang's roar resounded throughout the island. He could only hope that Senior White too could hear his cry for help. Island Master Tian Kong asked, is Senior White nearby? Rumble, lightning flashed. At this moment, a figure crossed space and appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, she looked up towards the lightning snakes that filled the sky. Then, her entire body trembled. Facing the lightning snakes that filled the sky, she immediately cowered. Under everyone's watchful gazes, this figure quickly squatted down, raised her hands, then hugged her head. This was how the second, third, and fourth sages had transcended their tribulation, crouching down while holding their head. Daddy, please be gentle. The lightning snakes continuously charged and slammed themselves at that figure, but they could not hurt her at all. Not only that, there were many energy lines difficult to see with the naked eye that spread out from her. These energy lines enveloped all of the members of Heavenly Field Island. All of Heavenly Field Island's members, including Island Master Tian Kong and Vice Island Master Tian Wei, squatted down slowly and voluntarily, their hands trembling as they placed them on top of their heads. All the members of Heavenly Field Island were now using the first method to resist the heavenly tribulation. Under the roars of thunder and flashes of lightning, all the people on Heavenly Field Island and the fairy maiden in the sky swayed rhythmically. Song Shuhang said in surprise, the puppet maiden. The one who had traversed space to come here was the puppet maiden that had abruptly disappeared earlier. She was also in this sealed space. Does that mean that Senior White is also here? Is Choo Choo here too? As the puppet maiden in the sky crouched down and held her head to defend herself, her orange eyes glanced at Song Shuhang. Immediately after, she turned her head back and continued to sway rhythmically under the onslaught of the pillars of lightning. Lightning plus some guy surnamed Song always reminded her of some dark memories. With the assistance of the puppet maiden, the heavenly fire, ice crystals, meteorites, tentacles, and mysterious water that came pouring down were unable to break through the defenses of those using the crouching down while holding one's head defensive technique. The energy lines that spread out from the puppet maiden wrapped up everybody in the network. This not only protected everyone, but also gathered all of their energy together, strengthening the defensive power of the technique. With the puppet maiden there, they were now able to steadily resist the calamity. I can't hold out for long. The puppet maiden saw Song Shuhang's expression, and she could guess what he was thinking. Don't forget, my current body is just a jumble of materials. If this calamity takes much longer, and you can't think of a way to resist it, then you'll still be done for. Song Shuhang hurriedly asked, "Where's Senior White?" The puppet maiden replied, "He is caught up in some important matters that he cannot take himself away from." Song Shuhang, he looked at the defiant whale warrior's glove on his right fist. Should I try out those explosive skills? On the defiant whale warrior's glove, there was an ability that could be used at the 5th stage. The defiant whale golden body, explosive secret technique. In addition, every piece of the combined magical treasure had a similar explosive secret technique. For example, there was the immortal turtle golden body, that came with the Tyrant King expert's shield, and the golden lion golden body, that came with the golden lion king's wall. After reaching the 5th stage, these explosive secret techniques could be activated at the cost of a period of weakness, as well as the magical treasure exhausting all of its spiritual energy and becoming unusable for some time. What would happen if I used all the 33 explosive secret techniques at the same time? Song Shuhang had a curious idea. Of course, he also guessed that using 33 explosive secret techniques at the same time was no different from seeking death. Defiant Whale Golden Body. Song Shuhang activated one first. After feeling that his body could bear it, he activated another one. Immortal Turtle Golden Body. Ox King Golden Body, Giant Crab Golden Body, Divine Dog Golden Body, Black Sheep Golden Body, Divine Horse Golden Body, Jade Rabbit Golden Body, Pangolin Guardian Golden Body. After activating 10 kinds of explosive secret techniques in one breath, Song Shuhang felt that his body had almost reached its limit. His energy was constantly pouring out. In this state, perhaps I can undo the 7th stage seal on the combined magical treasure as well? While he thought this, something happened to Song Shuhang's second golden core composition, the one with the fallen holy city. In front of the holy city, a change occurred to the armored man. He took a pose where he looked up towards the sky and let out a roar. Afterward, he jumped out of the golden core composition. Chapter 15:19 After the fall of the holy city, the all-destroying giant. He literally leaped out of the composition. Brave and unrestrained. With the golden armored warrior here, do you think I'll still consider you my daddy? After sensing that guy jumping out, Song Shuhang was stunned. He had just thought about it randomly, yet that guy had really jumped out of the golden core composition. Heavens, what do I do now? After thinking it over and over again, I can only look up at the sky. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt as if the time around him had frozen. The calamity that unceasingly descended from the sky, the flames that were burning fiercely all around him, and the lightning that bounced about had all seemingly come to a halt as if a temporal freezing spell had been cast on them all. However, Song Shuhang sensed that it wasn't that time had stopped, instead, it was that his own thinking speed had accelerated to the limit, causing this illusion. It was he himself that had gotten faster, it wasn't the outer world that had changed. In the next moment, the ground under his feet became transparent, just as if it had turned into a sea. The man in golden armor that jumped out of the golden core composition appeared beneath the sea like a reflection of himself. As Song Shuhang stood upright, the golden man stood upside down. Grua! The golden-armored man let out a crazed roar. He hugged his head in pain, fell to his knees, and struck the sea with his head, seemingly having gone mad. Since the man in golden armor had appeared below the sea surface like a reflection, Song Shuhang could see his pained expression clearly. Song Shuhang had created the forever impregnable holy city using himself as the base. As such, the appearance of this golden-armored man was almost the same as his. The pain, madness, despair, and unwillingness. Was this all because of the collapse of the holy city? The golden-armored man and Song Shuhang's body resonated. In an instant, Song Shuhang seemed to empathize with the pain and despair the man was feeling. Following the man's fall into madness, the pieces of the combined magical treasure reappeared behind him. The components began to merge and reassemble themselves. With this, the resonance between Song Shuhang and this man became increasingly stronger. From the man's body, the components that made up the holy city also emerged, and began to assemble themselves in a new arrangement. Is the third form of the combined magical treasure finally going to appear? In addition to the impregnable holy city, Song Shuhang's life-bound magical treasure also had a second form, the unquenchable raging setting sun, which had been unlocked because of Senior White. However, when it came to this second form, Song Shuhang had yet to fully grasp it. He had some clues regarding how to achieve it in his mind, but after doing some calculations, he came up with a conservative estimation that he should wait to first ascend to the 6th stage if he wanted to use the unquenchable raging setting sun. But now, the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure seemed to be changing its form again. Would the ongoing situation lead to a third form? Click, click, click. The ferocious camel's rock, the holy commander elephant's pillar, and the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate, these three life-bound magical treasures combined to form a collapsed holy city. As for the rest of the magical treasures, they all appeared beside the golden-armored warrior in a state wherein they appeared to be ready to combine with one another at any moment. The combined magical treasure behind Song Shuhang and the magical treasures of the golden-armored warrior experienced changes simultaneously. After observing the assembly, the golden-armored warrior stood up, and then bellowed towards the skies once more. Along with this, his figure began to swiftly swell up. He initially was of normal height, similar to that of Song Shuhang, but he was now quickly increasing in size. After a few breaths, he had become a 60-meter-tall giant. Song Shuhang. This move of yours. I can't learn it at all. I'm just a normal human being. Even if I try to inflate myself, I can't make myself 60 meters tall. I can't learn that, that's simply too difficult for me to learn. Just as Song Shuhang was thinking this, his body made strange sounds. Are you really going to make me into a 60-meter-tall giant? He fell into a slight panic. Fortunately, it was not Song Shuhang's body that ended up getting enlarged, but rather the armor that was formed by his 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. They were the defiant whale warrior's glove, immortal crane's winged crown, one-horned ox king's helmet, pangolin guardian's heart mirror, giant golden crab's shell, fairy jade rabbit's cloak, divine dog general's ring, black sheep warrior's ring, thousand-mile divine horse's shoes, and tyrant king's shield. These 10 magical artifacts, coincidentally, were also the 10 magical treasures with which he had activated the explosive secret technique. The whole set of armor continued to grow, and eventually became a 60-meter-tall steel giant. Every man had a dream of driving a giant robot. Today, after Song Shuhang got to live his dream of flying, his dream of driving a giant robot had also been fulfilled. It was just that the way it happened was rather unscientific. At this time, Song Shuhang's body was inside the defiant whale warrior's glove. This position really feels off. Normally, shouldn't my body be in the head or in the chest? Why am I, the master, in the right fist? Song Shuhang kept on getting the feeling that during a fight, the giant would use a skill like the flying steel fist and he, its master, would be shot out along with the fist. After all, the impregnable holy city had once shut its master out of its own gates. Taking that into consideration, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the giant throwing its master out as a weapon. Immediately after the completion of the steel giant, Song Shuhang's body's acceleration effect ceased, and everything in the outside world seemed to have returned to its normal speed. The calamity continued, and so did the crouching down while holding one's head defense. Heavens, what is this thing? Even if he was in a crouching posture and holding his head, Island Master Tian Tiankong's projection could still see Song Shuhang's exceedingly cool state. The 60-meter-tall giant appeared on Heavenly Field Island, and it felt like it could support both heaven and earth. Under Song Shuhang's feet, the golden armored warrior crawled out of the sea. After a while, his figure merged into Song Shuhang's steel giant. Just as if the steel giant had been infused with a soul, the one-horned ox king's helmet adhered onto the giant's face like a mask, resulting in the steel giant's eyes shining with red light. The 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, first hidden form, after the collapse of the holy city, the all-destroying giant. In Song Shuhang's mind, the name of this form appeared naturally. It wasn't a third form, but rather a different version of the first form. After the holy city was destroyed, with some special conditions, another first form would appear. Boom! The all-destroying giant raised its foot and stepped toward the air. A huge black lotus emerged, supporting the feet of the giant. A lotus would appear with its every step. A few steps later, the all-destroying giant had already left Heavenly Field Island's island-guarding formation, appearing right in front of the disasters. Behind the all-destroying giant was a collapsed holy city that was constantly letting out rumbling sounds. The holy city was unceasingly collapsing, letting out sounds of destruction at the same time. In the eyes of the giant, there was a violent crimson light. Boom! A huge meteor fell down. The all-destroying giant raised its hand, and directed it at the meteor. Flying steel fist. No, not this. Song Shuhang softly said, King's guillotine. The Golden Lion King's wall and White Tiger King's wall emerged. Once they merged together with one on top of the other, the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades joined them to form a guillotine. After the king's guillotine was finished assembling, it expanded quickly, reaching a height of hundreds of meters. After that, it seized that huge meteor. The guillotine continued to rise and fall, repeatedly cutting the huge meteor until it became mere residue in the blink of an eye. After the meteor, blazing heavenly fire and pillars of lightning, as well as ice crystals, filled the sky. Song Shuhang said, Sword Punishment Pagoda. The colorful stone martin's pagoda emerged, and it turned upside down, sucking all the heavenly fire, lightning, and ice crystals into itself. The Ice Shark King's wall emerged shortly after, sealing the bottom of the pagoda. In the end, the Holy Master Ape's sword emerged. It created 1,000 illusions of itself, and plunged the illusions into the windows of the pagoda, piercing the heavenly fire, lightning, and ice crystals that were in the pagoda. The crimson eyes of the all-destroying giant stared at the final wave of the calamity. Its gaze was fixed on the several nuclear bombs that were even more powerful than the one before, and were still in the process of forming. Giant Bear Iron Maiden. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and pointed at the unformed nuclear bombs. The fiery bear legions War Drum and Demon Mouse's killing barb merged, one on the outside and the other one inside, turning into a bear-like Iron Maiden torture device. Afterward, it skyrocketed in size. The Iron Maiden opened and loaded the unformed nuclear bombs into itself. The John Bear Iron Maiden closed, and its size began to shrink sharply. The Demon Mouse's killing barb inside began to strangle the bombs. Boom! 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 A burst of smoke from explosions spewed out from the gaps in the giant bare Iron Maiden. This was possibly the first ever batch of nuclear weapons to die by an Iron Maiden. After the all-destroying giant swept away the calamity, it seemed to still be unsatisfied. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's crossbow, dolphin's giant sound cannon, great giant deer Daoist strong bow, and mangling wolf-tooth arrow similarly appeared behind him and swelled up in size. The crossbow, wolf-tooth arrows, and giant cannon began shooting wildly into the sky. Every time a shot reached the limit of the sky, a dazzling explosion of light would be produced. The calamity that could destroy the entire heavenly field island was easily destroyed by the all-destroying giant. At this time, Song Shuhang, who was inside the defiant whale warrior's glove, started to think. He felt that there was a problem here. A problem regarding energy. It was something that had to do with the law of conservation of energy. The all-destroying giant's attack power that was able to sweep the calamity of Heavenly Field Island should have consumed a lot of energy. Merely urging the 60-meter-tall giant to move should consume a huge amount of energy, not to mention the terrifying series of torture devices that had been operated by it. Honestly speaking, Song Shuhang had long mentally prepared himself. But afterward, he found that his energy reserves were still full. The spiritual energy in his body had been hardly consumed. So the question was, where did the energy of the all-destroying giant come from? What were the forces that supported its actions? Where did it draw its strength from to fight the disasters? Whoosh, with the all-destroying giant having completed its mission, its huge body began to disassemble. One by one, pieces of combined magical treasure scattered around before floating in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang glanced around him. 66. Correct, there was a total of 66 magical treasures. Where did the 33 extra magical treasures come from? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Could it be Senior White 2's doing? In addition to his own set of life-bound magical treasures, Song Shuhang had also made a set for Senior White 2, which resulted in the Holy Sword of the End. Just now, after he asked Senior White for help, was it him who sent the puppet maiden over? After that, was it Senior White 2 who had sent over the other set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure? This would make a lot of sense. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and one set of the combined magical treasure returned into his body. At the same time, his second golden core's composition experienced another change. The golden armored warrior quietly returned to Song Shuhang's golden core composition after having left its all-destroying giant state. At this time, on the forever impregnable holy city composition, the holy city had collapsed, and the golden armored warrior had turned into a giant. Around the golden armored warrior were tens of different creations, including the king's guillotine, sword punishment pagoda, and giant bear Iron Maiden that had made their appearance in the sealed space just now, as well as a ring of strangulation and cross-shaped torture devices. The attacks headed toward the holy city were all obliterated by the violent golden armored warrior. The golden armored giant's crimson eyes were the exact same as those of the all-destroying giant, just that it was 1/4 its size. 2 seconds later, the golden core composition changed once more, and it was replaced with the original composition of the forever impregnable holy city. After another 2 seconds, the golden core composition changed again, and became the composition of the all-destroying giant. The two compositions switched with one another with an interval of 2 seconds. The golden core composition flashed back and forth unceasingly. Song Shuhang. What kind of picture format was this? Why is my golden core composition so willful? Without even saying a word, that guy jumped out of the golden core composition and beat others up. Song Shuhang said to himself, it doesn't matter. As long as one can accept this type of thing, it's actually rather interesting. Wasn't it just an animated picture? It wasn't that big of a deal. One afterward, he looked at the extra set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, which was still in the air. The all-destroying giant, form that had emerged just now was obviously not something that he could activate at the moment. The giant was simply overflowing with violence and displayed strength that far exceeded the 8th stage realm. It could be said that Song Shuhang was experiencing the abilities of a transcended version of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. Moreover, the energy was provided by the set of combined magical treasure itself. If this had not been the case, Song Shuhang would have definitely been sucked dry. If he had been unlucky, perhaps he would have already been in the middle of reviving right now. No, his resurrection gold coin still wasn't off its cooldown. Therefore, if he was unlucky, he might have become the first fellow Daoist in the 9 provinces #1 group to be completely drained of energy by his own magical treasure and die. In the future, Senior Yellow Mountain might use him as teaching material for newbies who joined the group. One Song Shuhang silently thought to himself, before I can make sure that the calamity affecting Heavenly Field Island won't descend anymore, it would be best for this set of magical treasures to stay with me. He stretched out his hand and prepared to call over the second set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure. Although he had given this set of magical treasures to Senior White too, it was still a life-bound magical treasure that he had forged, so he should be able to control it. However, at this time, the second set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure whizzed through the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The magical treasures had left with haste, with no hesitation whatsoever. 1. Song Shuhang. After letting out a sigh, he descended from the air. The puppet maiden also undid the crouching while holding one's head mode, and landed next to Song Shuhang. Afterward, all the remaining portions of the island guarding formation of Heavenly Field Island were also deactivated. Island Master Tian said, "Thank you, little friend Shuhang." The calamities in this sealed space had been getting increasingly grave after every occurrence. Had Song Shuhang not been present this time, Heavenly Field Island would truly have been unable to manage. Song Shuhang replied, "You are welcome, Senior Tian Kong. If you have a way to leave this space, leave right away. If you continue to stay here," while Island Master Tian Kong was speaking, his body split once more. His body had split into dozens of pieces, scattering all over Heavenly Field Island. With this, the entire place began to return to how it was. The broken island guarding formation and the destroyed buildings on the island were all restored to their previous state. Immediately afterward, the residents on Heavenly Field Island disappeared one by one. The whole process was filled with weirdness. The only ones that were not affected were Song Shuhang and the puppet maiden, who both had a physical body. The two stood side by side, watching the changes on Heavenly Field Island. After a while, Heavenly Field Island returned to being a gray world filled with nothing but silence. Around the island, the waves of gray water began surging. Soon, when the next calamity appeared, the fragments of Island Master Tian Kong's soul would gather again and return to being a complete projection. The members of the island would similarly wake up one by one. The only difference was that the members who had died in the last calamity would never appear again. Song Shuhang turned his head, looked at the puppet maiden, and asked, "Fairy, did Senior White give you an explanation on this sealed space?" To be honest, he still didn't know the name of the puppet maiden. The puppet maiden never mentioned it, nor did Song Shuhang ask. But having said that, it was actually more of him being afraid to ask. The puppet maiden was someone who lived during the ancient Heavenly City era. When it came to her Daoist name, it was probably similar to Fairy at %s. With Song Shuhang's current level of proficiency in the language of the ancient era, he likely wouldn't be able to pronounce it. The puppet maiden shook her head, and then she remembered another thing. She stretched out her hand, put on an ugly mask, and concealed her face. At this time, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It feels like the current Heavenly Field Island is like a dungeon in the game that Lady Onion was playing. The calamity is like the players who come and grind the dungeon every once in a while. Regardless of success or failure, they leave once they're done. And every time the calamity leaves, the dungeon returns to its previous condition. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, Lady Onion has been playing games lately? Has she given up on practicing and becoming stronger than me? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if I were her, I would have given up long ago. One even with the big cheat that was the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, Lady Onion's dream of surpassing Song Shuhang was still rather far-fetched. Moreover, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber seemed to be much closer to Song Shuhang. Lady Onion was clearly the 8th cultivator of true virtue, but in comparison, it appeared as if Song Shuhang was the true owner of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Perhaps it was because he was the saber owner's master, resulting in him having greater authority? Scarlet Heaven Sword remembered its first master Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's prophecy back then, according to him, that silly Onion would become the wielder of the heavens will in the future. Now it seemed like, it would only be so if all the immortals in the universe died, and another immortal did not appear for tens of millions of years. Only then would Lady Onion have any hope of becoming the wielder of the will. The topic suddenly went greatly off tangent. Song Shuhang said, that's not good, her realm is way too low. No matter what, she's still my monster pet. In the future, I have to urge her to practice. After saying that, he looked at the grey heavenly field island. Now, I can only hope that the 2 senior whites can quickly deal with this sealed spaces matter. Otherwise, if we stay here for much longer and the next wave of calamity descends, then Heavenly Field Island won't be able to manage, and the same goes for me. He still didn't want to die. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered Choo Choo, and asked, by the way, what about Choo Choo? At that time Choo Choo, the puppet maiden, and Senior White were all in the restaurant, right? There were also those few mechanically modified prisoners of war. As soon as he said that, there was suddenly a fluctuation right by him. Choo Choo's figure jumped out of space. Teacher, you were looking for me? Song Shuhang. Choo Choo said, Teacher, I was with Senior White. We were going through 33 palaces, and Senior White ground some monsters along the way while I watched by the side. At this moment, Senior White is grinding the 10th palace. The shock waves of the battle are too dangerous, so Senior White sent me here first. Have you gotten anything good? Song Shuhang asked. When he thought of going through places with Senior White, he always pictured something along the lines of an expert in the front dealing with enemies, and a cute newbie picking up the loot in the rear. In addition, as Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Heavenly Field Island was just like a dungeon. With this in mind, Senior White's grinding could also be seen as similar to a game. This sealed space can't possibly be a prototype for all kinds of games, right? I did manage to acquire some things, but these should be things that Immortal Fairy B. Shui fancies. Choo Choo took out several volumes of books, and handed them to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang flipped through them. The first was Fundamentals of Basic Immortal Chef Sword Technique. Song Shuhang couldn't help but cry out loud. Sword technique? Is this damn thing playing with me? Didn't immortal chefs use knives? Immortal Fairy B. Shui's knife techniques were exceptional. She was very proficient in using big knives, small knives, long knives, and short knives. Especially when she tried to stab your kidneys. An immortal chef using a sword? Are you simply targeting people like me who are utterly untalented in sword techniques and talented in saber techniques? Besides that, there was the immortal chef's 33 flames technique. Similar to those who refined pills, immortal chefs also required special spiritual fire to cook a variety of ingredients. This was normal, but why did the number 33 appear so frequently? Fundamental Immortal Chef Techniques was a relatively complicated book, containing descriptions of a variety of ingredients. For example, in the case of monster ingredients, the treatment of monster chi. Also, how to pair up spiritual beast ingredients, and what kind of method to use while dealing with natural treasure type ingredients in order to achieve the best effect. Immortal Chef's 33 Beginner Recipes. Immortal Chef's 33 Intermediate Recipes, still the number 33. Are these all secret techniques for immortal chefs? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at Chu Chu. Chu Chu nodded. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and suddenly asked, Chu Chu, do you have any interest in becoming an immortal chef? Chu Chu responded, I feel that these secret techniques were brought to you by fate, by Ape 1, Song Shuhang said. So, do you want to take the time to try them out? Chu Chu asked, will it affect my cultivation? Song Shuhang said, it won't. When it comes to the seniors I know, in addition to cultivation, they also specialize in other professions such as alchemy, talisman manufacturing, and formations. If they suit you well, auxiliary professions can also help your cultivation and comprehension. Chu Chu asked, what about you, teacher? Ugh, Song Shuhang groaned.